Good morning and welcome to the fiscal year 2024 executive budget hearing on the committees on finance, jointly with criminal justice, transportation, and public housing. At this time, if everybody can please place phones on vibrate or silent mode. And just a reminder, please, at no point will you be able to approach the dais. Thank you, chairs. We are ready to begin.
Thank you, Sergeant. Okay, good morning and welcome to the 9th day of FY24 executive budget hearings. I'm Councilmember Justin Brannan and I chair the Committee on Finance. Today's hearings will begin with the Department of Transportation, and I'm pleased to be joined by my good friend and colleague, Councilmember Sylvina Brooks Powers, Chair of the Committee on Transportation. We've also been joined today by Councilmember Mercedes Narcisse. Welcome to the council, familiar face, Commissioner Ydanis Rodriguez. It's good to see you and your team. You got some brand name people here on your panel, and I appreciate that. Thank you all for joining us today to answer our questions. Just to set the table, on April 26, 2023, the administration released the Executive Financial Plan for FY23-27 with a proposed FY24 budget of $106.7 billion. DOT's proposed FY24 budget of $1.41 billion represents 1.3% of the administration's proposed FY24 budget in the executive plan. This is an increase of $3.7 million or 0.3% from the $1.4 billion originally allocated in the FY24 preliminary plan. This net increase is mostly due to additional funds for the DC-37 collective bargaining agreement, a grant put up for the Traffic Management Center, and an adjustment in utility costs. My questions today will largely focus on street safety along with greening vehicle fleets, the capital plan, and other topics. Particularly concerned about street safety. Reckless driving is far too prevalent, especially in my district, where we just lost several members of our community to a speeding driver not even 2 months ago. I look forward to hearing from the Commissioner and the team on efforts how we're proceeding to correct and prevent these tragedies along with the Police Department. I now want to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Brooks Powers, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, and welcome to today's joint hearing of the City Council Committee on Finance and the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure on the fiscal 2024 executive budget. I am Sylvina Brooks Powers, and I have the privilege of chairing the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Today, we will be hearing from the New York City Department of Transportation. DOT's fiscal 2024 executive budget totals $1.4 billion, with the executive capital budget totaling $11.3 billion for fiscal years 2023 to 2027. This is a decrease of $31.8 million in the expense budget since adoption. Included in the budget are new needs totaling $7.1 million in fiscal 2024, and a variety of other adjustments totaling $24.5 million in fiscal 2024. This is largely driven by the recent DC-37 collective bargaining agreement, which totaled over $12 million in fiscal 2024. I am excited to see that DC-37 was able to secure a fair contract and a raise that their members deserve. Today, we will talk once more about infrastructure and about how this budget supports the department's efforts to invest in neighborhoods in every borough, improve street safety, and meet the benchmarks mandated by the New York City Streets Plan. I note, as I have at nearly every hearing this year, that many neighborhoods, particularly in the outer borough communities and communities of color, are in desperate need of new and improved infrastructure. We need a budget that supports these efforts, and I question whether an executive budget that includes $27.9 million in PEGs in fiscal year 2024 will have a negative impact on our shared goals for better, safer transportation citywide. Before we hear from the Department of Transportation, let me take a moment to recognize that we've also been joined by Councilmember Ariola. I would like to also thank my committee staff. And Councilmember Ari Kagan. I would like to thank the committee staff who have helped prepare for this hearing. Michael Sherman, Senior Financial Analyst, Chima Obachir, Deputy Director, Sam Breitbart, Committee Counsel, Mark Chen, Committee Counsel, Kevin Katowski, Senior Legislative Policy Analyst, John Basile, Senior Legislative Policy Analyst, my Policy and Budget Director, Jack Siegenthaler, and my Chief of Staff, Renee Taylor. I will now ask the Committee Counsel to go over some procedural items and swear in the representatives from the Department of Transportation.
Thank you, Chair. My thanks to Michael Sherman, Dan Krupp, Casey Lashke from Council Finance for preparing all of today's hearings. The whole team works really hard behind the scenes, making this look effortless up here. I'm now going to turn to my committee counsel, Mike Toomey, to swear in our witnesses, and we can begin testimony.
Good morning. If you raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions? Idanis Rodriguez?
Yes, I do.
Margaret Forgione? I do. Paul Ochoa?
I do.
Rick Rodriguez? Thank you. You may begin.
To all the family members of the City Council, myself being one of yours, just because you left the council doesn't mean that you will stop being part of this family. And to my great friend, Councilmember Narcisse, from the beautiful island Hispaniola that we come from, all those wood used in this building was brought from the island of Hispaniola that we both share, Haiti and the Dominican Republic. So when I'm sitting here ready to testify, it's more than being able to speak on behalf of Mayor Eric Adams, but it's a lot of history, especially at the time when we are dealing with immigrants coming in, knowing that I was that kid that didn't speak the language. And then the city gave me this opportunity to be a teacher, council member, and now be here to testify on behalf of Mayor Eric Adams. It's a testimony that if we did it, all those children that is coming, the new immigrant, they will be the future elected official and the future commissioner too. In the name of Mayor Eric Adams and almost 6,000 men and women at DOT, which I would like to ask everyone when you see anyone taking care of the pothole, resurfacing the street, the signal system, say thank you to them because they're running the largest transportation system in the whole nation. So we are here again in this conversation about this budget, where the council administration will be working together to be sure that DOT will continue having all the resources that we need to continue making our city the safest one for pedestrians and cyclists. Good morning, Chair Brooke Powers, Chair Brannan, and members of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure and Committee on Finance. I'm Idanis Rodriguez, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Transportation. With me today are Margaret Forgione, First Deputy Commissioner, Paul Ochoa, Second Deputy Commissioner, and Rick Rodriguez, Assistant Commissioner for the Intergovernmental and Community Affairs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Mayor Eric Adams on DOT fiscal year 2024 executive budget and fiscal year 2023-33 capital plan. This budget reflects Mayor Adams' commitment to protect critical programs that support working New Yorkers while simultaneously preparing for the economic headwinds by continuing a strong track record of fiscal responsibility. We appreciate the Mayor's continued investments in DOT during the city's disciplined fiscal approach and the support that we've been getting from the City Council too. This budget will allow DOT to continue critical safety work, redesigning intersections to make them sacred spaces and making this city the safest city for pedestrians and cyclists in the nation. All the municipalities across the United States and the globe, they're looking at the role model that DOT New York City represents. This budget will also allow us to reimagine the use of public space, invest more in working class and middle class communities and communities of color, make the city more accessible for all New Yorkers, including people with disabilities. There's 1 million New Yorkers with disability, and it's a matter of time when many of us who are not in disability will join the family in the future. Maintain our infrastructure, including nearly 800 bridges, and continue to operate the Staten Island Ferry. New York City has the largest transportation system in the whole nation, while the larger network of bike lanes, bus lanes, pedestrian plazas, open streets, and outdoor dining. And by the way, many of them are not included in the street master plan. All of this is possible thanks to the partnership between the administration and the council. You can see a breakdown of DOT 1.4 billion by 2024 spend budget in my testimony, as you can see in the screen today and you have in front of you. By 2024, spend budget in million is total to 1.4. Again, for the purpose of time, you are seeing the screen, you have in the testimony, but this is the 1.4 operation that allows our agency to have all the resources that we need to continue making our streets safer, to continue running the ferry, resurfacing our street. You can see a breakdown. DOT's proposed $33 billion, 23 for fiscal year 23-33 capital plan in my testimony, which also is on the screen, and you have it too. FY 23-33 capital commitment plan total of $33 billion for bridges, street reconstruction, resurfacing, sidewalks, traffic, ferries, vehicle facilities, and other needs. On Vision Zero, this administration is committed to Vision Zero, and the safety of all New Yorkers is a top priority for Mayor Adams and DOT. Mayor has been very clear, traffic violence is another type of violence that requires action to address it. This is reflected by significant investment. DOT current 10-year capital plan, FY 23-33, invests approximately $4 billion in Vision Zero. And our expense budget invests an average of about $260 million each year in Vision Zero. Now there's going to be a question on how do we decide, how do we invest, how much do we put on Vision Zero. This is the dollars that we invest. This commitment is working. As I testified earlier this year, traffic fatality in New York City dropped in 2022 for the first time since 2018. And New York City is defying national trends for pedestrian deaths. But as Mayor Adams had made clear, the only acceptable number of traffic fatality is 0. We are committed to doing more. DOT also remains focused on creating a more equitable city by action, not just word, where their transportation network meets the need of all New Yorkers regardless of race, ability, or economic status. DOT is prioritizing a street design investment in higher need neighborhood based on the priority investment area laid out in the New York City street plan, while still being guided by data such as crash histories and slow bus speed. I was part of co-prime on that plan, and for me it's an honor to be here testifying in front of you to explain how we are applying our street master plan. While it's still being guided by data such as crash histories and slow bus speed, we are also committed to robust community engagement and learning from community members, council members, and other elected officials about conditions on the ground. I've been with most of the council members visiting your district, learning from the community, and I'm committed to continue working with the council member across the 5 boroughs. These budgets reflect the value and invest of $150 million for projects in the Bronx, which will fund major safety and streetscape projects, including protected bike lanes on 3rd Avenue and Soundview Avenue, a new neighborhood safety improvement in Bronxdale, Cobb City, Melrose, and Mount Haven. The agency continues to transform the Grand Concourse. With our partners and at DDC and DEP, we will be completing the most recent phase of our Grand Concourse transformation from East 175th Street to East Fordham Road. This budget will include $32 million for the next phase of this project, below East 161st Street. In addition, this budget funds nearly a dozen safety and quality of life capital projects citywide, including nearly $70 million to fix street flooding and raised grade in Somerville, Queens, $10 million to fix flooding and make safety improvements along Avenue J in Brooklyn, $26 million to expand our Greenway network and add safety improvements in Travis Avenue and Staten Island, and $31 million to make important bike transit and pedestrian safety improvements in the inward section of the Manhattan Waterfront Greenway, extending our protected Greenway network from Harlem River Drive to Broadway and University Heights Bridge. Enhancing safety for students is also top priority for this administration. DOT and DDC will begin construction this year of several contracts for school safety improvements in Brooklyn and Staten Island. Other school safety projects in the Bronx, Manhattan, and Queens are in final design and will begin construction as soon as next year. Next year, we will begin design and construction for our upcoming citywide race crosswalk design build contract. This project will build more than 100 race crosswalks, a high priority intersection across the 5 boroughs. Where there's race or crosswalk, drivers slow the speeding and that saves lives. On the bike lanes, DOT continues to grow our 1,500 miles of bike lanes citywide, the largest network in the nation. We are on track to install a record numbers of protected bike lanes in 2023 to harden more than 10 miles of existing bike lane. And on automatic enforcement, this budget provides $7 million in FY24, ramping up to nearly $10 million in FY27, and in the baseline for the operation and maintenance of 24/7 speed cameras. Speed cameras save lives. Since we launched 24 hours operation in August, DOT has experienced 31% reduction in violation during the new overnight and weekend hours, meaning less speeding and enhanced safety for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers. On mobility and accessibility, DOT also continue our work to make it easier and faster to travel around the city for all New Yorkers, regardless of race, ability, and economic status. In 2022, DOT installed accessible pedestrian signal at a record 494 intersections citywide to help New Yorkers who are blind or low vision navigate the city. This budget also includes over $3 billion in capital funding over the next 10 years to continue pedestrian ramp installation and upgrades citywide. The DOT will also be doing more curb maintenance as this is something that we heard a lot about the New Yorkers and elected officials. This budget includes $21 million to replace approximately 150,000 feet of new curbside citywide. Turning to buses, DOT has a number of important bus projects coming up this year that will speed up buses and get New Yorkers where they need to go faster and safer. These include projects on University Avenue, Gun Hill Road, and Fordham Road in the Bronx, Northern Boulevard in Queens, Livingston Street in Brooklyn, and 3rd Avenue in Manhattan, and the Washington Bridge. Construction is scheduled to begin by the end of this year for our larger capital investment in both priority to date, along Kings Highway, Flatiron Avenue, and Pennsylvania Avenue in Brooklyn. I'm also happy to report that in partnership with MTA, we recently received broader authority from Albany to crack down on drivers who impede bus operation by double parking, blocking bus stops, or blocking bike lanes starting in 2024. Automatic enforcement changed driver behavior. Only 19% of drivers who receive a bus camera violation receive a second one. And only 8% have received 3 or more tickets. We are excited for this new authority to help buses travel faster. Turning to public space, this administration continues to reimagine the use of public space. All New Yorkers should have access to safe, welcoming, and attractive public space close to where they live, and DOT continue our work toward this goal. As Mayor Adams announced in his State of the City address, this administration added $375 million to improve public spaces. This includes funding that will allow us to start design on projects to connect Madison Square to Herald Square between 21st and 33rd Street as part of the Broadway Vision Plan and Reconstruction. New funding will also support the largest Open Street program in the nation. Open Street provides new public space for recreation, wellness, and opportunity to move outside in all parts of the city. Funding will allow us to make permanent upgrades to Open Street in Willis Avenue between East 147th Street and Bergen Avenue in the Bronx, Minholm Street on Staten Island, Woodside Avenue in Queens, and Quisqueya Plaza in Washington Heights. Applications are currently open for 2023 Open Street program. Please help us to spread the word to community groups in your district. This budget also includes $62 million in new capital funding to make improvement on Jamaica Avenue from Southend Boulevard to Merrick Boulevard. Thanks to the support of Speaker Adams and the Chair, Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Gennaro, and Brooklyn Borough President Richards, and Borough President Richard in Queens, this project will revitalize this central neighborhood corridor by introducing a number of sidewalk and streetscape improvements, building off changes allowed by the new permanent busway. We also recently celebrated Car-Free Day, an annual car-free event, and are hard at work planning for this year's Summit Street. We were so happy to expand Summit Street program last year into the underserved community of East Harlem, and we'll have more to share soon on how this year's program will be even bigger, the largest one in the history of New York City. As I testified before, DOT faced staffing challenges. All agencies in the whole nation are in the line, but we are in the line with many sectors of economic and municipal government across the country. We are aggressively working to hire and creating a pipeline for future transportation professionals. As part of the Mayor Eric Adams' push to fill vacancy, we have gone to 8 hiring events and make over 100 offers since February. This position range from clerical associate and staff analysis to engineers. Thanks to the Speaker and the Chair and many council members for your help in organizing this event in your districts, as well as our partnership with Henry Garrido at DC 37. In addition, a DOT preliminary budget, I show an initial design of the bus shelters ad campaign about working at DOT. We are recruiting. We want New Yorkers to come and work with us. This campaign is now on the way and is at 100 bus shelters across all 5 boroughs throughout the city, with more planning in the coming months. In conclusion, I would like to thank the Council for this great opportunity to testify before you. We look forward to continue to partner with you to make this city safer, more equitable, and accessible for generations to come. Hoy estamos terminando haciendo a nombre del alcalde Vegana nuestra presentación, donde esperamos que con el apoyo del Consejo Municipal podamos seguir teniendo el presupuesto necesario para seguir haciendo de la ciudad de Nueva York una ciudad que va a ser la más segura para los peatones y los ciclistas. We would now be happy to answer any question.
Thank you, Commissioner. We've also been joined by Council Members Rivera, Barron, Moya, Hudson, Ressler, and Farias. I want to talk about the New York City Streets Plan. Are there program areas that DOT is having particular trouble with meeting their targets?
We are on target, and I will definitely, our colleague here, both from Margaret and Paul, they can add it, but I can say that we are happy to be where we are. As you know, last November, I stand with the mayor announcing that we overpassed everything that we announced back in January 22. In 2023, we have our own goal. We're working hard to be sure that we deliver the numbers of bus lane, bike lane. One thing that also we want to highlight is when we voted the street master plan that I was a co-prime, open street was not included. A open restaurant was not included. So there's many of the things that also we are doing that is adding to these things. But Paul, if you don't want to.
No, I think that's right. Our mandate has continually increased in the programs we do, and we're very excited. I think, as the commissioner mentioned, we are on pace to meet that target. The thing that we would say is, as we go into the busy season of installing, we do need a lot of your support to make sure that we can implement these programs and make sure we have the community buy-in as well.
I think the one thing that, and I've spoken to your team about this before, Commissioner, the one thing that I hear from a lot of my colleagues is when DOT wants to do something, it gets done. When a member thinks something is a good idea, there's a 3-year study that has to happen. So I think we're all on the same page with keeping our streets safe. But if DOT wants to put in a bike lane, that happens overnight. If I want a stop sign, I gotta, call in a favor. So I wish there was more coordination there, because I think ultimately we're all working towards the same goal. But it does seem like when DOT is trying to, meet a target, that gets done quicker than what a local member might want.
Yeah. So I want for our first deputy commissioner to add a little bit when it comes where we are on target. But one thing that I can tell you, we all council members that I have walked, I have seen that. And, being in that side. Sure. Being the guy asking for a lot of things and being told you got to wait years and years and years, I think that a lot to have someone in this side that also is now so committed, because I lived that experience. When I spoke to the chair about one of her constituencies who say, this is a stop sign and this bumper being approved, how can we move quickly? For me, it's about, we will be done. So we are committed, because Mayor Adams' committee is to build the best relationship between administration and you, the 51 council member, and that's the new, I can say, decision that we have at DOT, do the best we can to build the best relationship, and it will mean to deliver what is important for each council member.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I just want to highlight several areas that we have met or exceeded the streets plan, and also some items that actually aren't mentioned in the streets plan, as the Commissioner discussed. So last year we installed transit signal priority at 750 intersections to improve bus movement. We also installed 500 accessible pedestrian signals, exceeding what our plan was in that regard. We implemented bus improvements that actually help 400,000 bus riders each and every day in the 5 boroughs. We began to harden bike lanes last year. These are bike lanes that were previously not really protected as well as we would like, with delineators. We did 10 miles of those, and we added more ped space than we had actually planned to do so. So we're working hard on every front, and we're exceeding in many areas as well.
Is or how will the streets plan be affected by congestion pricing?
Right, the streets plan will not be affected by congestion pricing. We're going to continue to do everything that we're doing. In fact, if we can provide more alternatives to people, such as biking and safer roadways for walking, that's certainly a goal of the streets plan in congestion pricing.
Okay, I want to talk about the speed camera enforcement. The FY24 executive budget includes a new need for 24/7 automated speed camera enforcement of $7.1 million in FY24 and $9.2 million in FY25 in the out years. Will this funding be used to support DOT internal jobs and projects, or would it be used for contracts with private companies?
Yeah, I will pass it to Deputy Commissioner Ochoa also to answer.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Chair. First of all, we're very proud of our speed camera program. As the Commissioner mentioned, we have seen a 30% decrease since it went to 24/7. which means less violations, which is exactly the type of program we want to run. Since the program started, we've also seen a 97% decrease in speeding where speed cameras are located. So this is obviously the policy that we want to achieve. Yes, you're right. The $7.1 million is for staffing, for the ramp up of staffing that we need in order for us to operate the 24/7 violations.
And how many cameras would that funding support?
So we have about 2,200 cameras, and that staffing would be for the 2,200 cameras. So all of them.
And what amount or what percent of cameras will now be able to operate 24/7?
All of them are operating 24/7.
Okay.
And this is an invitation to you and any member of the council if you want to talk about our speed camera program. It's a very robust system that we would be happy to walk you through it.
And one other thing that, and before Margaret add, Deputy Commissioner add something, one other thing that I experienced going to Albany, advocating for the 24/7, even with some legislators that they were against it. They just say, I cannot be for because of the constituency that I represent, but I personally even have changed the way how I drive.
Oh, yeah.
Because when a driver get the second and third ticket, most of them, because the camera 24/7, people change the way how they drive. So having the camera 24/7 is another tool that is allow us to change the culture on how we drive in New York City.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just one more thing to add to maybe your question. From fiscal 14 to 22, we spent about $2 billion in capital and expense to advance Vision Zero, and in that same period, our speed cameras brought in $905 million. So the point is that the city is putting in all the resources that we need to in the Vision Zero effort, regardless of any camera revenue.
Okay, I want to talk about hybrid vehicles. So according to DOT, 34% of its fleet is hybrid or electric. 38% cannot be hybrid or electric at this time. Could you talk a bit about why and if there are plans to upgrade all vehicles possible to hybrid or electric?
Yes, so our DOT's fleet is about 60% what we call medium and heavy duty. These are trucks, big trucks. The technology has not advanced yet to make those electric, but as the technology is present, we will start to transition our fleet over into electric heavy duty vehicles. Right now we are purchasing pretty much every light duty vehicle that we possibly can as an electric vehicle. So our fleet is transitioning over and we're committed to making that happen.
And by the way, I don't know how many of you saw that we introduced last week the first pilot project having the first electric pedal assist cargo bike that now DOT is using to go do minor repair in bike lanes. So, and also in Brooklyn, in the Navy Yard, we are also working with the new lab that we are also testing, the new battery, the new charger. So I can say, together with DCAS, DOT is really leading when it comes to accomplish the goal that Mayor Adams has committed to turn our vehicles electric.
Okay, I got two more. Talk about PEGs. So the FY24 exec included PEGs for FY24 in the out years with a total savings of $32.6 million. One of the largest savings, $20 million in FY24, came from savings in the Traffic and Streets Operation Program area. Where were those savings found, and what impact will it be to DOT as a result of the PEG?
Yeah. So one of the things that we appreciate on Mayor Eric Adams is his commitment to be fiscally responsible. And we know that it's not an easy thing to run the city of New York. And when it comes to the PEG that we have in front of us, and we'll put that our Deputy Commissioner Shaw, he also explained with more details. But one of the things that I can tell you is that all the PEG that we were able to do it we did it without losing a layoff anyone. We were able to continue investing on redesigning our street, running the city. Everyone during the spring, the summer, you will see so many DOT trucks in our community. They're the ones who are resurfacing the street, who are paving the street, who are taking care of the sidewalk. So the PEG, we were able to do the PEG internally without any layoff. But Paul, Deputy Commissioner Cho, can also add more details.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for that question. Yes, our PEG, we're very proud to have met our PEG target. It was actually $34 million and change. It really came from three main categories. As the Commissioner mentioned, you mentioned contract underspending, traffic and street operations. Those were mainly contract underspending. We are maxing out vendors that are available for us to partner with. So to your question, no, it is not impacting our operations. The other two categories where we met our PEG were, one, recognizing some revenue in the open restaurant slot that we expect to pass very soon. So thank you for all of you who have worked on that. And then the rest were grant swaps, which means we are taking in federal dollars and switching them for city tax levy.
Quickly about the capital plan. The capital plan for DOT totals $11.3 billion for FY '23 to '27. It's a 4.2% decrease since the prelim. Will any of the projects be affected by the change since the prelim plan?
No, we rolled some dollars to make sure that they match the construction timelines, which means we're just pushing them to better align with the actual construction timelines in partnership with our colleagues at DDC.
And is there equity given consideration when spreading the love for capital improvements?
Yes, that is the types of projects, and I wish I could show you a map to see the types of investments we're making across the 5 boroughs. I don't think there's ever been such a focus at DOT to make sure that we are reaching every corner of the city and making sure that we're spending dollars across all communities.
Okay. Commissioner, in addition to Paul and Rick and Ryan, your team is amazing, very responsive. I have to shout out Claudette Workman and Leroy Branch. I speak to them more than I speak to my wife on certain weeks, and Claudette, as you knows, I'm not lying. And Danielle Zuckerman, too, has been fantastic. So I appreciate the relationship we have, and I think it certainly helps to have a former council member leading the DOT. So we appreciate that you understand our frustration sometimes, and we're all trying to get to the same place. So.
Great. Thank you, Chair. It's so great to be working with you. You know, from your role in this Finance Committee and Chair of the Transportation Committee, I can say, you know, our agency has one of the best teams when it comes to leadership. I work for them. It's 5,500 men and women that they run our department. For me, it's a great honor to come with experience, to be where I was like you before, learning from the frustration. And this measure, as Commissioner Ochoa said, equity is what defines whatever we do at DOT. From opportunity that we want to create inside the agency, to building leadership, to develop projects, to hear from each 51 council member, regardless of the community that you support, what are you need? And we are here to be sure that we work with you guys.
Thank you, Commissioner. We've also been joined by council members Carr, Lee, Juan, Dinowitz, and Joseph, and I'm now going to hand it over to Chair Brooks Powers. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. First, I'd like to start with the vacancy rate. What is the current vacancy rate for DOT?
Commissioner Ochoa, explain.
Yes, we have about a 13.1% vacancy, and I do want to highlight the work that the administration has been doing to make sure that we fill those vacancies. As the commissioner said, those hiring halls have been incredibly helpful in bringing in new staff to the team. And aside from the hiring halls, as the commissioner mentioned, we've brought in over 100 people through those hiring halls, but we've also added another 200 people just in our regular staffing. So it is getting better. I'm going to give a shout out to the DC 37 contract and the possibility of the remote work pilot that has also been very helpful in recruiting folks and retaining good talent.
Are there any units of appropriation that have higher vacancy rates than others?
Yeah, so the short answer is yes. We do see that our office staff has higher vacancy rates than our field staff typically. That's just it's not a specific issue to DOT. We see that across the nation in government entities.
But I want to add on the list that we are taking, again, to create a pipeline of the future planners at DOT. or the future engineer at DOT. So working together with Henry Garrido, District 37, working with the chairman of CUNY, Matos, and Hector Batista, the vice chancellor, we are working, putting memorandum understanding between DOT and CUNY so that we can start recruiting early, since the month before the student graduated. We also, in this summer, are going to be having 150 high school and college students doing internship. Commissioner Forgione, she can explain about her experience and how she started, because her experience that we've been using also to create a pipeline.
Thank you, Commissioner. So as the Commissioner says, we have a very strong emphasis on bringing in younger people and developing their careers and keeping them within DOT. I myself, a number of years ago, was a summer intern, and a lot of my colleagues at a senior level within the agency were also summer interns. So we have a robust program year-round. We have 75 college aides who are with us the whole year. In the summer, we add 75 more summer interns. And then we're working closely with DYCD to get a very substantial summer youth employment program.
And if you have anyone in your district that you want to send to us, that we'd be interested to do a summer internship, we're ready to work with you.
Okay, thank you for that. How is the budget specifically addressing the vacancy issues, and how is the budget improving the hiring process?
I can take that. So I know our friends at OMB don't get a lot of love at these types of hearings, but they have been very helpful in approving actions much faster. I think they've cut down on the times by about 50%, which has been very helpful to us in onboarding. I think one of the frustrations that you probably heard from agencies is just how long it takes from the time you make an offer to the time they walk in the door, and that time has been cut significantly. So it's not a budget issue per se. I think it's just a process. It's a process improvement, certainly, that takes OMB, the city's city hall's push, and as well as our own HR streamlining systems to make sure that we bring in folks faster.
Besides that, what incentives are offered to DOT employees so that they stay and do not go to private sector jobs or to agencies at other levels of government? Because I know in past hearings, you all have talked about the competitiveness of the private sector.
But one thing that probably get into more detail that happened at DOT is that when someone joined the agency, it's very difficult for them to leave. And I can tell you that as someone that was a teacher for 15 years, we know that retention is key. So when I got into DOT, what I got was a great men and women in leadership of DOT, that many of them, they've been working there for 20 and 30 years. So I feel that, when someone had this opportunity to work in the bridges, not only they will be working in the Brooklyn Bridge, on the 24th, we're going to be celebrating the 140 years when the Brooklyn Bridge was built. But they're going to be working, maintaining, paintings, and building close to 800 bridges that we have in the city of New York. When someone joined the Staten Island Ferry, it's about, I think that there's always going to be, other options that people look in life, and in government people rotate. Today you're a council member, tomorrow you can be working the agency, someone can be at DDC, DDP, come in DOT, but I feel that DOT have a high level of retention.
Yeah, and
In April,
oh, go ahead.
In April, DOT stated that it participated doing a hiring fair with DCAS and DC 37. How many individuals were placed in DOT roles out of this hiring fair?
Yeah, these are the 100, just on those hiring fairs, we brought in about 100 people that have already started at DOT. And they're across the divisions. As the Commissioner mentioned, we brought in engineers that get sent to bridges. We brought in clerical associates that get sent to traffic ops, electrical engineers, city planners. It really runs the gamut of type of individuals we've been able to recruit.
That's good. I also want to get into the staffing levels to understand that better. Is there an optimal staffing level that exists within DOT, such that all jobs can be done and there's no gap in services? So DOT has a number of mandates, from streets plan to other laws that are in place. So what is that sweet number in terms of the staffing that would allow, in the perfect world, for all of those jobs to be able to happen and there be no gap in service?
Yeah. We have 744 vacant positions. I would love to hire all 744 positions.
But what's the need?
The reality is we make do with what we have at any given moment. If we have more staff, that means we can spend more OTPS, which means we can do more projects. That is normal. What we've said at this hearing is that the PEG did not impact any of our current work given our current levels of staffing. I think we have a very strong support from City Hall to, if it gets to a point where we actually fill these vacancies and we need more money to match the OTPS, we were going to have those conversations to make sure we're properly funded to do all the good work that New Yorkers expect from us.
So are you saying that the 744 is what's needed to be an optimal head count? Or is there another number?
Yes, I am always going to try to fill all our vacancies. The current staff that we have allows us to do the work that we're being asked to do right now. We can always do more with more.
And Chair, if you don't mind, let me add to this that, look, we will continue coming in front of the council, and the question is going to be, how is DOT doing the street master plan? And I said before, and then the question will be, have you done the bus lane? Have you done the bike lane? Those have been the two of the areas that we are measuring the street master plan.
Don't get too ahead. I'm going to get there.
So I said before, when we were having those meetings, right, at the council that I was part, and we were addressing, during COVID, and we put together our street master plan, open street, open restaurant was not part of that. The piece that I know that many of you council members that I was in that seat before, we're dealing with, is that when we had to work with those two areas, bus lane, bike lane, which is the two that when say, have you accomplished those? Many of you have challenges in your own district. And sometimes when we go with those plans.
Commissioner, I do want to spend some time on that, but I just want to stick on staffing for the moment. So what would be the PS cost for the staffing level for the 744?
The PS cost would be what we have in the budget. We are budgeted to be fully staffed.
Okay. Let's get into streets plan. It seems like that's where you want to go. So just piggybacking off of Chair Brandon's questions earlier, I know you keep mentioning that when streets plan was adopted that there was no open dining. It's been some time now that you've been saying that in the hearing, so I'm curious to know, in fiscal 24 in the proposed budget, will it take into account open dining, especially given that DOT has requested to oversee the open dining program? So will the budget take into account the fact that you now have open dining so as you can still meet those goals of the streets plan? Because now it's there, you've requested it, you've said DOT can handle it, but if the streets plan is not, meeting the goals, it shows that the agency may need more staff, may need more resources, and we need to understand that better, because we don't want to not meet the goals of open streets, because that is a priority.
So first of all, thank you to you and the speaker and the whole council member for being working with the administration here at DOT and to aid the bill that now the program of open restaurant is it will be under DOT. We saved 100,000 jobs because of open restaurant. We had 12,000 open restaurants during COVID. Chair, before COVID, 80% of what is open restaurant, sidewalk type, in Manhattan, they were mainly downtown Manhattan. For the first time, we got to see families that they were able to have a tables and chair where to eat outside the midtown Manhattan, downtown Brooklyn, Long Island City. So definitely open restaurant is going to be a big one. Yes, we will have the resources. When it comes to the street master plan, thanks to Mayor Adams' commitment to put the money where his word is. DOT has all the resources that we need for us to do the job, weather permitting, because also most of the work that we do is during the spring, the summer, and the fall. We hope that we will have good months to do the work, and we hope again that as we engage in conversation with all of you 51 council members, that also we get your support to go the bus lane, the bike lane that we need in order to accomplish our street master plan.
Thank you for that. And how many, like you said earlier that you are on target for the Streets Plan 2023 mandates. How many bus lanes are you required to build in 2023? What's the number? I only want the number. I don't need the narrative.
Well, over a 5-year period, we're looking at 150 bus lane miles or improved bus lanes. So it's, you know, it's not necessarily a consistent amount every year.
And how many bike lanes?
So we're looking at doing 25 to 30 protected miles of bike lane this year and about 50 miles of total bike lane.
And when we have met with the advocate, TA, and Family for Safe Street, and everyone, one of the things that we heard from them is about how important it is to also focus on the quality, not just only the quantity, but we also are focusing on both the quantity and the quality of the bike lane. That's why this year, for the first time, with your support, we widening the bike lane in 9th Avenue. And that's why last year we were able to harden 10 miles of bike lane, and this year we're going to be hardening another 10 miles of bike lane that will improve the safety of cyclists in our city.
How many bus lanes have been built this year to date?
With the things that, as I said, we want to focus, like
I just want the number, Commissioner.
we
I'm sorry.
cannot give you the number because we work around the weather. And that's something that, you know, it
But
is
do you
now.
know how many were built to date? You should be able to tell us how many to date have been built. I'm not saying what your projection is. As of today, how many have been built is what I'm asking.
Yeah, so let me mention that we have just entered our installation season. We can't lay down markings. We can't do much of most of our asphalt work in the wintertime. So we are actually just entering the implementation season. So it would be better for us to be able to update you in just a little bit on all the projects that are underway.
Do you have monthly projections for the construction?
We more deal in seasons. So maybe we can talk about the projects that we do have planned for 2023. So we have University Avenue in the Bronx, Gun Hill Road, Northern Boulevard, Queens, Fordham Road, Livingston Street in Brooklyn, 3rd Avenue in Manhattan, and the Washington Bridge. So we have a lot of bus projects that are in various stages of discussion with the community and in implementation.
And considering that it was a pretty mild winter and it wasn't that many snow, did any construction take place in the winter this year since we had good weather?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not really that nimble in that our marking contractors, they can't bring their people on for like a day or two. So we officially, and the weather has to be in the 50s in order to lay markings or paint. So winter is really difficult.
And then when answering questions about the failure to meet Streets Plan's targets, DOT had cited various issues with contractors who were unable to meet delivery requirements. How is DOT holding these contractors accountable? And has DOT considered seeking alternative contractors?
So one of the challenges that we've had is the marking contractors. There are a limited number of marking contractors because there is very expensive equipment that goes with this work. A vehicle costs many hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we are working to see who else in the industry could possibly join this workforce and if there are ways to develop other vendors to bring more people in to be able to do that work. We're also increasing our in-house capability, which is always very useful to be able to just to do it ourselves.
And in April,
And
DOT
Chairman, if you don't mind, adding to that, how we're working to accomplish those goals, which is very interesting, I know for you and for many of us, is that Mayor Adam with Michael Garner, the new director of the NWBE, is so committed that by 2025, $25 billion of contract must be going to women and minority. So we are also having a lot of, last night I was at 48th Street together with Michael Garner, all the commissioners, engaging in that conversation about the step that we are taking to be sure that more women and minority are on board. And we are also working with those traditional ones who are not all women and minority, having a friendly, engaging conversation to say, help us to accomplish this goal. So what we will see happen in the next couple of months or year is an expansion of more options that we are building as a result of Mayor Adams' committee to put $25 billion in contract to women and minorities.
Did you say 25% or 25 million?
$25 billion by 2025. That's Mayor Adams' commitment of the money on contract that will be going to women and minority.
Thank you. In April, DOT said it was finalizing a contract for a new team to install benches and real-time bus information at bus stops. Has that contract been finalized?
I think you're talking about the real-time passenger information contract, which will be very beneficial in that it will be looking to power these devices through solar, which is much more efficient in that we don't have to do any trenching, and obviously it's good for a number of reasons. So we are in the process of still finalizing that contract. That contract has not begun.
DOT staff has informed the council that contract is set to supply cameras needed to enforce protected bus lanes had also been delayed because of the supply chain issues. Have these issues been resolved, and what is the status of the cameras?
Yeah, we have not, we have all of our cameras in place. So I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to, but at this moment, all of our speed cameras, our red light cameras, they're all in place. We don't, our vendor is not having any issues supplying that.
Okay, that was the information shared on a call that you all had with us earlier this year. So you're saying that they're now all in place?
We will check and make sure and follow up on the conversation from earlier.
And Commissioner, I was glad to hear you bring up the MWBE projects, because that was something that's been of concern to me. I've been excited to see DOT in the streets, especially in my community, doing the work because the season is here, as you mentioned. But in terms of the companies that being contracted, the workforce that we see, a lot of times they don't look diverse. And so I'm really interested in what the diversity looks like in terms of the workforce and the contractors that you have currently put in place to do this seasonal work. Like, do you have like the numbers in terms of MBEs, particularly your Black businesses and your Latino businesses, and in terms of the workforce, do you have it broken down also by race?
Yeah, as I said before, in the name of everyone that come here without speaking the language, I'm not going to be wasting my time as a commissioner without pushing equity in real way, especially for women and minority. So, you know, as a former and current organizer, former teacher, council member, I can share with you that last year we only have 11% for women and minority. Right now, I can tell you that by June 30, we will be on 20% for contract for women and minority. We are almost doubling. What used to be like 40 or 60 million contract that went to women and minority, now is going beyond $160 million. And that's only the beginning, because this mayor is committed to be progressive by action on economic justice. And we are overdue when it comes to a city that we spend billions and billions of dollars, and women and minority and Black and Latino working class has never been having a share in the table when it comes to having contracts. So yes, we are moving progress at DOT, and this administration, Mayor Eric Adams, is only at the beginning what New York City will see in his time as a mayor.
11% and 20% is a huge jump, which is great. So how, like, what contracts has gone out that has led to that jump?
I can take it. So a lot of our legacy contracts did not have MWBE goals, so the way that we're reaching this doubling of numbers is by requiring every time we have to renew or issue new contracts that have to set clear goals that are both reachable from the vendor side and serve the policy that the commissioner mentioned. So we're tagging that 30% MWB goal to each one of the contracts that we are reissuing as an agency.
Of the ones that you've reissued, do you have a breakdown in terms of what the percentage for
Yep.
the black businesses?
Yep.
And
So, as a
I
commissioner-
want them separate though. I don't want the black and brown together. I want
No. So
them
we do have them separate. As the commissioner mentioned, year to date, we are at about $130 million, which is year to date is like 19%, but we do expect to get well beyond the 20% actually. So out of the $130 million, $22 million has gone to black-owned businesses, 18 has gone to Hispanic-owned businesses, 37 has gone to women-owned businesses, and 49 has gone to Asian-owned businesses.
And then in terms of the women, what's the breakdown with that?
The women would be white women. Otherwise, it would be captured under Black or Hispanic or Asian.
And we are, Chair, this in the summer now, we're going to be holding our second day of doing business with DOT.
I would love to co-host one.
So more than happy. So what I did also, and that's how we've been also getting our numbers. Not only we are taking the initiative, bringing women and minority. Last night we were, as I said, with Michael Gardner, more than 250 business owners, Latino and Black and Asian, being informed about how to navigate. But also I've been meeting with those who are not NWB, and I've been asking them, help me to accomplish this goal. And I can tell you that we've been getting so good results. Carlos, who lead that unit in their DOT, that is in charge to be sure that we get our number in WB, he's doing a great job. And under the supervision that we have with Hen and Nancy and others, I'm confident that this is only again a beginning. Like 20% is good, but we need to go higher.
And that's why, and looking at these numbers is why I always emphasize the minority side, because what we do find with the women's side, that it's often really white women, which really contributes to the overall majority number. And so would love to co-sponsor, and I'm sure my colleagues here would in their districts as well, opportunities to work with the Department of Transportation to see more of an increase, because when you look at diversity, Black and Hispanic firms are still the underutilized categories. And when you look at Black women, even lower. And so it's important, like if we're really trying to make some change in how the industry operates, we have to look at how we're contracting. So I'm really glad to hear that you're tacking that on. But let's look at it a little bit more granular and see how do we pull up these businesses to give them the opportunity, because today it may be a DOT project. They get that city experience and then they go to another agency, and next thing you know, they may be with SCA, MTA, or whatever. So that's something that's important.
And Chair, and yes, to add on what we are doing is also that we also working with Lisa Flores, who also is the director of contract, to be sure also that those small businesses, they know how to navigate the system too. And so I just feel that, all of us being advocating for that to happen. But sometimes what we have seen was also like that vacuum conversation, and it's like people talk about equity, but is equity action or is equity work? Is a commitment, WBME, or something that only we come and say that is important for us? Are we getting results? So one thing that also we are doing is to be sure at DOT that the members of committee that evaluate contract also reflect the diversity of our city, which is something new that we are bringing to the agency. So in every single agency unit that I have, the direction, because this is important for Mayor Eric Adams that has given is, each panel that review contract must be diverse. So that's helping us also getting the message, but also knowing that there's an action and there's a direction given by the mayor knows that we need to address the lack of access for women and minorities to get contract. They are there. They know how to do the work. They just have not been having the opportunity to be part of those contracts.
Okay, so there's two quick categories I want to hit so I could be able to pass it off to my colleagues to ask questions, and then I'll come back after. So trucking enforcement and 53-foot tractor trailers. Yesterday we received a letter detailing DOT's efforts to improve trucking enforcement and address problems related to 53-footer trucks illegally present on our streets. We had asked questions about the resources devoted to trucking in DOT and specifically to the Freight Mobility Unit. Your response said there were several vacancies in the Freight Mobility Unit, but you didn't specify how many. How many positions are you hiring for, and what are these positions? And your response also said DOT has limited visibility in the activities of 53-foot trucks that are illegally on our streets. How can we increase visibility, and how does this budget help the DOT better address this issue?
Okay. So maybe I'll start. We do have a handful of vacancies in our freight mobility unit.
How many
These are-
exactly?
I'd have to get back to you. We'll see if we have the information here. But it's a fairly small number. These are planner-type people, people who have a background. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the trucking industry, but with city planning types of work. When we talk about like a lack of eyes on what's happening out there, there are a lot of activities on a lot of streets. We work closely with NYPD to highlight if there are certain areas in the city that we believe enforcement is needed, and we request that they do over-dimensional truck enforcement in that way. We're also, as you probably are aware, looking at overweight trucks on the BQE and putting in place a weigh in motion program there. And if that program is successful, it's definitely the type of program we'd want to see expanded elsewhere in the future.
Thank you. The last category I want to touch on, excuse me. Excuse me, is parking. I want to touch briefly on the investments. Sorry, allergies are trying to take me out this year. I want to touch briefly on investments in parking citywide. How much does DOT allocate to investments in parking in its capital and expense budgets?
Just to clarify, Councilmember, do you mean like garage parking, or like like traffic operations, metering of parking?
Sorry. So in terms of just the assets in the city, in terms of street parking, municipal parking.
Okay, we're looking for that
Let
number.
me say a little bit on the street parking, and then the depreciation with the municipal parking. One thing that I want, I always tell people on parking the street is that we have to realize that New York City only has 350 square miles of 8.6 million people, 50 million visitors. So there is a salsa, un merengue, una salsa que dice, no hay cama para tanta gente. I mean, there's no bed for so many people. I tell people, I come from the community living in Inwood that people believe that the street belongs to those who need to park. So we are changing the culture, teaching people we have to share the street. The street is not only for those who need to do the park. We get when people in Queens, in Brooklyn, in places, they live they have the house 15 blocks from the train station where the car is needed. But there's other places in the city that people buy a car to use it twice a week and park in the street. So we need to be sure, again, that, DOT oversee all those miles of street that many individuals need to park. So we're working hard to be sure that, we share the street for those who need to park, but also the street also to be used for pedestrians, for cyclists, for open street, for open restaurant.
And I hear you, and I do think that DOT has a responsibility to also ensure that there is parking, even if there are municipal lots or garages available, because as we look to share the streets, we got to remember that everyone's quality of life needs to be taken into account as well. I find that when we see cars blocking bike lanes and bus lanes, that's really concerning. So I think to be able to move them off the streets is to give them somewhere to go, because the cars have not disappeared, and we may want to wish them away, but that's not the reality. And so you talk about the quality of life and the safety for cyclists, for pedestrians, and motorists, and I feel that we have to include that in the conversation when we talk about DOT and its mandates, because the quality of life impacts everyone at the end of the day, so we can't act like they don't exist. I would often talk about when I travel now, I'm looking at what the street designs are, and where I've gone and I haven't seen any accidents, any horns blowing. There are some areas that they have municipal lots, and so they may not have a lot of street parking, but they have somewhere for the cars to actually go to come off the streets. And so the next question.
So, Chair, if you don't mind, and Paul will add a little bit with that part, but I got to, as I say, we need to share the street. It's understanding that the street is also used for people that they have to use it to park the car. And that we also, DOT run a numbers of public parking garage that, I don't know if Paul want to add on that one, or Margaret?
We do have about, and we're happy to break it down, but our traffic operations would be in charge of parking. In fiscal 23, we had about $72 million for the parking operation. Now, there's a lot of overlap, obviously, in the question and how you framed it. But I do want to emphasize what the Commissioner said. And we also have competing priorities. The Council has been a leader in asking us to daylight intersections, for example, and that takes away parking. So we just have to balance the different priorities as well.
And how many parking spots are there by borough? Is there adequate supply to meet the demand in outer-borough neighborhoods with limited access to public transit?
So I would say that in less dense neighborhoods, obviously there is adequate parking, and then in areas where there are a lot of people, a lot of competition for the spaces, there's not enough. But what we would like to mention is that we have several initiatives that you might, if you're not aware of, you find interesting. The first, well, I'm sure you're aware of our neighborhood loading zone program, where we're adding hundreds of loading zones in critical locations to prevent double parking, mainly of commercial vehicles or vehicles for hire vehicles waiting for passengers. That kind of thing, that can really alleviate congestion and find a dedicated place for those vehicles. And then at night, they generally revert to residential parking. So if somebody's driving away for the day to go to work, when they come back at night, they can park. And the other thing is we recently launched a double parking portal where we're looking for comments from the community on areas that are problematic that we can delve into deeper and see what treatments we can provide there.
Thank you. I have a couple more questions, but I'm going to yield to my colleagues to get through their questions.
Thank you, Chair. We have questions from Narcisse, followed by Ariola.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairs. Commissioner, thank you for coming. Is there any funding in the budget for expansion of ferries? So maybe I can be hopeful to further in southern Brooklyn?
Thank you for that question, Council Member. I believe the ferries you're talking about are EDC ferries, so we would not have that question but I'm happy to either connect you or follow up with our EDC partners.
Because they told me that you're very much involved in it too. I have to talk to DOT.
Yeah, so we run the starting and the ferry, and we do the ferry that go to Hart Island, which is the largest public cemetery in the whole nation. So those two are under our control, but the other one is run by EDC, but more than happy to follow you.
So why they push me to a Jew? Okay, but that we'll get back on that one. Okay. Rocks on the Patagate Avenue, right? How to get there? I mean, there is a request because there is so many people sending me texts to said why we having rocks and there's nobody biking on the Patagate Avenue. The Patagates is the most complaint that I get in my office.
Okay, so is that about a bike lane that is not being used? Is that what you're saying? Or
Yeah.
Okay.
The racks, not the
The
bike.
bike, oh, city bike racks.
You know, keep in mind, I'm not against racks, but I'm saying like the people in the community saying there's so many, and why? Because nobody's using them and they've been standing there.
So more than happy to follow with you, council member, but one of the things that I gotta say down that this administration, we are committed to connect all community with city bike share, and micromobility. That's our goal. One of the things that I gotta say, born and raised in 1965, my father had a bike. As an immigrant, we've been told that bike is a symbol of poverty, and now it's more the upper class and middle class to get into the bike, because if you ride in half an hour every day, you will extend 6 years to your life. So what we are doing is also engaging the conversation, and more together, more than happy to partner with you to also go to the community and talk about what is the benefit if we bike, because sometimes
I love it. I love biking. I'm supporting. But I'm just saying the community saying how they place in the area where they can use for other things and no one is using the racks.
Yeah, more than
And that's
happy
the
to follow
complaint.
with you, yeah.
Okay, the street calming for the turn. I'm wondering, is that possibility that we can use the same approach for the regular street for the bumps? Because I have so many requests for speed bumps, and I'm wondering if we can use the same approach for the actual street.
Right. We have looked a little bit at a device you could bring in for a street hump in that regard, but we haven't found anything that we think is going to be feasible and going to be able to withstand a plow in the wintertime. So at this point, we're not able to utilize the left turn treatments as speed humps, but maybe we can talk with you right afterwards. You can tell us which speed hump studies in particular you're interested in us advancing, and we'll see everything that we can do.
No, because you have a lot of street, like you have in residents in East 18th Street between Forster Avenue and Glenwood Road. That's not my district,
Okay.
but we have complained that's a city council approach. That I've been waiting for 2 years. I have some in my district too that have been waiting for a long time, and I can go on and on. It's 56. It's 56 between L&M. There's so many, so I'm wondering we have to use a different strategy to see how we approach it. If that system is taking too long, since I'm hearing a lot of vacancies and different things, but the people that are dying, we're talking about Safe Street, so I'm thinking about something we should be doing a little more.
More than happy to follow with you.
Okay. So how long the project take approximately for the record? The process.
One other thing, well, what we need to do is examine the areas to confirm the incidence of speeding. We need to actually inspect the areas to see compatibility physically for speed humps, and then we need to do installation. And keep in mind that we pave 1,150 lane miles every year, and we have to put back the existing speed humps on top of it, as well as put in new ones. So those are some of the challenges, but what we'd also would like to offer is that we have other tools in our toolbox that we could potentially utilize to calm a street down. So maybe there's also other things we can do.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Claudette. Claudette always on top of things for us.
And that's what we're here in our hearing. I've been committed since day one to always have my borough commissioner.
Yeah.
And as also my chief of staff, just to be sure that beside that we come here and testify, and the intergovernmental that we follow with you on any particular request that is important for you and for your constituency. Thanks.
Okay, we have a question. We've been joined by Council Members Sanchez and Abreu. Now we have questions from Council Members Ariola, followed by Rivera.
Thank you, chairs. Thank you, Commissioner, and your entire team for coming today. I'd like to talk about potholes. So how much funding does the DOT allocate towards pothole repairs?
Okay, on every given day, we have pothole crews in every borough, and over the winter, when we can't pave, we convert paving crews into pothole crews, and of course, during the inclement weather, we have more potholes. So we
Right.
field pothole crews as needed. We also do blitzes during, usually it's the April time when the potholes tend to appear, in order to make sure we're addressing everything.
So does the department keep track of how many potholes they've filled in a year's time? So how many last year and how many this year thus far?
By the way, I'm gonna call Irina.
Fine.
To please sit with us also. Irina, can come.
Come on up.
So one of the things that I can say, Irina oversee everything about our roadway, more than 1,200 men and women, paving, resurfacing, pothole, and those are, again, and when we talk about retention and people with great leadership, So she's one of those, if you don't mind to answer the question.
Hello, everybody.
I just need to swear you in first, sorry.
Yes.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I believe your question was about
turn on the
potholes. How many have we done to date, calendar
Right.
year to date? Is that your question? As of the 17th, we have completed over 90,500 potholes throughout the city.
That's great. And do you keep track of potholes where you need to repair the same pothole more than once?
We keep track of that in each borough, and locations that are prone to potholes are generally prioritized for resurfacing in that community board.
Right, and the complaints that I get about the pothole fixing, it's not the amount of time it takes for the DOT to come out or the diligence in filling those potholes. In fact, it's quite efficient, but it's the material used for the pothole seems to kind of granularize and it breaks up right away. So I just wondered, you know, why is a material such as that being used to fill a pothole where if there's a hard rain, you know, the pothole is there again. It seems to kind of just turn into stone.
Well, we are always focused on improving our quality and quality of our repairs. And for individual potholes, I would have to look into the specific conditions, because sometimes to make the area safe, we have to get there right away, and we use a material known as cold patch. And that is not meant to be a permanent repair. We generally use the same material for pothole repair that we use for resurfacing of streets, but any sort of defect that you have, it's not going to hold up as well as a resurfaced street without potholes.
Okay, and I just have one more question. When you do come to resurface a street, first you do the milling, and then it stays milled for a little bit of time. But for the people on that block that you've milled, seems like an eternity. So what can I say to them when they call the office and say, when will my street be paved? What's the standard time from the end of milling to the time it gets paved?
Our goal is to return to a milled street within 15 days. Sometimes it can be sooner, sometimes it's a little later. And there are efficiencies built into that time frame. First, we want to give the utility companies, and even not big companies, but even somebody who is a plumber, an opportunity to be able to do repairs underneath the asphalt and not have to cut up the street immediately after. So we conduct extensive coordination efforts with our sister agencies such as DEP and also utility partners throughout the 5 boroughs. So that's one of the major considerations. But another consideration is our pace of paving. It's a little bit counterintuitive, but we pave much faster than mill. So in order for us to spend our hard-earned resurfacing dollars properly, we have to have enough milled area to then go and pave as fast as possible to cover more lane miles in any given community.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, chairs.
Offer to board chair is, if you like, one day we can take you for you to see the plant under the BQE that, together with the one in Queens, we DOT produce 50% of the asphalt that we use. And last year, for the first time, we also started mixing plastic and how we recycle, the material. Everything started when we buy the rock upstate New York, and that's why you see those trucks like paving and marking, because we use those material back. But Chair, more than happy again to, if you want, for a delegation of the council member to take you one day so that you can see the whole process when we produce the asphalt too. Thank you.
Now we have Councilmember Rivera, followed by Dinowitz.
Thank you so much for being here and for all of your hard work. I'm going to ask my questions. I guess I'm going to front-end the questions, if that's okay, since I don't have much time. So last year, this council passed the bill, which I was honored to carry, that created a Greenway Master Plan for New York City that you all were in support of. We understand that federal funding has been allocated toward the creation of this master plan. Can you give us an update on how the plan is coming, what city resources are being used to support these efforts, and what type of city funding is going towards those efforts? Have any capital dollars been identified for any portion of this plan? My second question is, I have three. I represent an environmental justice community with over 10,000 families living in public housing next to the FDR Drive, which exposes them to harmful air pollution resulting in higher rates of asthma and other negative health outcomes. So DOT has begun a study to evaluate treatment options for the FDR Drive below 14th Street that will reduce carbon emissions and pollution levels in the area. This is a really big priority for my community and started when we were discussing the Eastside Coastal Resiliency Project. I want to thank you for undertaking this study. It's really exciting. Is there dedicated funding to complete this study in the next fiscal year? And has the department identified any capital funding that could be used for recommended projects or in similar projects to reduce pollution levels? And then my final question is on open streets, and thank you for including that in your testimony. When is the Avenue B open street going to get some of these capital improvements, even planters or something, to make it clearer to drivers to go slow and share the street? Thank you very, very much.
I'm going to start it with the Greenway, and then my colleague here, they will follow. But I got to say, again, for all of us role, looking at Greenway, before we talk about Greenway, we're thinking more about let's redesign the entry to a park. Now, in our time, we learned that most people who died during COVID, they didn't die just because of COVID. They die because they're dealing with asthma and obesity and respiratory condition, living in a community without having so much green space. So that's why the new approach that we have right now is not only about the entry to a park when we look to Greenway. That's why now on the Mayor Regatta and with the funding that administration and you, the council put together, we are spending $1 million on looking at reimagining a Greenway from Van Cortlandt Park to Randall's Island. Bringing justice to what Robert Moses unfortunately did to our community, blocking community to waterfront. So that Greenway is going to be one of the biggest project that we are looking right now, having access to cyclists, to pedestrians. So the Greenway plan is going to be, the Greenway plan is due 12/1/24, and we are on track to do so, but I just wanted to highlight that particular one.
Yeah, and one quick thing on Green Wave, we have just this month opened up a highway, we call it a highway yard, but a yard in Brooklyn, where we have our crews coming out of to do Green Wave work only. And we've been able to rent some equipment to get them started before we buy the capital equipment, and we've hired the staffing for that location. We can get you like a more well-rounded view on anything else related to Green Wave, but we are advancing and doing the hiring and getting the vehicles on.
What's the other question?
Right. As far as the FDR study, I do know we are doing that with some other city agency partners. I don't believe anything in terms of capital improvements associated with that, like capital money has, we've gotten to that stage yet. So we'd also want to get you a detailed update, but it will be completed the winter of this year into next year. So over the winter, we'll complete that. And the study is fully funded, but not any improvements that would come from the study. And then for Avenue B for Open Street, if we need to strengthen the message out there to get that to drivers, we can make sure that we can get some planters out there this season.
And on Open Streets, Councilmember, you may have seen that we've just released an RFP to support our Open Streets citywide. It's a $30 million contract to precisely do the work that you're asking, both on the staffing, on the maintenance, and on potential fixtures that we can do, non-capital fixtures that we can do. We're also continuing to offer refunds for organizations who seek to do programming, up to $20,000 for them to plan their Open Streets seasons.
And Chair and the council member, this is the moment that the window is open, they get closed. There's a $30 million RFP is out, still is open. So those of us that are looking for the first time also, this Open Street will include a mandate of the 30% for women and minority. but also we want that you help to disseminate those information. So if there's anyone across the 5 boroughs in the city that you feel that they have the capacity that they can respond to the RFP, this is the moment we need to look and work together to disseminate this information.
Thank you.
Now we have questions from Councilmember Dinowitz, followed by Hudson.
Didn't catch that. Good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Good afternoon. Thank you. First, I just want to recognize that the DOT has been making accessibility. Wasn't that funny? Oh, good. Accessibility upgrades in my district. I've seen all around. I want to thank you. That's incredibly important that our city is accessible to all. And I appreciate you mentioning the Van Cortlandt Park Greenway. Would love your help in pressuring the MTA to give us access to the space we need to continue that bike path. I have a few questions. Some of them, obviously relate to budget. I'm concerned about the turnaround time for things like speed hump requests, stop signs, and things like paint. Do you have an average turnaround time for when those are requested, when those actually, even a response happens, that it gets on the timeline? And in line with that, I would tell you that we've had a lot of issues in my office with members of the DOT not responding to emails. We sent requests about painting 2 parking spaces in August, and the response we got was that we're making very important safety upgrades and we can't get to the paint and we don't have a timeline. And I know the DOT is very quick at things because when you want to do something, it takes you just a couple weeks to do whole lane reductions and bus bulbs. It doesn't take you that long when the DOT wants to do something. So I'm interested to know what the turnaround time is when requests are made, and if 9 months is typical turnaround time for things like paint. I'm going to ask a couple more questions, and we can, because same as Councilmember Rivera is very smart, time. The speed cushions, which is on your website as a feasible traffic calming measure, which are like speed humps but that don't interfere with bus routes. Every time we were told once that you don't do those, even though they're on your website. We were told from the Bronx DOT that you don't do speed cushions, again, even though they're on your website, and it's one of the tools in your toolbox. And lastly, the car share. I understand, you're trying to reduce the number of cars. How much money does the DOT get from the private companies that are now benefiting from the street space that they're now taking up from residents of New York City?
Sure, so I'll start and then others can chime in. So in terms of the painting 2 spaces that you requested, if I will get them from you afterwards, or Darisa Cruz, our Deputy Borough Commissioner, can also get them from you, and we will try to get those done as soon as possible. The challenge we have, as we mentioned earlier to the chair, is that we don't have an abundance of marking contractors. So we need to mark roadways after we pave them. We are doing other projects as well. So sometimes the little things are hard to fit in, but Councilmember, we will make sure we fit that in for you in the next month or 2.
I appreciate it. It's an example. It's just an example, and it was in August, it was during the summer, it wasn't during the winter months when you don't do it. I'll get you the number, but it really was about, is it typical for it to take 9 months to paint things? And the same question about the speed humps, the stop signs. It's what's your turnaround time, both, for every step of the process?
Right. We do have a number of months for a speed hump backlog, as we discussed a few moments earlier. We have a number of months to review them, and then we have to schedule them to go in, and that will also take a number of months. So I won't try to say that that is a quick process. We would like to speed it up. We have a lot of competing demands, though, in our asphalt area.
Okay, but you don't have like a. I mean,
we have one crew that does speed hump
You don't keep track of the number, though. It's
I don't have the number with me, but we can get that number for you.
Okay.
And then we are getting the answer to your car share question.
I have the car share. It's $475 per permit, and that permit is for 2 parking spaces.
Per year?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if I could find 2 spots for $400 per year, I'd be a very popular, cool guy, but I'm not. And so, but these are private companies that are, paying not that much. And do you get a commission from does the DOT get a commission? I mean,
Well, Councilmember, the advantage of the car share program is that we see about a 7% reduction in car ownership and also vehicle miles traveled. So if you don't have a car, your personal car that you're constantly looking to store, you're not circulating through your neighborhood unnecessarily looking for a parking space. If you instead get rid of your car because you have one more readily available that you can rent in the neighborhood and not schlep to some other location, that's a benefit for the neighborhood and for the city at large. So that's really the goal in the car share program.
okay, I guess the last question, has the DOT gotten rid of their cars? I mean, how many cars have you reduced your fleet by? What are those numbers?
Right. Have you been a fly on the wall for other conversations? So we are in a constant discussion about how we can reduce our vehicles. And what we do is we've put inspectors on bikes. We have a whole group of highway inspectors that actually do all their work every single day on bikes. As the commissioner mentioned, we've introduced a cargo bike into our fleet that can carry stuff. We're trying to see the feasibility of that. So wherever we can, yes, we are trying to reduce the number of vehicles within the agency.
But I was, going through your district, Riverdale. I know that you were very happy to see so many yellow truck and vehicle DOT doing all the very actively right in the last couple of months. So in order for the agency also to do the work, vehicles are also necessary.
Yeah, and do you have the number of cars you've reduced your fleet by? Is there a number?
Over the last few years, DOT's mission has increased. So, for example, we now have people doing open restaurants where we didn't have that years ago. We have inspectors who need to cover many locations in a day. So it is a balancing act, council member, for completing our mission, as the commissioner has said, and reducing vehicles. So we are looking for that everywhere we can.
Okay, thank you for your answers. I'll follow up with those things. Thank you, chairs.
Okay, we have Councilmember Hudson, followed by Ressler.
Thank you so much. I wanted to just revisit the bike lanes, and sorry, I know you probably can't see me back here, but I promise I'm here. I have a cushion too, a seat cushion, but it doesn't make a difference. I just wanted to revisit the bike lanes. I just recently had a fatality in my district. Somebody who was riding home from going grocery shopping in a bike lane, and then a truck on Franklin Avenue was making a right turn without a signal, and sadly killed the cyclist. And so I want to know how many of the bike lanes, protected bike lanes in particular, you're planning to install in FY24, what the budget is for that, if you can share, please.
Deputy will include the proclamation here with more details about, where we are on projections to install. But one thing that I want to share with you, and of course you are one of the big supporters, of what we're doing on transportation, is that in 2022, for the first time, we had 200 million bike ridership in the city of New York. And now we have a daily 550,000 bike ridership in the city. So definitely before COVID, but during COVID, and now more than ever, biking is part of moving around the city. So we're working hard to be sure that we address, the challenges of how to improve safety for all pedestrians, but also for cyclists. So numbers of those cyclists who also been dying the last couple of months, been using also electric bike. So we are also getting into a campaign together with all the stakeholders on educating also how to use those electric bikes. And the Commissioner will.
So, Council Member, one project we have planned, I believe, is your district, is Bedford Avenue.
Yeah, it's mostly Councilmember Osei's district, but I have a few blocks of that.
Okay.
And a little bit of Councilmember Ressler as well.
Wonderful. See, we're trying to hit as
And
many of you as we can.
We're all supportive, but my question is, what's the budget for
Yes.
protected bike lanes? How many miles of protected bike lanes have already been put in, and then how many more do we have to go?
Okay.
And what can I do to help expedite, the delivery of protected bike lanes in my district and across the city?
Thank you for asking that question. So citywide, we have 645 miles of protected lanes. About 225 of those are on street. This year, our plan includes about 25 to 30 protected bike lanes and then a total of 50 miles of bike lanes. So some of those miles are conventional bike lanes.
Meaning not protected?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know how many of the 50?
Basically half
50
and
miles.
half. About 25 to 30 will be protected and the remainder will be conventional.
Okay.
And we very much would love your partnership as we work with communities to bring in the bike lanes. So we really appreciate you and all of your colleagues here to help us as we advance this. And we will speak to you as we're doing that, of course.
And also, we are on target to hardening 10 miles this year, as we did it last year too. As you heard from the commissioner, New York City is the city that had the largest numbers of miles when we compare to other municipalities of bike lane.
That's great. It's something that we should be proud of, but I know that we all want to do more. So, and then just how much does it cost per lane mile of protected bike lanes?
We're going to have to follow up with you on the budget information. We don't break out our budget that way.
Okay.
And every protected lane is slightly different. Some might be protected with a barrier, some might just be protected with parked cars.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, it would be great if you could follow up. And then just for the record, can you please define how DOT classifies a protected bike lane?
Right, a protected bike lane is separated from traffic. Either it is off the street completely, or it has a form of hard barrier protection. And as I said, that might be parked cars, that might be barrier.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Just piggybacking on Councilmember Hudson, and also your statement earlier when you said that you don't have a yearly street plan mandate, but the law actually requires 30 miles of bus lanes a year and 50 miles of protected bike lanes a year. Do you acknowledge those legal mandates?
And we work toward those goals every year.
Okay, because earlier you said that there wasn't an annual goal, and just now what you gave is less than also what the goal is.
Right. What I was trying to get at, Chair, is that we're also looking at it holistically over the term.
But my question earlier wasn't about holistic,
Okay.
it was about the year, and your response to me was that you have an outlook for the 5 years, but you did not at that time acknowledge the annual, which my question was for the year.
Okay.
My memory as to the way that the law was drafted is in the first cycle, there were benchmarks in the first instance for the number of miles to be reached, and then in every subsequent cycle, it was across I believe it's a 4-year period.
My understanding is that there are yearly mandates.
We have to do, the requisite number of miles. We don't dispute that.
So when will DOT have caught up with at least the 2022 streets plan mandate?
So what
We work toward that goal. This is, we feel that, 2023 will be a good year. We have many projects, some of them are in front of many of you council members, and we will need your support in order for us to have not only the voice of the council member, but also the voice of the community, because we want to be accountable to our numbers, but at the same time, we cannot accomplish those goals when then we go to community and there's not the support for those lanes that we need to deliver.
So right now, do you have a plan of action to complete this in 2023, the 2022 mandate?
We do. We had a plan, and we have the money that Mayor Allen has allocated to DOT for us to accomplish our goal on the street master plan.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ressler, followed by Carr.
Thank you very much to our distinguished co-chairs. It's always good to see you, Commissioner. Well, it's really mostly good to see you.
And I still love you, okay?
Unless we're talking about the BQE. But I do want to say, I personally feel that under your leadership, DOT has been very responsive to our office, and I really appreciate it. When we bring ideas and issues to you and your staff, to Ryan, to Ricardo, even to Paul, and of course to Keith and Danielle, to everyone, we get creativity and Margaret in response. And I really want to thank you all for that. The work that you did on Schermerhorn, the work that you're doing on McGinnis, the work that you're doing on Livingston, it's going to save lives, and we deeply appreciate it. I did want to continue on the thread that Chair Brooks Powers and Councilmember Hudson and others have been calling out on the bike lanes. We were, of course, very concerned about the number of deaths that we've been experiencing on the road this year. And we're, as I've mentioned in previous hearings, really concerned about the lack of progress that we saw in the PMMR for the first 4 months of the year, where showing only 18 miles of bike lanes had been installed for the first 4 months of FY23, down 42%. I know then you've told us you're on pace. I know today you're not going to give us any hard numbers because you're in the middle and you don't want to get ahead of your press, because hopefully there'll be some good announcement 25 days from now celebrating your amazing progress on more protected bike lanes. But can I just hear on the record you're committed that you're going to hit your goals for FY23 in terms of protected bike lanes installed?
That's our goal. We're working toward that, and the Mayor Adams put the resources that we need to accomplish those numbers.
The resources are there. My concern, Commissioner, as you've heard me say many times before, is that the staffing isn't there. And the resources have been allocated, but we can't implement the work if we don't have people. And what really concerns me as we look back over even the first 2 months of this year, the first 2 months of 2023 shows you hired 100 new people, but 93 left. And so what we saw in our review of the city record from January and February, that we netted 7 additional individuals. And with 750 vacancies, we're talking about filling 1% of the vacancies in a 2-month period when supposedly this administration is on a hiring frenzy. We're just not seeing it. We're not seeing the numbers to back it up, and we're certainly seeing the lack of retention as a very serious issue. So I see Paul is shaking his head. He's coming up with the data. I'm ready to be told that there's some amazing progress that's happened since the last records that we've reviewed in the city data going back to February. And I know I'm tight on time. I wanted to ask a couple very short local questions, but Paul, can you just update us, or Deputy Commissioner, excuse me.
If you don't mind, before that, Councilmember, when it came to the staffing, I got to say that I want to re-elaborate again what the challenges that we have to get the bus lane and bike lane. Staffing is not the major issue that we deal with DOT. By the way, in this, as you heard before, in the last few months, we brought 75 engineers. And that happened because I pushed the agency to establish partnership between DOT and the School of Engineers that graduate more black engineers in the whole nation, which is City College. Partnership that we didn't have before. This year, we're going to be getting 175 young persons to do internship. We want to recruit them early. So our challenge is not the staff. Most of the challenge is the support that we need from elected officials when we presented those plans to do bike lane and bus lane.
Commissioner, come to District 33 again and again and again, and I am here to help. We will build every protected bike lane, every dedicated busway across the city of New York. We are here for it. We love it. Paul has a quick thing, and if the chairs will allow me, I have 2 very, very brief local questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, the actual changes, you were right that we were keeping up with attrition at the beginning of the year. Since the administration, together with OMB and the agencies, have embarked on this sprint of hiring, we've not only kept up with attrition, we are on a almost 1-to-2 ratio, which means for every person we're bringing in, for every 2 people we're bringing in, we're only losing 1. We've had, since March, we've had a total of 100 and almost 50 hires, and about 75 separations.
Okay, well that's great. That's still about 10% of the vacancies that we have filling 10% of the vacancies in the agency. So we got a ways to go, but it's progress to hear it, and I'm happy on that front that there's at least some modest forward momentum. Briefly, I'm very concerned about equal tolling in congestion pricing. Does DOT support equal tolling at all crossways to ensure that folks coming through the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel are paying the same amount as any folks might be coming over any of the East River bridges? We'd love a quick yes or no on that one, and yes being the answer we're looking for.
Right, we're working with the MTA on the whole system and how the whole tolling system will work to not create some unforeseen impacts of congestion pricing.
We appreciate it. This is critically important. I will be laser focused on this. We cannot have folks looking to come over the Brooklyn Bridge because the tunnel is more expensive, or vice versa, whatever it may be. It should be equal tolling. That's critically important. And BQE summer, sorry? Well, I got all the bridges. I got the Brooklyn Bridge, the Manhattan Bridge, the Williamsburg Bridge. We could do the Kosciuszko Bridge, Pulaski Bridge, the Greenpoint Avenue Bridge. We're a district of bridges. We just need to make sure there's equal tolling. So on BQE summer repairs, it sounds like you all are now moving forward on these summer repairs. Do we have a timeline for when that work is going to begin? And there are going to continue to be multiple weekend closures of the BQE this summer. There's going to be extensive nighttime work. We've gotten very little information from DOT on this, so any information you can confirm right now would be appreciated. And thank you to the co-chairs for the latitude.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
Councilman-
really quickly, as you're answering that question, I know you said that 2023 is going to be a good year, so I'm also curious as to what changes have happened, like in terms of like resources that make you feel that you'll be able to accomplish these goals as well.
Okay, so in terms of the work on the BQE, I don't have all those dates for you. I will get back to you in the next few days.
But there
as to
will be 2 weekend
exactly-
closures this summer?
There will be some closures this summer, yes.
And we do not have a start date on when this work is going to begin?
We don't have it as of right now, but I will let you know when we will have it.
Overnight work is going to be incredibly disruptive to my community, and nobody knows what's coming. So it was supposed to happen 2 months ago, and we still don't know when it's starting. So
Okay.
we're frustrated.
And we will make sure people do have a lot of notice, and we will do notice within your community and look for your help in that as well. Thank you.
All joy until we talk about the BQE.
We have Councilmember Carr, followed by Farias.
Thank you, Chairs, Commissioner. Always good to see you. I want to thank the men and women of the agency for all the work they do maintaining our roads, in particular our Staten Island Borough Commissioner and her team, with whom we have a very constructive and productive relationship. I want to focus a little bit on the Staten Island Ferry. I think the events of December with the Sandy Ground are still very fresh in our minds, and some of the concerns about how that was handled seem to be related to training. Maybe a lack of training, a lack of frequency of training. And so I was wondering if you could just shed some light on what is the current training schedule for folks who are working the ferry as part of crews, in particular the engineers, and what was it prior to the events that took place on Sandy Ground? Has there been a change or an adjustment from your perspective?
Margaret Johnny, who oversee operation in our agency, especially working together with John, they're starting on the ferry.
Yes, so prior to putting any of the Alice-class boats into service, the full ferry staff was completely trained. We actually did more trainings than we needed to in terms of Coast Guard mandated trainings.
And what is the Coast Guard mandate, if you could just say?
I don't have, there's a whole booklet basically of all the different types of trainings that we do perform, and I don't have that available, but we can follow up with you. So everybody was trained, and in terms of the investigation, that is still ongoing, so we don't have any details to talk about at that point.
So what is the fire prevention protocols and trainings that are given? Can you give us some details about what the crews are told to do?
Okay, there are a number, as I said, a number of trainings that we do provide to our crew. They are extremely detailed. We can follow up with you and give you more information on all of those trainings. I don't have that here.
Sure. I mean, I know we talked a little bit about it when we did our visit a couple months ago now, but I think it's good to kind of see what's been going on since that time and what maybe the lessons learned may have been. I'd love to kind of hear more about that. Even as the investigation is still technically ongoing.
Okay.
Because best practices could certainly be updated based on our experiences. And I'll just pivot a little bit to lane surface remiling.
And if you don't mind,
If I could just get the question in, and then you could, but by all means, Commissioner. So I believe at the prelim budget, we were expecting 1150 lane miles to be resurfaced based on that. Is that still the case in the executive?
Before getting to the question, I want to also take advantage of the first question on the ferry to say thank you to the men and women that run the ferry especially on the five-borough bike tour. That particular evening, they moved 26,000 cyclists that day, and they run the ferry that move the larger numbers of people in the whole nation. So they do a great job, and we appreciate what they do.
Just like to say we are on target this fiscal year to make our lane mile target. We usually go a little bit over, and we do have all the funding in place for next year as well.
Okay, so I'll just say, just before I turn back to the chairs, I really think we need to do 12 to 1,300 lane miles, 210 lane miles on Staten Island. You know, we were making great progress in the last administration. It got arrested because of COVID, and we weren't able to do the full resurfacing amount at that time. So this is a good opportunity for us now to make up what we didn't do. I think we did less than 1,000 in FY21, and it was kind of static at that level. I think this administration's record is pretty good on resurfacing, but it could be sterling, and I think that's what we should strive for. And as far as the cruise commissioner, I wholeheartedly agree. These folks were heroic and really just consummate professionals in the way they handled the evacuation. And I think the best thing that we could do to say thank you is for them to finally have a contract. And I hope that OLR and in consultation with DOT's coming to a conclusion on that soon. So if you know if that's going to be the case, I'd love to hear now, and then I'm happy to pass it back to the chairs.
Again, conversation continue between unions and City Hall and came to the contract. As a teacher that worked for years without contract, when I used to be in the classroom, I understand how important it is for everyone to have a good contract. So we hope that the conversation that is happening between the unions and here at City Hall will end in a good win for everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, chairs.
I have Councilmember Farias, followed by Sanchez.
Thank you, chairs. Hi, Commissioner and Team DOT. I'm going to get straight to some open street questions if I can. Open streets have proven to be a popular and joyful experience in use of our public spaces that increase the neighborhood's access to public space and boost nearby businesses' sales by 19% of pre-pandemic levels that we've seen. However, open streets typically rely heavily on volunteer assistance due to lack of funding. The recent plan to invest an additional $30 million in support for open streets partners is a great start and appropriately focused on the equity priority areas. But this still leaves some open streets without assistance. How much funding do you folks think would be necessary to give every open street sufficient management assistance?
The good thing is, again, we learned during the time of COVID on Open Street, and what used to be a block that we put some barricade during COVID turned to be an open street that in 2022, we have open street with partnership or non-for-profit, and also business improvement district.
Yep.
And in those cases that open street didn't have the resources, then, and still today, there's a $20,000 available for each open street, so that funding will allow a group of citizens, whoever wants to open street, to have some limited resources.
So, Commissioner, does that funding, do you think 20K is enough for like a manager or for stipends, or like have we seen it be utilized? And what do we think 20K is enough to have a program be run?
No, we want, by the way, last year we did almost 200 open street. And I'm working with my team to be sure that we overpass, even by one. But every year we have to continue to see a growing open street, because the open street also became a pipeline from where we also are using Sonoden and turning as a permanent plaza. So this is very important for Mayor Adams, as the main goal is to reimagine the use of public space. So most of the open street, they have a non-for-profit, or they have a business improvement district that have the resources to do
So we're saying that with the nonprofit or the bid, they get the additional 20K, and I know, Paul, you're like, trying to get in there. You have something to say?
No, again, we like the model where in most open street there's a non-for-profit, they're big.
That's connected.
They have not only connected, they have the resources to run the open street.
Sure.
When there's a particular one, especially in the underserved community, that there's an open street that they don't have the resources. So we work and we are committed not only to put the $20,000, but to identify partner that can come on board and be supported from the management and the programming on the open street.
Got it.
No, that's exactly right. The Commissioner said it exactly. And I think we're very excited about this new contract to provide that support. We we acknowledge that $20,000 is not enough to run an entire program, pay staff. The $20,000 reimbursement that we offer is more of a stopgap measure, especially for those low-capacity organizations who just want to, do something for a couple weekends. And we're very flexible in what we are allowed to reimburse. It could be food, it could be programming, it could be essentially anything.
Okay, makes sense. And chairs, I just have one open street question. Open Streets for Schools, also known as School Streets, is a program that temporarily restricts vehicular traffic around schools during drop-off and pickup times. School streets encourage active transportation, foster a sense of community, reduce greenhouse gas emissions. They also help to supplement the limited gymnasium spacing with schools and limited access to parks and open spaces in the larger community, like 34th Avenue. That shows how beneficial the space can be for young people to socialize. With the estimated cost to implement 5 school streets, what is the estimated cost, to implement 5 school streets in every council district? Do we have that cost?
We don't have the number. Each of them can be different, but again, and I said before, Councilmember in previous hearing, we love to have you as a partners advocating for not only open street, but also to promote a city that is more pro-pedestrian and cyclists. So we are more than happy, again, to continue working with you because, again, for Mayor Adams and us, it's not only about closing a block, it's not only to close the front of the school, it's also about giving life to that area. It's about being sure that the space is used not only for a teacher as myself as well to go and take the student in front of the school, but yes, to use the resources outside the school so that teacher and student, they learn together. So we don't have the exact number, but each of them come with different costs, but more than happy also to share more detail with you.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, and Councilmember, at this point, I don't think it's a resource issue. It's more of a buy-in issue to make sure that you have a school community engaged enough to actually take advantage of the program and manage it. And that's the type of partnership that we're more than happy to willing to do.
Sure. Do we need a more active, school base with principals or an active PTA or an active, nonprofit after-school program? What have we seen work so far? What's the goal in terms of partnership?
Yeah, I think it's everything that you have mentioned and the deputy mayor has said. When I used to be a council member first time, I used to represent the area from Marble Hill to 159, and there was a great partner, Community League of the Heights. So they were using most of the programming focused on health. It was connecting the students there. On 57 between Amsterdam and Broadway, it says the community school of health. So I feel that, as Deputy Commissioner said, DOT is open for business, for partners that want to come and be working with us, with the school. Yeah. So we want to see as many blocks to be closed near to a school. We want to see more teachers taking the students outside and learn outside. So we are here to say, come on, and we are more than happy to work with you to close any block near school because we want, especially working class community, to use the resources that we have outside the classroom too.
And is there any goal or any reason why the schools that participate cannot get the $20,000 grant?
We can look into that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner, Deputy Commissioners, Team DOT, and chairs.
Now we have questions from Council Members Sanchez, followed by Joseph.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Good afternoon, Commissioner and team. Really good to see you. I first just wanted to start by thanking the DOT team. I have several dozen concerns open with the Intergov team and the borough team, and they've just been extremely responsive, which is really important because in my community, I feel like we're starting from a deficit of, folks feeling like they have attention paid to our streets, to our lights, to our potholes, to all of the things. So I just want to thank you for responsiveness. So my question today, or mostly comments, so you're warned, are about bus lanes. So BX12, the Fordham Road Busway. BX12 is the busiest bus route in the Bronx and the second in all of the city of New York. The BX12 bus route received Select Bus Service designation, as you know, I'm preaching to the choir, in 2008, and service and street design changes resulted in good improvements at that time. But in recent years, we have seen the 12 bus speeds just grind to basically a halt. You can almost walk or speed walk faster down Fordham Road during peak hours than you can in a car, in a bus, or anything like that, with the speeds crawling to 4 to 8 miles per hour. So this is frustrating. This is really not acceptable, especially because we know that bus riders, I mean, my constituents, right? Bus riders are more likely to be low-income people of color, and especially along that route. My district is 98.5% people of color, and we are extremely low income. So all of that to say that I want to express my strong support for decisive action on the Fordham Road busway. We need interventions. We need to do better. And, you know, I, of course, represent only part of the busway, but what I, you know, will ask of DOT today is, you know, there are, like I said, in 2008, there were interventions that made a difference. I need to be able to answer to my constituents, you know, how those things work. So the red paint, transit signal prioritization, camera enforcement at the intersections, the ABLE cameras, which is something, Commissioner, that when we walked through a couple of months ago was going to be a new intervention. I just need to have more information about how the contribution to the improved speeds that these interventions had, so that I can have a more robust conversation in my community about the chosen intervention, right? There are 3 proposals. Some of them are quite controversial with some of the stakeholders in our area, but the bottom line is we got to do something. And so my ask is just a respectful request for data regarding the impact of these individual interventions. And second, you know, for more engagement with the Community Advisory Board to include my community board, which is 7 on my side, and other stakeholders. Thank you.
Yeah. There's no doubt, council member, that our buses is mainly used by working class and middle class New Yorkers. And I already have said before, our buses is like the type of train that we have in our street. So that's the resources that we have to move more people to work, to go to a doctor appointment, to go to school. So we are committed to look at, and that's, you know, where we need support. Like next week, we will have the Community Advisory Board on Fordham, and we will lay out the next step design, and we will follow with you and Councilmember Felix and the other elected officials, because we also appreciate and value the community engagement, especially working together with the local elected officials.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I look forward to that information and that meeting next week. But just again, reiterating, I'm here for the busway. I'm here for, you know, better service for the riders, because that's who I represent, and want to make sure that we're partnering well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we've also been joined by Council Members Stevens and Powers. Now we have questions from Joseph and Barron.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, Commissioner. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm great. I have a few questions. Plazas. Summer's coming. I know DOT has some new projects to beautify the plazas, including chairs, tables, umbrellas, but there's always an equity issue. I don't see them equitably looking beautiful in certain areas. I can name 2, Newkirk Plaza and Parkside Plaza. Is there a timeline as to what's going to happen to them and how they're going to look? Because I walk around my district often, and some plazas look amazing, and these 2 are run down, and no one wants to own responsibility for them. So my question is, a timeline on Newkirk Plaza and Parkside Plaza.
So on my time, under my time as a commissioner, in Manhattan, we will not have a different tier of plaza in New York City.
Well, it's there.
Okay, I say under our time.
Okay.
And we're working to be sure that every single community get the same investments. Understanding that there's some challenges, let's say at Times Square Plaza, they have more WOFT, more institution that the Times Square Plaza, they are able to raise their own funding, their own money. We also know that we also have to work with those communities that we don't have the same type of resources to bring the investment there. So that's in general. That's in general, you know, the way of how we are addressing it, that piece related on how we're looking at underserved community. But let me call.
How we're looking at equity, access.
Yeah, that's what I said. That, you know, citywide, that's our commitment. But let's let's come and bring our Deputy Commissioner, Board
Hopefully
Commissioner.
she's bringing some good news. I'm here.
Good afternoon, Councilman. So we,
I need to swear you in, sir.
Hello.
sorry.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
So we're actually working, as you stated, Newkirk has been an eyesore for quite some time because unfortunately, we were going back and forth with ownership. We're still dealing with that. However, we are actually in discussion with DSNY. We're gonna tag team together and go out and clean up Parkside and Newkirk. Just to beautify it for now until we can figure everything out.
Yeah, the last time the commissioner was here, I did bring that up. We're like the worst parents. MTA didn't want to own it. The city doesn't want to own it, so it's been in limbo. But meanwhile, it's dilapidated.
Right.
And when we walk around other parts of the district, that's not what we're seeing. I represent that district. Another thing, we talked about equity across the board when it comes to City Bike. Great, we love it. But if I own a bike, we don't have enough bike racks in our district for me to park my bike. But yet we talk about equity across the board when we talk about city bikes. So I would like for someone to address that for me.
We would love to give you bike racks wherever you would like them. So if we can get those locations from you, we will get them on the street very quickly.
Thank you, Chairs. Can I ask 2 more questions? Also, speed bumps. I just want to revisit that. I've had speed bumps in my district 10 years. And I did an interview about that, and I called you guys out for 10 years. Lefferts Avenue, 10 years. And that's a busy street, busy intersection. Not only that, and also Coney Island and Caton Avenue. So many deaths happen on that corner. We were supposed to have a feasible study. That hasn't happened yet. We did a whole to-do press conference at that corner with the commissioner, with the mayor, with the commissioner of police, and nothing has happened yet. So I would love some timelines. If you want to do it offline, email me. I would love to see what this conversation is, because I don't want to lose any more of my neighbors anymore or my constituents on that corridor.
Councilmember, can we talk about this offline? You can reach out to me.
Absolutely.
I'll reach out to you later today, and we can talk about
Definitely.
And
Thank you.
Councilmember, if
Yes.
I may, and we hear you all loud and clear, I think we'll put together a plan to clear the backlog on speed bumps, and we'll self-fund it, and we'll find the resources to make sure that you're all and your communities are heard.
And Bedford Avenue also connects into my district as well, and I've been getting a ton of emails about bike lanes in Bedford Avenue, so I would love to also address that.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Chairs, and thank you, Commissioner.
We have Councilmember Barron, followed by Juan.
Thank you. Commissioner, as you know, we met regarding the bike lanes on Workman Avenue. Now, all of us in our district, many of us were for them, but not there. That is not a feasible place for it. We spoke to you and your team, and it seems like regardless of what we said, the general language was like, we hear you, and I know because they got ears, but we move them forward anyway. It appeared to be that. So we're not against bike lanes at all, but in that particular area, we need to come back to the drawing board and see if there's some other places that could happen, because we would lose 200 parking spaces because they're parking at a 90-degree angle, and when they go to parallel parking, they'll lose about 200. And while we want to get to more uses of bike for the environment, bottom line, a lot of people are still using cars, and parking is a big issue in our district in particular, because we have a lot of new development coming in. And with new development, we're even trying to get the developers to do the parking underground and not have to do too much surface parking, but underground or on the roof. So that's one thing I would like for you to address. We would like that not to happen. The community board's against it. I am, the assembly person, and everybody's saying another spot. The second thing is that the bike lanes on New Lots Avenue, that's a very narrow two-way street. And I think they say it's not like secured bike lanes by themselves, it's shared bike lanes. And when you see 2 buses pass each other on New Lots Avenue, matter of fact, you don't have to have 2 buses, you can have 2 cars. Nothing else is getting, that is an accident waiting to happen. So we're just hoping that something can be done about that. And I want to thank Chair Powers for coming to our neighborhood and and looking at the situation we have on Pennsylvania and Linden, that big intersection there. We had the same as Councilmember Hudson. We had a death by a cyclist there. I don't know whether we need to put some human beings there, traffic agents there, until we can figure this thing out, because they could have easily stopped the truck or the bike from going forward, but not having that figured out yet and still looking at it and studying it, we can lose lives. On a good point, you're really resurfacing the neighborhood. I see a lot of it happening, in a good way. All throughout our neighborhood, there's a lot of good resurfacing happening. I believe in giving credit where credit is due, and I believe in beating you up when that's needed as well. But on that, big credit. Now, I'm not sure about, I guess you can answer this, I'm not sure about what this is. I know there's resurfacing, and there's dealing with, Commissioner, I'm not telling yourself who to respond, but I think this might be her area. Was there a thing called like retrenchment or something about the streets? What is it?
Trench restoration.
Trench restoration? That's what I was looking for. A lot of our streets, when they were opened up, they used to pour a whole lot of stuff in there and then cover it up and have some layers. And this is why we're getting potholes. And so resurfacing on a street that needs, would you say, trench restoration? Resurfacing on a street that needs trench restoration is a problem. And that's why my colleague, if you resurface that street, in another month, week or two, you're going to have that hole again, and it might even turn into a pothole because the trench restoration needs to happen, which is more expensive, more timely, and I understand all of that, but the quality of the street is important because in the long run, you're going to spend more money resurfacing, a place that needs to be had trench restoration.
I can take it, Council Member. Thank you so much for that question. In your district in particular, we're doing a lot of that. We typically do not repave streets that require either full street reconstruction or trench restoration, which is what we're doing in your district. And you're absolutely right. The reason why we don't do that is because resurfacing would just not last. So
That's
it's
good to
the
know.
underlying conditions on the street that determine the type of fix that we do. But we are doing a lot of that in your district.
I appreciate hearing that because I walk through the community and I see a lot of good work that you're doing. But when I'm looking at it, I don't know whether it's resurfacing or trench restoration. But I could tell it's something greater than resurfacing because they've been there for a while. So, when they're there for a while, they're not just resurfacing. So that's good. But Commissioner, about the Workman bike lanes.
Good afternoon, and a pleasure to finally meet you. I worked really closely with your wife when she was the chair of the Higher Education
Okay.
Committee, so a pleasure. You've heard us say a couple of times today how we have streets plan, benchmarks. While that is true, that's not the main reason why I'm going to come to you today and say that we need to address the corridor on Cozine. It's a Vision Zero corridor where there have been, since 2015, 519 injuries and 4 fatalities, 2 of which were children in 2020. It's justified on just the safety. And when we did a traffic analysis on that corridor, what we found is 2 main things. One, there's a lot of schools on that corridor, as you know. And then secondly, the intersections have hard sight lines to see around that corner. So, something that we've worked with the chair on in the past is working on daylighting. That's essentially the strategy that we're going to be taking here. The reason why that number is so large is because we're taking those last spots on the intersection so that the older adults, children, their parents can actually see around those corners. That's actually
we're all
because it's a big
concerned about that,
stretch.
but we don't necessarily believe bike lanes is the answer to that. There are some other measures we like to sit down and see alternatives to, or having satisfying all, that the parking is satisfied and safety is number one. That's number one. So we're with you on that. Now, I'm not so sure that bike lanes get us what you're trying to get
The other thing I would add with bike
One
lanes.
second. So I agree with you on the safety part, because that's number one. But I think there may be some measures that we can take, and we should come back to the drawing board and see what else can be done other than putting 200 residents out of parking.
Yeah, and then I know it's a careful balance that we're all trying to strike.
Right.
And you've been a terrific partner on this. As you've said, you've been in support for bike lanes.
Oh,
And you
absolutely.
recognize the importance. The other thing that I just want to put out for everybody is, you know, bike lanes have multiple benefits. Of course, they're named after, you know, bicycles that use them, but also what they do is they shorten the crossing distance. So not only is it for bicyclists, but also pedestrians that cross the street, they have a safer distance to cross. And a knock-on effect of having narrower thoroughfares on that corridor, cars are then forced to slow their speeds down, which is the number one determinant for killed or seriously injured incidents.
No, I understand, but sometimes it might be more speed bumps, it might be different other traffic technology that could occur, and how human beings, you know, traffic safety agents, it's a lot of other ways you can do it other than displacing 200 parking spaces. So I hope we can reach that medium, because you're right, if we can find some kind of happy medium where both are satisfied, and the priority being safety, that's number one. So I hope we can come back to the table and talk about it some more.
Happy to continue the conversation, but again, you know, this project is super important to get installed as soon as possible, as everybody was talking about.
But it's also super important for us to get it get something installed that has a balance to it.
Councilmember Juan, followed by Osei.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannon and Sylvina Brooks Powers. Good morning, Commissioner. It's so good to see you. I want to thank you again for the traffic light for Dolma, the 7-year-old who passed. Obviously, it doesn't bring her back to life, but I know that the entire community, as well as the family, is so incredibly grateful. So thank you for giving them that closure of heart. My questions today, the first one is, as you know, my district is very hyper-focused, as well as the rest of Queens, on the Queensboro Bridge. The commitment for capital has been allocated by both sides, from the borough president, the former council members, and it was announced that it would be open in 2022. Now it is 2023, and last hearing you said that it may be 2024. Can you give us an updated timeline for the Queensboro Bridge opening for the South Outer Roadway for pedestrians?
First of all, Councilmember, thank you for also bringing us to be part of the family that unfortunately lost that beautiful and as a father was planning, very committed young lady or child, you know, that was taking his father and teaching his father when he was walking through his community, not to buy only from one small business owner, but for different one. So that in her view was about let's support all local business owners. So I know how important was, you know, that a family for you, it is for you, and I appreciate also the leadership that you play and how you help us to come and connect with the family. So Mayor Adams also were the one who gave the direction, the instruction to say, let's address the need, the ask that they're making, and we know how important it was to improve safety for those who walk in that intersection, but also how important it was for his family, for her family.
So, Councilmember, in terms of the schedule for the South Outer Roadway, as you know, we are in the middle of our upper deck replacement work. That work will continue through all of 2023. We've experienced issues with that contract. One of the main issues is that we've had supply chain issues with some of the materials. For example, one important component to have the paint be able to be made is very difficult to procure right now in a worldwide way. So that project unfortunately got delayed, and so now we're looking at mid-24, but frankly, we're still working out the supply chain issues and closing out that contract. And we want this project to happen as much as you do. We're watching this every single day to see if there's anything we can do to expedite the work.
I still don't understand why you can't close the South Outer Roadway while the construction is happening. And when are you going to start the construction for the South Outer Roadway then, for the pedestrian path that also has had capital
Right.
allocations? Because the construction was at least supposed to start this year for the South Outer Roadway.
Right. The construction itself is not so lengthy. We can do it toward the end of this work, and that work will not delay the opening of the path. The reason why we're not in a position just to open the South Outer Roadway and continue the work on the upper deck is that the ramifications for traffic would be immense. And we can all say that maybe we can live with that, but we would see extensive lengths of gridlocked streets. We'd have pedestrians crossing through cars that are stopped on crosswalks. We'd have gridlock conditions. So we're not comfortable doing that.
Right now, the amount of crashes that are happening on the North Outer Roadway, because it's so incredibly congested with the increase of pedestrians as well as increase of cyclists, is going to risk lives. So I hope you acknowledge that, and I hope you'll make the final announcement, because the community deserves an update, both on the Manhattan side and on the Queens side, that you now have a delayed update again. So I expect you as DOT to make that announcement. And chairs, would it be okay if I asked another question? Thank you. Commissioner Udonis, it's actually about your bill when you were a council member that you passed historically. The streets plan includes legal requirements each year for infrastructure upgrades per city council legislation that you passed. What is the amount required for DOT to complete all street plan benchmarks for the 2023 deadline? What challenges contribute to the delay in implementation of the streets plan? And how many bus and bike lane miles of pedestrian square footage does DOT expect to complete by the end of 2023?
Turn your mic on.
During this conversation, you get to see, and this is only like part of the reality, part of the challenge of the street master plan is about bus lane and bike lane. And great, and we're working toward the goal. Mayor Eric Adams has put the resources that we need. It's not lack of resources. It's also about, one, the weathering, second, in minors about the staff. We've been doing good. As you heard in the last few months, we offered a job to 75 new engineers that we didn't have in 2022. So we are bringing new engineers to the planners on the street master plan. But I just ask the support of each 51 council member for us to go after all those bus lane and bike lane that we have to deliver. We are committed to do it. We got a great team led by Eric Bitton, who oversees everything on planning, so we are on target. And that's, from my end, what I can share with you is about Mayor has get direction, he put the resources, we are on target, and hopefully, again, we will continue having the support that we need from all elected officials for us to do the bike lane and the bus lane. I said before, there was other thing that was not included when the bill that I was the co-prime was passed. Open street was not part of that. Open restaurant was not part of that. So open restaurant was not part of open street. So by hardening. So I feel that with the partnership between administration and you as a council, as a body, we've been able to work toward these targets, and we work 24/7 to be sure that 23 will be a good year for us to accomplish what the city council mandate DOT to deliver in the street master plan.
Is there going to be a public tracker for the street plan implementation, like a dashboard, the way that the Parks Department has a tracker?
Yeah, we have most of the components, if not all of the components, in the mayor's management report.
And that's going to be publicly tracked?
It's published twice a year.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, last questions, Councilmember Osei.
Thank you, chairs, and good afternoon, Commissioner and Paul. How are you? A couple specific district questions. There has been a lot of requests for a crosswalk on Marcy and Clifton between Herbert von King Park and Clifton Street. A lot of children cross there. We haven't seen much success in getting a crosswalk there. Would love that to be on your radar and something that we can complete hopefully by the end of this year.
I'm happy to look at that particular location. I said before, that with the funding the administration allocated to DOT and working with DDC, we are ready to work on the designing and get 100 race crosswalk in our city in 2023. But I don't know if that particular occasion, if we had to get back or if it's included too.
Right. I suspect what you're interested in is a stop sign for that location,
A stop sign?
rather than the marked crosswalk. I mean, we put in a crosswalk wherever we stop traffic, so what I'm wondering is that maybe that location in one direction, we're not stopping traffic. Is that the case?
The case is that, yeah, we're not stopping
Okay,
traffic.
good.
People
So-
are speeding through.
Okay. We will have a study done right away if it's not already in process.
Terrific. In addition to that, I know Councilmember Barron asked about trench repair. There was a study done by DOT, I believe in 2019, on the trench between Tompkins and Hancock, between Tompkins and Marcy, and would really appreciate an update on that in terms of when that's going to happen. A lot of the residents have been asking about that. If you have an answer now, that'd be great, but also if you need to get back to me, that's okay too.
Yeah, Councilmember, thank you for that question. I do have that. It's about a $25 million project. It's in final design, and we expect the contract to register in 2024, in spring of 2024. And usually construction for these types of projects take about a year.
Spring of 2024 is when construction.
Registration, yes.
Okay. Spring of 2024. Thank you. I submitted a lot of requests for bike racks in the district last spring, and I would love a specific answer on or timeline on when they would be installed in the district. And specifically, to be more specific, there is one location on 843 Sterling Place, and would love an update on when that bike rack would be installed.
Okay, we'll get that one in ASAP.
Okay.
We'll follow up with you.
Terrific. Also, as you probably know, Commissioner, I've been a big advocate for the protected bike lane on Bedford Avenue. Really appreciate, some of the communication that you've had between myself and, our district on that case. The last question that I have is we've, been working on a bill and discussing with Keith Bray of DOT about the feasibility of senior residential parking within our district. Have you heard anything about that, or do you have any insight on the feasibility of what that could possibly look like?
Right, so Keith has mentioned the discussions with you, and we're sort of turning those ideas over within our staff. We don't have anything concrete to get back to you on, but obviously protecting seniors and doing everything we can to support seniors is very important to us.
Do you know when I would get a response?
Let me circle back with the team, and then we'll get back to you.
Okay. And thank you, chairs.
Okay, Councilmember Powers for final questions.
Thank you. I'll make it quick because I know we got a long day ahead. Nice to see everyone. Commissioner, nice to see you. Want to thank you and Commissioner Pinkar for coming out to the district recently and looking at many of the improvements that we're working on together. Just one very quick question. Commissioner Pinkar answers all my other questions very swiftly, so I only have one, and that's congestion pricing looks like it's coming. And for those who represent the areas that are on the border, which includes myself, a lot of concern from the neighbors about what is going to happen in those sort of areas right adjacent to where the zone is. I know there's a lot of discussion, debate about how much there might be a park and ride situation, but it does seem like there's going to be somewhat of a messy situation if you're on 61st, 62nd, 63rd, 64th Street. So what plans does DOT have to help address that? And any ideas or any measures that you might take ahead of that to offset any negative impacts?
Okay, so this is very much on our radar. We are embarking on a very in-depth study of all of the communities that could potentially be impacted by congestion pricing with the scenario that you outlined. And I think other communities also have concerns, whether it's even further afield, will people come into the neighborhood, park, get on the subway, get on Metro North or what have you, and come into Manhattan. So we will be doing a study which will collect information, now before congestion pricing is implemented, and then be watching it very carefully afterwards to make sure that we can talk about mitigating any negative effects that do arise.
When do you believe you're going to have that report?
Well, obviously, it's like a before and after thing, so we're going to be collecting data over the next year before congestion pricing begins, and then once it begins, we're going to be watching very closely.
And what happens if it's a disaster? We will not be prepared then for that situation. We'll be studying it. We won't get authority if we need something like residential parking permits from the state. They could be out of session by then. We would perhaps need to take pretty swift actions, and it sounds like we're not taking any action now to potentially offset that. We're doing a study to before and after to see how it goes.
Right. So we plan to work closely with you and the communities and also with the MTA once and if we actually do see negative effects to put options on the table.
And that's after.
Correct.
Okay. I want to be on the record saying I think that's not the right approach. I think that taking no measures ahead to prepare for the potential mess and chaos that can be caused there would be a mistake and not to have. So I'll reach out to maybe we can set a meeting to talk about it with the colleagues who also represent those areas, but I do think we should be thinking ahead and not waiting until the plan is in effect to, potentially mitigate against those. Thanks.
Thank you. I just had a few more questions for you guys in terms of accessibility. For the accessible pedestrian signals, can you provide an update on the amount of APS devices that DOT has installed so far in fiscal '23 and how it is compared to fiscal year '22? And what is the budget for the installation and maintenance of APS devices?
Last fiscal year, we installed almost 500 APSs. That was above the mandated amount that we needed, that we plan to do. In all, we have 1,532 intersections that do have APS in it. And going forward, we do plan for about 500 per year. And so far, we're doing very well. We are on target for performing at that level.
The 500 is fiscal year '23 or '22?
Let's see, so, sorry, we're looking at calendar years, yep. And so for calendar year '23, we will be doing 500. Last year, we did about 500. And then it varies a little bit. In calendar year '24, we go up to 700. And then it rises a little each year. And we have funding for that. We have $537 million in city funds in the 10-year capital plan.
In terms of the transit signal priorities, the fiscal 2024 executive budget includes $351,000 for transit signal priorities. What is the average cost of TSP at each intersection, and what is the average cost to install TSP along an entire bus route?
Okay, I don't think we have the numbers per intersection with us, but we can follow up and get that to you.
Thank you. And then my final question is, want to understand how DOT would resolve accident-prone intersections that are deemed difficult to add calming measures, such as Hook Creek Boulevard, North Conduit. Today, there was actually an accident in my district on Hook Creek Boulevard where a pedestrian was walking out of and this is based on my briefing from NYPD, a pedestrian was walking outside of the walkway and a truck struck the pedestrian. But in terms of those type of roadways, how can DOT resolve that? And it's similar also in the North Conduit, where there's like a break in the road. So like if a truck hits that break, all of the houses on the block, their foundation shakes. So their infrastructure is weakened as a result. So I would like to know how DOT is able to resolve these type of locations.
Right. Stepping back to your previous question, we do have the number for transit signal priority. It's $6,500 per intersection. Okay, and then in terms of evaluating intersections and figuring out what to do with them. We do have, a very data-driven approach to all of our work, so we do look at corridors that are high crash or high injury, and oftentimes, even if something has happened at one location on the corridor, it could happen at any other intersection on that type of corridor or on that corridor. So what we seek to do is really address entire areas through calming. In a case like what you just mentioned, a truck making a turn, if there are a location like that with a lot of crashes of turning vehicles, maybe it's something we want to ban that turn. Maybe we want to make all those vehicles go straight and take a number of right turns or turn at a different intersection. Maybe we need to have leading pedestrian intervals that will get pedestrians to be able to cross well out into the intersection, if not the entire way, so that they're completely separated from turning vehicles. So there are a number of different approaches that we take for these corridors, but we're happy to look at that one as well.
I would love DOT to come out and look at them with me, so I can show you, because the ones I'm talking about right now are not necessarily about turns. It's like, again, as I've said before, like a road is gonna do what it's designed to do. So there's some infrastructure investments and love that they could definitely benefit from. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner and your team, thank you so much. We look forward to working with you to hammer out this budget. Thank you. Okay, we'll take a brief pause, and we're going to hear from NYCHA. How many times are you going to lay that film? Why? They kicked you out yesterday? Okay, good afternoon. We're ready to begin the second executive budget hearing of the day. We focus on the New York City Housing Authority, and I'm pleased to be joined by my colleague and neighbor, Councilmember Alexa Aviles, Chair of the Committee on Public Housing. That's all you need right now. I want to welcome Interim CEO Lisa Bova-Hyatt and your team. Thank you all for joining us today to answer our questions. Just want to set the table. On April 26, 2023, the administration released the Executive Financial Plan for FY23 to 27 with a proposed FY24 budget of $106.7 billion. While NYCHA's budget is not part of the city's budget, the city does provide supplemental funding to the authority. NYCHA's proposed supplement in the FY24 executive plan is $225.8 million, which is an increase of $2.9 million from the $222.9 million originally allocated in the FY24 preliminary plan. This net increase is mostly due to additional funds for the DC 37 collective bargaining agreement, which is partially offset by a $7.9 million PEG. My questions today will largely focus on the vacant unit readiness program, the New York State Emergency Rental Assistance Program, ERAP, the RAD PACT conversions, and some other topics. In a housing crisis, our public housing stock is really the biggest asset we have in keeping New Yorkers off the street. And now more than ever, it's important that we stand up for NYCHA and its tenants. And I look forward to hearing from the CEO and her team on me and my colleagues' questions. I'm now going to turn it to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Aviles, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Chair Brannon. My name is Alexa Aviles, and I'm the chair of the Committee on Public Housing, and I'm pleased to welcome the NYCHA Interim Chief Executive Officer, Lisa Bova-Hyatt, and her team to this important hearing on fiscal 24 executive budget. Our discussion in the preliminary budget hearing highlighted the ongoing financial and operational challenges facing NYCHA. We heard that the authority's residents had accrued about $500 million in rental arrears, posing a serious threat to NYCHA's basic ability to keep the lights on and critically comply with the mandate for repairs under the Federal Monitors Agreement. After intense advocacy by residents, the authority, and others asking the state to step up in its investment to NYCHA, facing this $500 million gap in arrears, the state did provide approximately $163 million in anticipated ERAP funding, along with $135 million in new capital funding. I applaud everyone involved in fiercely advocating for our public housing residents. Although these measures do not meet the total need, it is nevertheless a positive step forward. Today, I hope to learn much more about the updated financial picture for NYCHA and what is being done to address its outstanding challenges. NYCHA budgets, as the chair mentioned, are on a calendar year separate from the city budgets running July to June. NYCHA's total budgeted expenditures for 23 are $4.4 billion. However, revenues total $4.38 billion, which means NYCHA anticipates a deficit of around $35 million at year end, even after a planned $65 million in withdrawal from reserves. NYCHA may only have a month or less of reserves remaining. If we should experience a government shutdown, we will without question be in a heightened crisis. The question of the vacant unit readiness program looms large today. This is a core program funded with $226 million in city funds set aside for NYCHA in 2023. This program, which is meant to rehab available NYCHA units to make them ready for new tenants, has been dogged by slow performance and underspending. The response of the administration has been to cut funding from the program from $31 million in the November plan, then another $36 million in the expense for capital swap in the executive plan. The council has called in its preliminary budget response for the November PEG of $31 million to be restored so that the vacant units could see expedited repairs. However, the administration has continued to claw back this funding. Among the 6,583 vacant units still on the rent rolls, the average time for completion is 371 days, or over a year. In light of the influx of asylum seekers on top of the city's pre-existing housing crisis, we simply cannot allow to let affordable housing units at NYCHA or anywhere in our city lay vacant. I hope to hear much more about the plans to improve performance in this area. The council still maintains that funding should be restored to the Vacant Unit Readiness Program, and it never should have been subjected to cuts in the first place. The executive budget also included a need in DoIT's budget for the Big Apple Connect. Over $23 million is added across the plan, bringing the total to $93.3 million. This is a major new initiative from the administration, replacing the prior administration's Internet Master Plan. And I want to make sure that Big Apple Connect is a good value, inclusive of residents' voices, and truly serving them. NYCHA has a critical role ahead, be it maintaining compliance with the federal monitor, pushing for new infill construction, bolstering vacant unit readiness program, or improving resident engagement, and many other urgent issues. Certainly, the PACT and preservation trust models add to the complexity. I'm concerned that the city's executive plan does not set up NYCHA for success, and we will continue to push for additional city resources for public housing. As we indicated in the preliminary budget response, the council is here to support ambitious, affordable housing initiatives that will set New York City on a path to meeting the challenges we face. You have heard that the budget is a moral document. The budget will distinctly show what this city and this administration values. While the city commits a mere $232.5 million in expense to NYCHA, look where we choose to spend our money. At yesterday's public safety hearing, we heard the NYPD has again, as it has historically with impunity, blew past its overtime budget by more than double. Spending as of April 23, $715 million, in addition to the $121 million in misconduct lawsuit payouts since last year. Compare that to the $232 million allocated to NYCHA. $800 million, bottomless overtime and misconduct lawsuits. I wonder what New Yorkers and NYCHA residents could do with $800 million. For starters, we could plug the NYCHA deficit, we could restore the reserve fund, we could fully fund all the remaining arrears that were left out, we could ensure capital projects for playgrounds and community centers that are now being put on the back burner because of lack of funding could actually get built. We could purchase adequate maintenance equipment and hire appropriate level of workers to support the campuses. We could fund some needed repairs and vacant unit readiness program. Lastly, our city made a capital commitment to NYCHA of $3.49 billion over 5 years. It sounds like a lot. We as a city committed $9.6 billion over 5 years to build new jails. Do you see the difference? Do you see what our city is valuing? That does not include the hundreds of millions of dollars in capital for the Department of Corrections. If housing is truly a priority, if NYCHA is a priority, we need to fully fund and invest in NYCHA the way we invest in policing and in jails. What we see in this executive budget is a contradiction to that stated goal of housing as a priority. I look forward to hearing from the interim director of the authority and how we can partner for a strong adopted budget that builds on existing investments and goes much further. Thank you to the committee staff who've helped to prepare this hearing, Dan Krupp, Connor Mealy, and to my Jose Conde, Ricky Chaula, Jack Story, Chima Obichere, and my legislative and budget director, Christina Botego, Chief of Staff, Edward Cerna. And a reminder for NYCHA residents that members of the public, that all public testimony on the executive budget will be held May 24th, and you can appear in person here in the chambers or over Zoom. NYCHA is kindly reminded to keep its oral testimony, unlike myself right now, to a much shorter time frame, so we can hear council member questions. Thank you, and I will now pass the mic back to the finance chair.
Thank you, Chair Villas. We've been joined by council members Williams, Barron, and Sanchez. I'm going to turn it over to Committee Counsel Mike Toomey to swear everyone in.
Good afternoon. If you raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions? Interim CEO Bova Hyatt? COO Trimble? Executive Vice President Lescott Martinez? Senior Vice President Cinderbrand? Thank you. You may begin.
Chairs Alexa Aviles and Justin Brannan, members of the Committee on Public Housing and Finance, other distinguished members of the City Council, NYCHA residents, community advocates, and members of the public, good afternoon. I'm Lisa Bova Hyatt, NYCHA's Interim Chief Executive Officer. I am pleased to be joined by Chief Operating Officer Eva Trimble, Executive Vice President of Finance and Chief Financial Officer Anika Lescott Martinez, Senior Vice President for Capital Programs Joyce Cinderbrand, and other members of NYCHA's team. Thank you for this opportunity to provide updates on NYCHA's fiscal outlook for 2023, as well as our work to transform our organization and improve residents' quality of life. First, I'd like to commend the hardworking members of our finance team. For the 19th year in a row, NYCHA was recognized for excellence in financial reporting by the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada. Making the best use of the limited funding available to improve living conditions for NYCHA residents is at the forefront of our mission. As we discussed with the Council in March during the preliminary budget hearing, growing rent arrears, which have risen sharply since the start of the pandemic, have made NYCHA's fiscal predicament more dire. Rent payments are 1/3 of NYCHA's operating budget, funding that's vital to the efforts to maintain and repair NYCHA developments. This is an especially critical situation considering that our aging buildings already suffer from more than $40 billion in major capital needs, the result of decades of federal disinvestment. However, thanks to the commitment of partners like Governor Hochul, the state legislature, and Mayor Adams to the well-being of public housing residents and the future of this agency, NYCHA residents will be receiving up to $163 million to cover a portion of the arrears accumulated during the pandemic. Additionally, the state budget has allocated $135 million to NYCHA for capital projects and other improvements. And we were allocated $387 million in expense funds and $841 million in capital funds, including funding for our PACT program from the city this year, city's fiscal year 2023 through the executive plan. We are incredibly grateful for this support, which will go a long way in stabilizing the authority's finances and enabling the repairs that residents deserve. In terms of federal funding, based on preliminary information, we expect that we will receive more operating funding than initially anticipated in our budget. This will help to close our $35 million deficit for 2023. We received a $752 million federal capital grant, $43 million more than last year. We appreciate the efforts of New York's congressional delegation to raise awareness about the imperative to provide funding for public housing. NYCHA's Section 8 program is sufficiently funded. NYCHA applied for 377 HUD stability vouchers. Administered in partnership with the New York City Continuum of Care, these vouchers provide vital assistance to the city's most vulnerable families, including those experiencing or at risk of homelessness. Our outlook regarding expenses has not changed. We continue to make strategic investments with the limited funding available to address the mandates of our HUD agreement and to improve living conditions for our residents. I must stress that NYCHA's finances are still precarious. We are only collecting about 63% of the rent owed, and as of April 2023, rental arrears currently stand at over $500 million, several times greater than they were in 2019 and well beyond the ERAP funding NYCHA residents will receive. Additionally, NYCHA has had to draw on reserves to fulfill its obligations to residents, and there is currently less than 1 month of reserves remaining. HUD recommends 3 to 4 months of operating reserves. For these reasons, we continue to advocate for additional funding beyond ERAP to help address the shortfalls in our operating budget. We are developing a plan to restart the approximately 70 capital projects that we paused as a result of our operating budget constraints. We are also developing a plan to remediate delays in facade inspections and repairs required between 2020 and 2025 by DOB's Facade Inspection Safety Program, for which we have faced funding shortages in both our operating and capital budgets. We want to first secure additional funding before finalizing these plans to restart the pause projects and expedite our facade inspections and repairs based on a complete review of our budget situation. It should be noted it would cost over $3 billion for NYCHA to address all the facade repairs needs across our portfolio. Additionally, each 5-year cycle of required facade inspections costs between $150 and $200 million, excluding the cost of any shed installation and maintenance. In most cases, federal funding must be used for this work. In the past 5 years, NYCHA has invested more than $137 million in facade repairs and spent about $82 million on sidewalk sheds and associated costs. During our conversation with the council at the preliminary budget hearing, we discussed a range of efforts underway to become a better landlord for residents and strengthen this vital institution so that it can continue to provide affordable housing to future generations of New Yorkers. These efforts include housing preservation initiatives such as PACT, the Public Housing Preservation Trust, and comprehensive modernization, which will bring revitalized homes and improved building services from elevators to heating to residents. We are also focused on improving the way we operate, bringing faster and more efficient repairs through transformation plan initiatives such as work order reform and the neighborhood model. We are making progress with these initiatives, and we are happy to answer any questions about our work that you may have. Thank you for your partnership and our shared mission of service.
Thank you. We've also been joined by Council Members Salamanca and Ressler. I'm going to jump right in with regard to the vacant unit readiness program. The executive plan includes a peg to NYCHA's vacant unit readiness program. The savings initiative swaps $31.6 million in expense for an equivalent amount of capital funds through FY27. Can you confirm and tell us what we're doing to make sure that the PEG will have no programmatic impact on the readiness program?
Thank you, Council Member. We've been working with OMB over the course of the last year on the Vacant Readiness Program, and it's been a very successful partnership. We have already leased up 70% of the units that were funded through this program. We don't expect any problem with this proposed PEG. OMB has been funding us on an ongoing basis because each unit takes a different amount of time to complete depending on the level of environmental issues such as lead or asbestos in the apartment. And so we get reimbursed as we spend based on our actual costs, and we haven't had any problems with OMB reimbursing us for our needs.
So what is the baseline amount remaining in the program over the plan? Can you tell us how much it is per year?
Sure. The baseline amount for the program is $250 million.
250?
Correct. Over the 5-year plan from fiscal year 2023 to 2027. So in fiscal year 2023, there's $78 million, $42 million in fiscal year 24, $43 million in fiscal year 25, $43 million in fiscal year 26, and $43 million in fiscal year 27.
Okay. The executive plan follows a PEG of $31 million in the November plan. The PEG reflected that the program was taking longer than expected and couldn't use all the funding. Data from last April showed that among the vacant units still on the rent rolls, it took an average of 371 days, just over a year, to make them ready for new tenants. the council's preliminary budget response called for that first $31 million peg to be restored in order to add in the capacity that was missing. Do you have an idea of why OMB did not restore that funding?
So we're grateful for the city's ongoing support, including the funding for this program. And as Eva mentioned, we have not had any issues getting reimbursed for any of our costs related to remediating the units.
So to what do you account the delay, the over a year on average to get the units ready?
So at the end of 2021, we had to adjust our entire program to be able to comply with the new lead standard of 0.5. And so starting in January 2022, we had to work with our vendors to adjust our equipment and our program. And so there was a delay in scaling up the program in the start of 2022. It took us a few months, but since then we have caught up, and we are now doing almost 300 lead abatements a month. And so we don't foresee any issues going into 2024. We think we have this program moving at the right pace. We know, I wish it could be faster, and we are continuing to work. We're actually been meeting weekly as a team to look at our vacant units and our process to continue to find ways to improve the process.
What was the average time it took before the new lead laws?
I'd have to get back to you on that number.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. Okay. Has NYCHA spoken to the administration about the relationship between fixing the vacant units more quickly and finding solutions for the influx of asylum seekers?
The answer is no, but I can, with respect to the asylum seekers, we are discussing whether or not NYCHA can be a resource with our federal partners.
Okay. All right, I want to talk about arrears and the ERAP program. Tenant arrears, as we know, is a serious issue for NYCHA. Had over $450 million in total arrears across 73,000 households at the end of 2022, which was up from 125 million in 2019. Could you tell us what the total amount of arrears is currently today?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. The total amount of arrears is $501 million as of April 30th, and it's growing.
And what percentage of the tenant rent has been collected over the past 3 months?
We've collected 63%.
Okay, how many tenants are just refusing to pay their rent?
So in April, there were 27% of our households who did not send any rent payment. So roughly 42,000.
And what's the plan for those tenants?
Our goal as a housing agency is to keep people housed. And I think that now that we have an influx of ERAP money, we're going to hopefully see people getting back on the path that they were prior to the pandemic. The pandemic was both a health crisis and an economic crisis, especially for tenants at NYCHA. And I believe at our last hearing, we talked about the fact that the average household income of a NYCHA family is $24,000, and the average amount of arrears is $7,000, or between $6,000 and $7,000. So it's an overwhelming amount of money. But what we're trying to do, and what we will do once we have access to the ERAP money, is really work with the tenants to get them on a payment plan, connect them with outside resources, and make sure that people get back into the proper cadence of paying rent.
Yeah, I believe NYCHA is expected to get $163 million in funds. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do we know when we'll get that money?
We do not know. We are currently going to be meeting with the state later this month, and we expect that they will release the payments expeditiously.
Okay, I know the state budget also included $250 million appropriation that would allow the state to spend any additional federal funds that may flow into the ERAP program. Do we know what the likelihood is of us getting any of that extra 250 million?
We do not.
Okay. I want to talk about RAD Pact. What is being done and what's the plan to dispel some of the misinfo and disinformation that's out there? I think it's important. Ultimately, the tenants have to decide, but it's important that they have the facts, and I'm concerned that they don't. I have to swear you in if you're going to speak.
I'd love to introduce Jonathan Guvaya. He's our Executive Vice President for Real Estate.
Good afternoon.
So actually, you need to swear you in, sorry.
What's that? Sorry.
Sorry. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, so what's being done to make sure the tenants have the information they need to make the right decision? I'm worried that there's a lot of dis or misinformation out there.
Sure. So we have put a lot of effort into enhancing our resident engagement process. So what we typically do now is 3 to 6 months before we put out an RFP or procurement, we work with residents to explain to them what the PACT program is, what it can do for them, their rights and protections, and go through the whole process with them. And it can actually take longer than 6 months. We're willing to work at the pace that the residents are comfortable at. And once the residents have indicated to us that they would like to move forward, then we move to the procurement stage. And then one of the other things that we've been doing is having residents sit on our selection committee. So they review proposals, and they interview our respondents and help select the teams. In addition, we've developed a PACT resource program, and it's funding that allows us to give residents the opportunity to seek third-party experts on any range of topics. So it could be legal advice, urban planning advice, zoning advice, what have you. Whatever the issue of concern is within their specific neighborhood and in their specific development, they can get that third-party guidance to cross-check us, challenge us, and ask questions. So overall, I think we've really moved the ball in terms of engagement and dispelling some of the myths.
Could you walk us through how many units and developments are set to be converted to PACT each fiscal year through the completion of 2026 with the $1.51 billion?
So we currently have about 21,000 units that are in pre-development and resident engagement. And so we expect to close and convert about 9,000 units in fiscal 2024. And so the balance would roll off in 25 and 26 with roughly an equivalent amount each year.
And how much is an average PACT bundle costing to complete?
So it varies because, of course, we actually have a range of different building typologies. They're in varying degrees of deterioration. And so there's a lot of complexity it's hard to give one number, but what we're seeing these days is that the cost is getting and has broken about $400,000 per unit. That is a fairly common number. Sometimes it is actually significantly higher. Other times it's a bit lower, but 400,000 is generally, per unit is generally the current number.
What's the size of the personal services budget associated with the capital spending for PACT?
Do you want to?
Sure. So the budget for the real estate department is $4.3 million, and that supports 39 full-time positions.
And could you tell us how many of the development, I don't know if you said it, how many of the developments are in pre-development or resident consultation right now?
We have 18,000 that are where we've designated a developer and they're in pre-development, and we have another 3,400 currently in procurement.
And that's in addition to the 21,000 you mentioned?
No, that gets to the 21,000.
That is the 21,000.
That's roughly the 21,000.
Okay.
And then there's a number of folks that we're talking to, and we don't put that in our count because until, as I mentioned before, until resident leadership has said to us they are ready to go and move forward, we do not put them in our counts. But we are having conversations with other tenant leaders across the city.
Okay, I just have one more, and I want to give it to the chair. The Big Apple Connect. What has the coordination been like between NYCHA and Do It or any other agencies or companies that are involved? Who all is engaged in all that?
We are coordinating and taking the lead from the Office of Technology and Innovation, OTI. They are the leading agency for Big Apple Connect, but we work closely with them. Big Apple Connect right now covers 200 out of 274 NYCHA properties, but all the programmatic decisions are by OTI.
How many NYCHA residents are connected to the service?
We don't have data on actual resident connections or subscription rates.
So how do you keep track of it?
We don't keep track of it.
So how many buildings have we done it in?
So there's 201 properties of our 201 of our developments are connected through it out of 274. But individual subscription rates of residents, we don't have that data.
But 201 buildings have Big Apple Connect.
201 developments.
Developments, sorry,
Yes.
you're right. Okay. And will there be, has there been discussion with OMB with, there's concern around a funding cliff for this program after FY26. So have there been any considerations given to securing long-term funding for Big Apple?
We are not part of those conversations. That is between OTI and OMB.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Aviles. Thank you. We've also been joined by Council Members De La Rosa, Farias, Stevens, and Moya.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to go back to the arrears question. Given that the $160 million that NYCHA anticipates getting from the state is much less, obviously, than what is owed, what are NYCHA's next steps on the tenant arrears issue?
Once we have our conversations with OTI, not OTI, OTDA, and have a path forward, we are going to work with tenants, like I said earlier, to get them on payment plans, get them connected with resources, and if necessary, we will take people to court for non-payment.
How will NYCHA decide, given the incredible gap, who will be able to access those funds, or how they will be allocated to tenants?
Sure. So we submitted applications worth $128 million across 33,000 households. So those are the applications that would be processed by OTDA. For the $35 million, we're awaiting our conversations with the state to learn more about how that money is to be allocated.
So will you be determining that, or the state will be determining that
We're not sure yet.
independently? Okay. So let's segue quickly to staffing. Headcount decreased from 11,343 in December 22 to 11,301 in April 23, with a budgeted headcount of 12,212. That's over 900 vacancies. Why did the vacancies increase over the past 4 months?
So we don't have specifics on why particular vacancies increased or decreased, but we can say that we continue to actively hire. There is a certain level of attrition that we see. Each year, we see a lot of turnover, people coming in and coming out of the agency.
What's the general attrition rate?
It's around 10%. And it depends on the title. There's some titles where we see higher turnover, like say a caretaker, and there are other titles where you see lower rates of turnover.
How many vacancies are in the titles associated with repairs and maintenance?
Sure. So our skilled trades, we have 179 vacancies as of April 15th, our pay period 8. And in our maintenance workers, we have 101 vacancies. And that's both roughly 7% and 8%, which is similar to the agency as a whole.
And are there titles that have the most vacancies in the agencies?
There are. Our housing assistant title has the most vacancies currently. at 119. Again, we are actively hiring, followed by the maintenance workers, as I just mentioned, with 101 vacancies.
And what is NYCHA doing to hire for those titles?
Just have to swear you in.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer council member questions?
I do. I'm Carrie. Do I have to push the button? You're on? Okay. Sorry. I'm Carrie Jew. I'm the Executive Vice President and Chief Administrative Officer. Good afternoon, council members. So in terms of trying to reduce our vacancies, we've made a lot of efforts in cooperation with DCAS. We've been attending the various hiring halls that they've put together, which have been very helpful. We've also been able to schedule additional call-ins. For example, for housing assistance, in early April, we had a 6-day call-in, resulting in approximately 50 appointments that are in the process of being onboarded. So that vacancy number that my colleague, Ms. Lescott Martinez, gave you will be reduced, hopefully in a few weeks, as individuals have been identified and are in the process of being onboarded. We've also begun doing direct hiring by HR at some of these call-ins, so that for these civil service list positions, where we are confident that our colleagues in HR are able to make the decisions on behalf of the hiring managers.
And what is the breakout of the actual head count of the 11,301 between properties and operations and the central office?
Sure. So active or budgeted headcount?
That would be, I guess, active, yeah.
Sure. So for our active headcount as of April 15th, we have 11,301 full-time positions, 9,398 are in the properties and operations, and 1,903 are in our central office departments.
Great, thank you.
That leaves us with 911 open positions.
Got it, thank you. Is NYCHA asking OLR to use the $70 million for DC 37 equity fund to help increase pay for the hard-to-recruit positions?
So NYCHA is welcoming the opportunity to provide input to OLR and DC 37 in their discussions about how they are going to go about the unit bargaining process. We would like to see money allocated towards the hard-to-recruit titles, but as you know, we are one entity in several who are offering input into those decisions.
So the executive budget includes the labor costs from DC 37 collective bargaining agreement. At NYCHA, the cost is $80.3 million over the plan from fiscal 23 to 27. The contract impacts, it looks like 1,365 active NYCHA employees and 905 NYCHA retirees. So what is NYCHA's estimation on how the new contract will impact employee recruitment and retention?
Our hope is that the new contract will enable us to recruit employees more readily, just like our sister agencies, and of course that with the new contract, our current employees will choose to remain employed by NYCHA.
It seems like thousands of employees are actually not covered by the contract. How much is that exactly?
I'm sorry, do you mean how many employees are not DC 37 covered? DC 37 represents about almost 15% of our workforce.
Okay. So in terms of, do you know how many other employees are covered by other labor contracts and when those are set to expire?
I don't have the exact number in front of me, so we can get that to you.
Okay. Let's talk about revenue sources really quickly before I have so many questions handed over to my colleagues. According to NYCHA's 5-year operating plan, the federal subsidy is expected to increase from $1.02 billion in 22 to $1.32 billion in 26. Why is this rising?
So we've seen over the course of the last 5 years steady increases in both our operating and capital federal grants, and so we're just sort of estimating in that manner.
And are there unaccounted for risks from possible reductions in federal support for HUD?
So every year we redo our 5-year plan. So for example, this year you will see a new plan that would include our 2024 going to 2028. So we do refresh those projections and use our latest knowledge to make sure that we are taking into account any changes at the federal government, changes in attitudes or support for public housing, and that our budget projections every year include that.
And I guess back to ERAP, in terms of the $163 million that NYCHA anticipates to allocate for ERAP, does this include the share of statewide funding for Section 8 residents?
It does not.
Okay.
And if I may just correct the record for just a second, with respect to the $35 million, NYCHA is going to come up with a plan that OTDA has to approve.
Got it. Thank you. How will NYCHA operationalize tenant relief through these new ERAP funds? I know you talked about you're still in the process of working that out.
I think at this point, it's hard to say until we have our discussions with OTDA later this month.
Got it. Is NYCHA leaving any possible federal money on the table at this point?
We are not. We assure you that we continue to work with our city, state, and federal partners to advocate for our residents. We apply for any and all grants that we are eligible for on the federal side, and we'll continue to do so.
Thank you. I think maybe I'll take a pause here and open it up for my colleagues who'd like to ask questions, or I can keep going, y'all. Oh.
Okay, we have questions from Barron, followed by Rustler.
Thank you. First, let me give another perspective of tenants that are not paying rent. We need to talk about the living conditions they live under as well. Not to justify not paying rent, but it's hard to be happy about paying rent when you got rats running around, when you got elevators breaking down, every other day, when you have heat problems in the wintertime, when you have even water problems sometimes, and when you have repair problems in the apartment, even with PAC. Although we did see some nice units being done, but there are plenty of units that are not done, and even some units under PAC that people having problems with. We talked about the holes, and they're trying to fix them up. So I don't want people to think of these irresponsible tenants who aren't paying rent, and that's the problem, because that's not the problem. It's hard to pay rent when you don't appreciate the conditions that you're forced to live under. I've always been against the PAT, RAD, and I don't trust the trust, even if it does bring in more than, admittedly, than the state and feds and cities' responsibility, because that's where my anger really lies, is in the federal government, it's in the state, and it's in the city not doing their part. We wouldn't have to go private as it's happening now. And then just some of the more information about RAD and PAT. I don't think tenants were given a clear understanding when we said disclosure of information on what it really meant moving from Section 9 to Section 8. We have brought in lawyers to meet with some of the tenants, because my position was, I'm against privatization, but I don't live there. The tenants do. And they have to make that final decision, and whatever decision they make, we're going to work with them to make that decision work whether it's something that I think should have happened or not, because they have to live with it. But during that whole process, we had to bring in lawyers to let them know some of the consequences of going to Section 8 and no longer having the federal protections under Section 9 in the long run, and some of it immediately. So they weren't given proper information, because I attended the meetings when management and NYCHA was meeting with Rad and Pat and the tenants. As a matter of fact, they were very disrespectful. They didn't want us at the meeting. We got cut off many times. They tried to not allow us to explain or have our perspective out there as much. We had to fight for that kind of thing, because if everything is so wonderful, you have nothing to hide, you should be more open for a critique or another perspective. So I was very, very concerned about that whole process. Many tenants were told that if in fact they don't have a new lease, that they'll be evicted. And I called you up on several occasions, your folk, not you, I'm talking about the flag catcher. I called them up on several. I said, Brian, they're threatening the tenants. Let me look into it. Let me get into it. So let's tell the truth of what happened with that whole process. And then a lot of, they called me and I said, I can't make this decision for you. It's your decision. Here's the facts. Here's the information. But a lot of them were threatened into Rad and Pat. And then I'm also concerned about the long range, commitment to this. Like, it looks nice initially when you're fixing up stuff, but as we talked about in Linden houses, what about the piping? Some of the deeper infrastructure issues, and not just acute stuff that they're gonna see visibly, but some things like piping. If the pipes are 50% all right, then they're not getting new pipes. So they'll have those same old pipes, even if it's just 50%. So there's a lot of issues around privatization, and we'll see what happens with the trust. Finally, I always say that because my colleagues say my last question and ask 10 more. But finally, the position on the Section 3, that has not been honored, and they said the transferring over, that wouldn't affect that. So I would like some more information on that, because Section 3 has never been fully honored in NYCHA, and that is hiring the residents to do that. And then when NYCHA does get money from the city, the mayor is saying we're only going to give capital money to those developments that are in PAC, that is geared to it. Now that's not right. That's like, if you ain't in PAC, then you're not going to get the mayor's money. It's almost like a bribe. It's almost like, only those 21,000, 22,000, but they'll get the PAC. If they get into PAC, then they can get some of the capital money. So if you can respond to some of those things. And by the way, I appreciate you coming to the neighborhood. You met with all of our tenant leaders, and when you said you would come back and meet again, you did, and we're still going through it. So while I have my major criticisms of Pat, Rad, and NYCHA, that I do appreciate that you honored your commitment and came and actually spoke with the residents.
I'm happy to return to the extent that you invite me back. I think I'm going to turn it over to Jonathan to talk a little bit about some of the questions and comments that you made about PACT.
Thank you. So, over the last 4 or 5 years, we've been continually working to improve the program, and some of your comments go directly to the co-chair's opening comment or question to me about misinformation. And it is true that some of these older projects and some of the projects that are actively under construction in your district are actually, although currently under construction, older projects. They started under a different framework. And so we have learned from you and from the projects in that district to really build out the engagement process. So, look, there was definitely some confusion as it relates to some of the developments in your district that were going through the process, but we learned from that, and we have been working on future projects to make that engagement a lot better. So that was one question. What other issues should I be addressing right now?
I can also just address your point about tenants not paying rent. I will say that we've never suggested that people who have not paid their rent are irresponsible. As I said earlier, the pandemic was both a health crisis and an economic crisis, especially for the tenants at NYCHA. And we are very hopeful that with this influx of ERAP money, that we will be able to also work with tenants to get them on payment plans, to connect them with HRA, and make sure that we get to a place where we were pre-pandemic. If you look at the numbers with respect to the percentage of rent collection that we had prior to the pandemic, we know that a lot of people, or most people who live in public housing, are very hardworking and really do want to pay their rent.
Okay, now we have questions from Ressler, followed by Stevens.
Great. Thank you so much to our distinguished co-chairs. And before Jonathan ruined it, it was great to have a dais full of women leaders at NYCHA. So sorry, Jonathan. I wanted to firstly just ask a question on behalf of my colleague, Councilmember Sanchez, who had to run and back to the West Bronx. But she, I think, is concerned that NYCHA's capital needs assessments underestimate the actual physical needs in our buildings and the true costs that we are facing. And on RAD projects, so I'm glad you stayed up here, Jonathan, that therefore undermines the success of the potential conversion projects because we've underestimated the real cost for the capital upgrades and repairs. What do you make of that? Are you good?
She's asking about how it compares to that.
So I can speak to the RAD PAC piece of it, and then Joy can maybe fill in the P&A more broadly. So I think a couple of things. One, the current P&A that we're working off is from 2017. Obviously, it's been escalated since 2017, but you're right. Obviously, there's been ongoing deterioration. It's hard to know what's happening behind the walls.
Councilmember Sanchez is right, just to be clear.
Sorry. And so, when we designate a development team and they go into the buildings and they're starting to do their inspections, it is true that from time to time they are finding more complex situations to deal with, more deterioration than was obvious before you opened up a wall or a ceiling or what have you.
Right.
So it is a challenge. We work through the whole process. We make sure that we are getting enough capital into the deals to make the repairs that are necessary. Thus far, we had been fortunate that we did not need additional city subsidy to make those deals happen. As you are aware, going forward, some of these deals are going to need some city capital because there is such deterioration, and we want to make sure that we are delivering a good product to our residents.
Yeah, I think that she's got a major bundle underway in her district. She wants to see a mission-driven developer be identified for it, and wants to see somebody who's going to actually have the resources to make the improvements that we need. We saw major bundle in our district, in District 33, and I think things have generally gone okay, but especially in the Williamsburg section of our district, people complain of the cheapness of the work that was done. Mm-hmm. And I think there was really good work on new boiler system and other things, but I think there are concerns about the quality. And if we're underestimating the costs, it forces them to cut corners to make it pencil out. So it's a concern, and I think going off of a fiscal needs assessment that's 6 years old, when we know how rapidly NYCHA is deteriorating, and we know the fiscal needs assessment, the real fiscal needs is much greater, it is, I think, a really important concern. I had a couple questions of my own, if I can, is that okay? I'm sorry. I just firstly want to say to Ms. Lescott Martinez, I've really appreciated your direct answers. I feel like that is an unusual thing that we encounter at hearings, and so I just wanted to thank you for providing those direct answers as clearly as you have. And I wanted to continue to ask a little bit more about the funding in the state budget. So with $163 million allocated, meeting with the state later this month to get more information on when those funds will be available to us and how they can be dispersed, it still only covers about a third of the need of back rent that we're facing. And I believe you've advised us the NYCHA's advised us in previous hearings that you're not able currently, based on federal law, to forgive rent. So Can you begin to outline with us the framework of a plan for how we can incentivize, if not back pay of old rent, certainly an increase in rent collection with the disbursement of these resources? Is that something that you're all actively thinking about trying to pull together, and what do you think that could look like?
Sure, thank you for the question and for the compliment. I think that the state funding was certainly a significant step in the right direction, and it sets us down a better path. As you mentioned, we still do have a large amount of arrears. As my colleagues have mentioned previously, we are going to work with all of our partners to figure out ways to continue to help our tenants. So that means working with HRA on one-shot deals for the arrears that might remain after the ERAP funding. It also means working internally to do payment plans as appropriate for our tenants, right? We're also capped in how much we can ask a tenant to pay every month. A payment plan can't go above 40% of their income, for example. So we're hoping to sort of tag all of those things together, those are just two examples, and help our tenants to continue to pay down these arrears balances. As Lisa mentioned, we know that our tenants want to be current in their rent. We know that they have been struggling, and so we're going to do all we can to help them.
I think many of my colleagues, I would certainly be eager to organize evening events with NYCHA, where we encourage all of the residents in Wyckoff Gardens to come down to the community center, and we work with them one by one to try to get them on a path to accessing the one-shot deal, bring HRA on site, give the framework for what they'd be able to access from ERAP, and develop a payment plan, and try to get back into a better process. We know that NYCHA needs these resources, and it's critically important that we collect the rent that is owed. The other thing I wanted to just ask about, if I may, is to just go back to Eva, who I always appreciate so much your responsiveness and partnership on issues across our district. You know, the hearing that Councilmember Aviles chaired a few months ago about the increase in the delays from turnover of vacant apartments from 486 days in January of 22 to 3,593 days in January of 23 was one of the single most startling statistics that I've encountered in my 16 months as a council member, and is deeply concerning to me. That we've cut the vacant readiness program $31 million over 4 years is just profoundly counterproductive. And I cannot understand the decisions of this mayor and OMB to reduce funding and turnover and access to housing when we are in a housing crisis and desperately need each of these units to come online as quickly as possible. So I was just wondering if you were able to give us an update on the length of time to repair apartments that are vacant, if we have an updated kind of turnover period. The average time to prepare vacant apartments increased 98% from 131 days to 258 days. So it's now 9 months, was I believe the last data point you provided to us. Is that still the most recent data point? And is there anything that we can do to assist and support NYCHA to speed up the turnover of apartments to get families housed?
That is still the most recent number I can provide. However, we are seeing an increase in our turnover rate just through, as I mentioned, our ability to scale up the program. That average is drawn down by the fact that we did have some delays as we scaled up our new lead and asbestos program. And very important and a top priority for us to ensure that our apartments are lead-free and asbestos safe at turnover. It's a unique opportunity to work on the apartment without having to inconvenience a resident, and have them move out to do that work. And so it's critically important that we get that done during turnover, and that can take, depending on the level of environmental hazard in a unit, anywhere from 4 to 6 months or more in order to make sure it's clean. So even as we move fast, that is, a critical pain point for us, but a really important one.
I appreciate the lead work. It's really important. We have to get it done once and for all. But the 7-fold increase in the number of vacant apartments in just a year, from 486 to 3,600, when we're in a housing crisis, and then to cut the funding on the vacancy readiness program, it's just, it doesn't make any sense. It really is problematic. And so the last time you were before us, I believe the number was 3,593 vacant apartments. Do we have an updated number on the current vacant apartments in NYCHA?
Yes. So right now, the number of vacant apartments is, and I think this isn't one-to-one with with the number you just referenced. We can walk that back. But right now, our total adjusted vacant units is 6,697, of which 1,717 are what we consider temporarily off the rent roll. And so those are off the rent roll for a variety of reasons. And so our vacant units available to rent right now would be 3,932. And we have an additional 1,048 that are vacant but already matched to residents. And again, we stopped our matching process last year in order to improve that program.
Yeah.
And
Look,
so that's how that breaks down.
It just is a helpful context, but a long way of saying we have more vacant apartments than the last time you testified on this issue. And it's unacceptable. And recognizing the crisis we have with asylum seekers, recognizing the crisis we have in our homeless shelters, recognizing the affordability crisis we have in New York City, this is desperately needed affordable housing. And the fact that this mayor has defunded the vacancy readiness program is unconscionable. And I appreciate that you're doing the best you can, but if you don't have the resources to do this work, it's only going to continue to get worse. And we're going to be sitting with I joined Borough President Reynoso for a press conference this week, calling on REBNY and the real estate industry to fill vacant apartments with people who don't have housing, when it's our own public housing that is failing to do the job. When we are sitting with thousands of vacant apartments that should be housing families, that could be making a difference, that would prevent ultimately people from sleeping in gyms or in jails. And so I'm sorry to get so worked up, but this is just awful.
We absolutely agree that it is a top priority. And to be clear, some of the growth in the vacant units since the time of our last hearing is actually intentional, because we are holding apartments for our comp mod and other modernization programs in order to do the comprehensive rehab that these developments desperately need. In order to do that, we have to have the unit space to relocate residents, to checkerboard them during that process. So there is some legitimate
Two of those
reasons
comp mods
for those
projects are in
numbers
my
to go
district.
up.
I'm very proud that Wyckoff and Gowanus are moving forward. We signed a fund document today to demonstrate the progress with our TA presidents. And hopefully we'll do the same at Gowanus soon. But I have not gotten crisp updates on the number of apartments that we've been holding vacant at the adjacent developments. Would welcome that update. My understanding is that it's very few. We still don't know whether we're going to be relocating tenants from those apartments yet, based on the work that's happening. Certainly at Wyckoff, Gowanus may have asbestos and lead issues that need to be addressed. But that's a small fraction of the number we're talking about. And I feel like it's frankly a distraction from the broader issue. We have a housing crisis. We are letting thousands upon thousands of NYCHA units sit vacant because we're not investing the resources to turn them over. We're actually cutting them. It's backwards. It is wrong, and the mayor needs to fix it. And if there's anything that we can do to support it, please let me know. I will certainly be advocating for the council to step up in the mayor's negligence. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a follow-up question. Ms. Trimble, what does NYCHA need to move these apartments faster, to get them ready, to move them quicker through the process?
So that is an excellent question that we have been exploring through, as I mentioned, we set up a working group that is meeting weekly, and it includes staff from across the organization. In order to look at the process, we are looking at both vendor-run programs and staff-run programs in order to turn over our units. So we're looking at both models. We're looking at ways to improve productivity in both models. And again, some of it is just how long it takes to do environmental work, and some of it is the work that we have to do in the apartments. And again, it reflects the fact that these apartments have really long occupancy histories, some of that, typically 25 years, without any type of comprehensive improvement. And so we're doing a full, almost like a full rehab of individual units. It includes carpentry, plastering, painting. And so it's just a lot of work that has to get done, but we are actively looking at ways to increase that turnover rate, because we agree with everything Councilmember Ressler said about the importance of this affordable housing resource.
So when can we expect a concrete plan on what the plan of action will be to move that forward?
I don't want to commit to anything right here, but we will definitely get back to you with the timing on that.
How much resource do you think a plan like this will require?
I'll get back to you as part of our plan.
Okay. Is there, who's next? Yeah.
Now we have questions by Councilmember Stevens, followed by Hanks.
Hello, good afternoon. I just have a couple questions, and just the first one I want to start with the vacancy issue. Can you talk about a little bit of what you're doing to work with the residents to fill some of those vacancies? Because I think that, I know there has been before in the past giving priority to residents, but especially I know you said you were going to like hiring halls and things like that. Are you having hiring sessions at developments and things like that around these vacancies that you have?
Thank you for that question. Of course, we are always looking to ensure that residents know about open positions at NYCHA. All of our job postings state that NYCHA residents are encouraged to apply.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm saying, what are you doing to ensure that, right? I heard you're going to hiring halls, but I think wouldn't it make sense to have some of those hiring fairs at NYCHA developments to actually get the residents engaged and not just posting up a flyer? Because I've been there and I've seen them. They'll be up in the building, but I'm saying like the same effort we're putting at these hiring halls, wouldn't that kind of make sense to kind of start there? It's just a recommendation of thinking about ways and being a little bit more innovative of getting them engaged.
So so as far as working with hiring halls, we also have to be mindful that we must abide by the civil service laws. So where there's competitive testing, of course, for a position, we have to participate in the hiring pools and hire candidates from a certified list. We have colleagues in our resident services department who do outreach and who use our resident training academy to provide a pipeline for our caretaker hiring, which is the highest number of employees that we have, and we also partner with various apprentice programs.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure that that's like really highlighted, because I think it's important that, we start home, right, when we're thinking about these jobs, because a lot of them can use them, and even thinking about, when they're being promoted and things like that. But I have one specific question. So one of the developments in my district, before the last council member left, they had allocated the money to get elevators fixed, and right now we're still waiting for it to happen, and we're being told, this is Morrisina Air Rights, that it'll start in July. But my question is, that's a really long time. Like it's a year and a half later. This money was allocated before my predecessor left, and just really thinking about what are you doing to kind of like expedite these capital projects that we are allocating money for, and it's taking so long for it to be processed and put into place, because it's really unacceptable. Because before she left, she was waiting a year, and so now I've been here, I'm waiting a year and a half. So I really would love to talk about like just this process of how long it's taking for projects that are fully funded to get started.
So thank you for that question, and it is definitely a challenge to keep money moving, but you're talking about a specific tranche of projects that after this hearing last year, we put extra attention and staffing on to make sure that city council funded projects from before 2020 had our attention to be expedited, to be completed. And I'm looking for the specific project you were talking about.
Well, it's Air Rights, and I know it's slated to start July, and we're being told that we're still waiting for parts. Okay. But like, that's crazy. We're waiting a year and a half later, and we're still talking about parts.
Sure. So elevator projects in particular, we have to do a significant amount of work before the actual construction starts. The construction and the elevator replacement only takes 3 or 4 months, but the acquisition of the custom parts for the entire development requires a long lead time.
Someone would like to be sworn in. Sure. Hello.
Hi, Councilmember. How are you?
How you
Brian
doing?
Honan.
Sure. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer councilmember questions?
I do.
Thank you.
So, Councilmember, I'm very familiar with the project in your district. Yes. And Borough President, then Councilmember Gibson funded for the senior building, because we were hearing so many complaints about seniors being stuck in the lobby or stuck in their apartments. And the good news is that, number one, the project is starting, which is great, but we're going to do the entire development. So we took the council members' funding, which is your funding. We bundled it with the additional funding. So now it's not just one building.
Yeah, it's all the elevators.
It's all the buildings, right?
I'm aware. I know
Great.
the project.
Sure.
I'm happy about it. I just needed to get done,
It
right?
is- it is getting- yeah.
And it's
So-
just taking so long. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, why is it taking so long for these projects to happen? Especially when they're fully funded, because the longer it takes, often you have to come back to us with additional costs.
It was fully funded for one building. We want to make sure that we do the entire development. I look forward, though, to coming back with this team with very sharp scissors and making sure that we cut the ribbon for the entire development, and that will be, sooner rather than later.
I just want to also say it was fully funded for all the buildings before BP Gibson left, and we had those conversations before she left to transition out. So it's been about 1.5 years because I've been here 1.5 years. So that's a long time for a project to even get started, and we're still not starting. We have a start date of July.
Yes.
That's excessive. Whether you want to admit it or not, like a project should not be taking that long, and I don't think it took 1.5 years to do an assessment or whatever was said before. I think that we have to get to a place where we are getting these projects off the ground. And that's it. I don't have any more questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Council members Hanks, followed by Farias, and we've been joined by Councilmember Osai.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your testimony. It's good to see you. So my question is kind of relates to what Councilmember Barron was talking about and the PAC and the Public Housing Preservation Trust. Are there workforce development programs attached to the Public Housing Preservation Trust? You can do it. No.
Tag team. So for the trust, not as of yet, but we are going to the good thing is that we have a lot to learn from the RAD team that's been in place already. They've been very successful in hiring residents. This is federal funding that will be going into the trust, so the Section 3 requirements will be there. And we look forward to the opportunity to making sure that residents not only get the apartment upgrades, get investments into their properties, but also get economic opportunities as well.
Yes, so just so you know, Youth Build is national, and they are supposed to have some sort of a reciprocity, some partnership with NYCHA, in which many of their part of Youth Build is building affordable housing. And being part of the building is part of their work experience. So it's a construction program. And there's, I believe, 19 youth builds throughout the city. And it's one of those things that is just a great fit because in order for you to get federal funding, you have to have a work site. And so I've never really understood why NYCHA and the U.S. Department of Labor and youth build programs, there's many of them, that would be a natural fit. So I would love to talk to you offline about that. But is there an investment or numbers broken down by borough when it comes to the RAD or PAC programming?
So specific to Section 3 or?
Yes. Thank you.
I don't have that available, but we can produce that for you.
Okay, I would appreciate that because, I would like to know how council members can, play a key role in identifying sites. In Staten Island, we have several NYCHA programs. I know that there's one in West Brighton that we're really excited about how that's going to play out. But we would love to know if there's any further projects in the pipeline, particularly Stapleton Houses, which is one of the largest housing developments. We have Jersey Street, and these are in dire need of upgrades. So that was my only question. Thank you so much, but I hope we'll talk offline, okay? Thanks.
Councilmember Farias.
Thank you, chairs. Hi, folks from NYCHA. Thanks for all being here. I will try to be quick and swift through my questioning. Oftentimes, it takes months for NYCHA to get contractors in to fix issues in residents' apartments. Unfortunately, when someone comes to make repairs, it is usually a Band-Aid fix that doesn't truly resolve the problem holistically. What is NYCHA doing to address the payment to contractors that do the work and do not necessarily fix the entire issue.
So we have a quality assurance department that reviews the work of our vendors. It's a sampling of the work, but through that, we're able to make recommendations on what's working and what's not working, where are the delays and the pain points. You know, we work, you know, it is a painful process, but we're also working to streamline how we record when vendors are coming into our developments to do work. We're working right now on a virtual logbook so that all vendors have to sign in with the development, so we know when they're there, when we know that they're doing the work, and then we can better trace back and record when they actually did the work and make sure that that payment happens more swiftly.
Is there a process that you're working with maybe tenants or maybe the community center, wherever the work is being done, to do that quality assurance, to go check in with them to say how was the quality of work, what was the experience with this vendor?
Yes, that's something we're looking, a resident feedback portion is something we're looking to bring into the process.
Do you know when you're going to bring that in?
No, but I'm happy to follow up with you separately on
That'd be great. Awesome. There are ongoing issues in my districts with building management offices not processing work orders or resident complaints. I mean, I'm sure, as you've heard in previous hearings and maybe even here today, you know, there's compounding tickets with maybe even folks having days off from work to wait for someone to come, but then they never come, but then the work order ticket says that they did come. And it's a really unfortunate cycle like that, where both my residents' times is being wasted along with the work still not being completed. So what are management offices doing to help catalog all the issues with developments that are facing, and how are we rectifying the ticketing issue with work completion?
Thank you. We completely understand those issues that are going on with the residents, and it's unproductive for both the residents taking off of work and for our workers when there are missed appointments on both sides. So we're tackling this in a couple of different ways. First, we are looking to roll out this June a new communication tool where residents, when they call the CCC, will get an email receipt of that call when they schedule a maintenance work ticket. Right now, you call the CCC and you have to make sure you're jotting down your work order number on some piece of paper that you don't ever lose, or then you've lost it forever. And so we're looking to have a new email communication to residents, and then that will show that the work order was scheduled, the maintenance ticket was scheduled, it has their work order number, and it's something that we hope to build on in order to be able to follow up on work tickets. In addition, when we rolled out the work order reform program, we created neighborhood planners in order for residents to have a single point of contact for skilled trade repairs. And so the skilled trade repairs should be scheduled at the resident's convenience by the neighborhood planner to make sure that it's a time that works for them. And if they need to reschedule, they can talk to the neighborhood planner. What we have to do better at, and it's something we're looking at, is to make sure that if our workers are running late, if they're caught up in an emergency or something else, that neighborhood planner is still communicating with the resident to have to reschedule from our end. And that is something we're working to do better at.
Okay, great. And I'm sorry if I missed it. When are you planning to roll out the communications tool?
In June. And we'll let you know when that goes out.
Like tomorrow, then. That's great. It's practically tomorrow. Is NYCHA providing any enforcement against maintenance and management employees after complaints from residents are submitted?
Yeah, so we have an investigative team within our quality assurance that looks into complaints about worker performance.
Okay.
We investigate it, and if it's found to be legitimate, we will proceed with appropriate disciplinary actions.
Okay, can you give us an example of actions? Like, what actions have been taken, if anything have been?
It can be suspensions, it can be counseling memos in their record, depending on the infringement.
Okay, great. I have two last questions, chairs, if you don't mind. Thank you. Justin does look like he minds, but it's okay. Many of us have daycares on our NYCHA campuses with unsafe, unsightly, and unkempt playgrounds. Daycares like Sadie Kitty, in Soundview houses in my district are forced to walk to nearby parks to get a decent play space for the children there, which then leaves our children open to the public as well during daycare hours. What is NYCHA doing to update and maintain playgrounds connected to daycares on their campuses? And is there a plan in place for renovations for those? And lastly, if there are playground renovations in the pipeline on certain campuses, can NYCHA prioritize play spaces connected to daycare centers?
So unfortunately, our community centers, daycare centers face a lot of the same building system problems and grounds problems that our buildings are facing through years of disinvestment. So right now, funding for community centers and playgrounds are typically funds that are provided by elected officials or other sources. It's not part of our main capital program right now, but we're happy to work with you. If there are certain site issues that you want to identify offline, we can talk to you about it.
Yeah, I'd particularly love to talk about this playground and maybe do a deep dive background on what was provided, if anything was provided by predecessors, and what I can support going forward with capital.
Absolutely, we'd be happy to have that conversation.
Awesome. And then just my last question I have around the NYCHA's plans to withdraw $65 million from reserves. It's with still the anticipation of having about $35 million deficit. What do we have in reserve, and why not pull the entire amount if we can do so versus moving on with the deficit?
It's a great question. So we estimate that we have around $211 million in reserves, which is less than 1 month. As indicated, we have compliance requirements related to the HUD agreement, all of the various repair needs at the properties, and so we thought it prudent to use our reserves in order to do some of that work. It's not ideal, certainly, but in the face of declining tent revenues, it's either use your reserves or forego the repairs or the staffing or the compliance requirement.
Sure. So just for clarification, we have $211 million in reserve.
Correct.
And we're withdrawing $65 million and leaving us in a deficit of 34.8.
That leaves you with an operating deficit.
An operating
But
deficit.
we do anticipate that because we'll have additional federal operating funds, that we'll be able to close the deficit in that manner. We won't make another withdrawal from our reserve.
What's the projection on closing the deficit?
The projection on, I'm sorry?
On closing the deficit with the federal funds coming down.
So we anticipate by year end, we'll probably be at balance.
End of year. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, chairs, for the allotted time. Thank you for answering my questions.
Great, thank you. I just want to jump in really quickly. In the 5-year operating plan, it includes $232.5 million from city in revenues in 2023. Yet in the testimony given earlier, you said that there's $387 million. What explains the difference? And when will NYCHA issue an updated plan with the additional city funds?
So the difference is actually because we're on different fiscal years. So our fiscal year is calendar year, and the city fiscal year runs through June. So that explains why you don't see the same number in both places. As for our operating plan, we do one operating plan per year per HUD requirements, but we do make sort of mid-year updates to our board or executive leadership as needed. So that's something that we will consider doing if the circumstances change.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of, I'd like to just quickly segue to resident engagement. NYCHA's budget for resident participation and civic engagement fell by $2 million between the calendar years of fiscal 22 and 23. PS costs were cut by $1.5 million, driven by a 10-person vacancy reduction and the transfer of 7 positions to another department. Why was the 2023 resident engagement budget cut?
Sure, that's a great question. So resident engagement is really important to us, and we do allocate significant resources to these activities overall. But as we mentioned, as part of our 2023 operating budget, we did have to cut the budgets in all central office departments in order to reallocate funds to the pillar areas and our properties. So resident engagement was not immune from those cuts. The 7 positions that were reallocated within that same area. So they're still doing resident service work, just not in resident and civic engagement.
So with the 58 positions that remain, how will the work get organized, and what are the metrics for success in resident engagement?
Thank you. Resident engagement is obviously really important, and we work closely with our budget team to make sure that we're still able to achieve what we want to achieve. For our resident participation and civic engagement team, we have a total of 59 staff members, and our current scope includes conducting resident association elections, administering TPA and councilmatic funds, engaging with resident leadership groups, supporting the Citywide Council of President and Resident Roundtable and other resident organizations. We have a variety of metrics that we use to gauge their productivity, including the number of residents engaged, number of canvassing events, number of elections, number of resident outreach activities, meetings, and things like that. And we're happy to follow up with you and do a deeper dive into some of those metrics and activities.
Great. We'd like to definitely see a breakdown per development on how developments are meeting their metrics. In terms of, given that the Preservation Trust is going to be quite a substantial amount of work, how do we make sense of cutting resident engagement and yet having to prepare for this very important engagement and time-intensive engagement with residents to understand?
Sure. So as we mentioned, we have to cut our expenses. We don't have enough to balance. And so in order to continue to do the repairs in the pillars, do the emergency needs at the properties, every central office department, including mine, legal, all of us have to shoulder that burden. The other option is cutting services at the actual properties, which we do not want to do. In terms of the trust, we have a board in place, but we are not up and running as of yet. And so as we set that up, we will consider what additional resources are needed to be added at the authority to ensure the success of the trust.
And Councilmember, too, I'd like to add to, we're not going to be running the elections. For the trust, we have an outside independent vendor who will be running those elections. A lot of time and energy is spent by resident engagement running elections, and I know you've brought this up as an issue in the past. Having that outside help will definitely cut down on the number of staff that is needed.
I appreciate that. The elections definitely need some support. But before we get to the elections, we need a robust engagement for residents. And that is what I'm having a hard time understanding, given the level of cuts that we're experiencing in resident engagement. Given that this is a standard problem, no matter what you're talking about, outages, standard maintenance repairs, just communication in general.
It will not only be resident engagement staff who will be doing that outreach, there will be also members of the executive team, members of the real estate team, there will be, and we will have a full-time presence in developments where we are holding elections.
Okay, I see we're going to be in a downward spiral here. Can I ask how many people in total work to engage residents around Section 8 conversion programs?
Sure. We have our Resident Outreach for Conversion and Modernization Services Department, which has 32 full-time staff and some seasonal aides. And that's just from resident engagement, and then there's also
And in addition, within the real estate group, there's a team of about 8 folks, community planners, who work with the teams that were already discussed to talk about the conversion to PAC and explain how those processes work.
Right, okay. In terms of the scope and budget of the civic engagement unit, what are the metrics there?
Oh, those were the metrics I was just referring to, yeah.
Fine, got it. Lastly, the resident, excuse me, hold on one second. What contracts were cut in the zero-based budgeting exercise as it relates to resident engagement and participation?
So as we mentioned in the previous hearing, no specific contracts are cut as part of our zero-based budgeting exercise. Each department receives a budget allocation, and they sort of determine how to shoulder that across their department. So there's no specific contract or specific vendor that is cut.
Okay, and so did NYCHA make a request to OMB for city funds to prevent cuts to the resident engagement budget?
We continue to work with our city, state, and federal partners to advocate for funding. We did not make any specific request related to resident engagement.
So no requests. Okay. I believe we, excuse me.
Okay, we have questions now from council members Osei, followed by Juan.
Thank you, chairs, and good afternoon, everyone. According to a December 2022 statistic, there were a total of 121 vacant units in my district, and because of the housing crisis, as we're all aware of, because of the migrant crisis, as we're all aware of, it should be a top priority to make sure that no vacancies exist within our NYCHA developments. Obviously, any opportunity to fill these units must be taken, and I wanted to ask, since there is now an additional $7.9 million added into the fiscal year 2024 budget for vacant unit readiness, will any of this money go towards any of the vacant units in my district, and has any progress been made since December of 2022 in terms of those 121 vacancies?
So we haven't decided which units we will be turning over as part of the 2024 allocation. It's something we're looking at right now. And I can see if there were any units as part of the 2023 allocation that were part of your district.
Thank you. And when do you think you could get back to me about that?
Probably towards the end of June. We're working through that now.
All right. And any progress since December of 2022 in terms of the vacancies that have been filled?
Yes, we've, as part of the 2023 allocation, we've leased up 70% of the units under VRP.
Citywide or within my district?
Citywide.
Could
So
you get
I will
me
get you
those
your
numbers
specific
for?
district.
Thank you very much. Thank you, chairs.
Councilmember Juan, followed by Brewer.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannon and Chair Aviles. Hello, it's good to see you. I saw you last at the NYCHA walkthrough. So for Queensbridge houses, we've had a sinkhole in the playground for more than 2 years now, and it is still an outstanding repair that I had physically shown you and your team asking for repair again and again, and now almost half a year has passed and the sinkhole remains, as well as the playground itself, the padding I had shown you and we had taken pictures of it coming off the ground. This is the only playground that Queensbridge North has, and it has been inaccessible for more than 2 years now. Could you please explain when this will get fixed?
So yes, I remember walking through it and we looked into it. This is a significant capital issue. It's not a maintenance or repair issue, and we think we're estimating. Brian, you have the number for this, but it's a multi-million-dollar project that right now is not yet funded, unfortunately.
Councilmember, yeah, it is unfunded, that's correct. We, at last estimate, looked at about a $40 million fix. So it is not something that is funded now. Once we find the funding, we will, of course, meet with you to discuss a repair plan.
Why has it been unfunded for 2 years and you hadn't made the funding request for capital?
$40 million is quite a significant amount of money. We've been, talking, today and, in other past hearings about both our capital and operating deficit, and it just, we just don't have the funding.
So you're just going to continue to let it be a sinkhole for children to fall into the ground for the next few years?
It is safe at this time, and it is, but it is something that if we had the money, and if the money could be identified, and we'd be happy to work with you to identify the money to fix it, but it is just not there yet.
What's the latest status for Woodside Houses heating plant that has been also, it's been unfixed for many years now?
Sure, I'm happy to report that all the boilers are back online, and the chimney also passed the test, and we can go as soon as you'd like to see and announce the reopening of the Woodside boiler.
So will the mobile boilers be removed?
The mobile boilers will be removed, correct.
And for all of the contracts for the internet, I don't even know what it was, but you had all of these contracts that didn't go through procurement for years. Then you had to procure it from Canada. What is the status of that contract now?
So,
we can follow up with you separately on that, the intercom issues that you were referring to. I think we're down to only a few intercoms that are still waiting for their parts, but we'll follow up with you separately on that.
I just want to reiterate that these are years and years and years of basic needs that need to be met, like heat, a playground so that children can play within the NYCHA complex, as well as elevators that need to be fixed and intercoms so that people get in and out of their apartment that continue to plague NYCHA for Queensbridge houses, Ravenswood houses, and Woodside houses year after year. And I don't know how much more we could allocate. And I don't see a difference year after year, no matter how much capital funding is allocated. So I'm very concerned.
Yeah, Councilmember, I wish I could say that this is unique to your district. In fact, it is something that we've been talking about for more than a generation. Public housing is in crisis, not only in New York City, but throughout the country. It is underfunded, and we are doing the best we can under really bad circumstances.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think one of the things we mentioned earlier that I'd like to point out again is our city committed $3.4 billion for capital for NYCHA, and it committed, Councilmember, $9.6 billion to build jails. Where is our priority? It's a city issue. Thank you. Can I just ask an additional question around the capital needs? How much of the city's 5-year capital need commitment plan for NYCHA was mandated under the federal monitors agreement? And what I'm asking is like either number or percentage-wise.
Thank you for that question. So of the, what year are you looking for? 5-year total?
I guess it would be this year.
Sure. So for fiscal year 2024?
Yes.
Okay, great. So the total amount of city capital to NYCHA in fiscal year 2024 is $1.9 billion. There's $1.5 billion in city capital for NYCHA, of which 882 is executed agreement funding and 624 is our regular capital funding. There's $440 million for PACT.
So 882 million is
just for the
commitment.
agreement, correct.
Got it. Even those numbers are incredibly telling. Do you foresee any issues drawing down from the 135 million new capital commitment from the state?
We do not.
Is it reimbursable funding?
Correct. All capital funding is reimbursable, city, state, and federal. We will be working with our state partners to come up with a plan for how to program that 135 million, but we don't anticipate any specific issues.
Given the potential of having little to no reserve left after the drawdown, I'd like to understand that math a little better offline.
Sure.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you. I've been listening, so I hope this question wasn't answered. I'm always wondering, I know you talked about the vacant units, but how much does it cost to get a unit that had a fire or needed help? I had a fire recently. Brian knows everything, of course. I don't know how long does it take and how much does it cost? And then under PAC, obviously you're also renovating. Is it the same cost to renovate that unit? That's my question. Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you for the question. So as it relates to the per unit cost to do a PACT renovation, what we're seeing right now is that most projects are coming in at about $400,000 per unit.
Okay.
Some are significantly more than that, some are under that, but generally around 400,000.
Okay, and how much does it cost you at NYCHA just to do a regular renovation of a unit? Fire or moving out or, again, generally?
So yes, I didn't get sworn in. I didn't get.
Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer councilmember questions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So for fire jobs, they vary. Obviously, it depends on the extent of the damage, and so there's no to give you a cost would be unfair.
Or just generally? I mean, in other words, somebody moves out. I just gave that as an example, but it could be anything.
60.
The average.
So 63,000 max, 45,000 average, and I can swear myself in as, and that's not myself, but.
Okay, so 45 to 63 is what you're
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
So why is it so much more? Is it a better job, or what's the?
More extensive repairs, and Jonathan can explain the scope of that.
There's a big difference.
Well, yeah, I mean, the PAC program is bringing comprehensive repairs. So we're talking about full renovation of the apartments, the systems, the common areas.
All right, so the 4563 is not the piping, it's just the renovation of the apartment? Okay.
The 400,000 that I mentioned.
No, yeah, I'm not talking about for the regular one.
It's a similar to like a replacement in kind. We do abate.
But you said 45,000 or 450?
No, 45,000.
That's what I thought you said.
63,000.
Yeah.
And that's driven heavily by the environmental costs. So we're doing more of a replacement in kind. We're not doing upgrades.
You're not doing
we're
a
not changing
renovation,
it.
a full renovation? Okay.
No, we are abating the lead. We are abating asbestos as necessary, making it asbestos safe. But it's replacement in kind work, really.
Okay. Now, the other question quickly is the fab key problem. I don't know if this came up, but that's obviously part of the 400,000, but it's a problem. Or is that something that you're dealing with? These fab keys are not working. What are
Yes, I believe you're speaking of Wise Towers and certainly aware of the situation.
And PS 139 and all of them. I called everybody Manhattan.
Yes, we know we're having some challenges with the Manhattan bundle, so we are working with the PAC partner to make sure that residents have appropriate access and that they have tools that they, that are not cumbersome. I understand that there have been some issues with the electronic systems.
All right, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
In terms of, we know that NYCHA has generally not evicted residents during the course of the now ended coronavirus emergency. And since the eviction moratorium lifted in January 22, NYCHA has executed 8 evictions and only 2 in 22 and 6 in 23. What is the current total number of evictions filed?
So just to correct that number, we have a total of 9.
9.
2 in 2022 and 7 in 2023. One happened just recently. As I've said repeatedly, our goal is to keep people housed. With that being said, we do need rental income. So at the moment, we have 650 non-payment cases and 480 holdover cases. As you may also be aware, because I know that we've discussed that at previous hearings, historically we had tens of thousands of holdover and non-payment cases going on at any given time. During the pandemic, under the guise of our transformation plan, we actually really took a hard look at the cases that we were bringing. We discontinued 31,000 cases and have focused on the greatest number of arrears for the longest amount of time. The population in that 650 number have about $30,000 worth of unpaid rent to NYCHA.
And in terms of the, we note that NYCHA currently has 914 active repayment plans. How many tenants are still not in the repayment plan?
So it's a very hard thing to unprove. I can't say why individuals have not signed a repayment plan. I think now that we have an influx of ERAP money coming in, we will see people utilizing that as an available tool to get them back on track to paying rent. As Anika mentioned earlier, we can only charge 40%, so 30% of rent, and then if somebody has a repayment plan, the most that we can ask them to pay each month is 40%. So there are some people who are reluctant to, or maybe reluctant to sign a repayment plan because the number is so overwhelming. But that is one of the tools that we will use to get people back on track.
In terms, how many evictions do you estimate may happen this year?
That's a very hard to estimate. We do have 650 non-payment cases. Our goal, again, is to keep people housed, connect people with resources. So, I can't really tell you how many we will have, but I'm sure at the next hearing we can report back on where we are at the end of this year.
Thank you. I think, no other colleagues here, okay. In terms of the, just segueing quickly to capital discretionary projects, we've had ongoing discussions around due to this funding crisis, NYCHA having to deprioritize discretionary capital projects like playgrounds, green spaces, and community centers. In an earlier hearing, you testified it will cost between $5 and $10 million to cover the personnel required to keep these capital discretionary projects moving forward. Are you still planning to suspend these?
These projects are on pause right now, and as the amount and the timing of funding comes to bear, we'll be able to work with our budget office to determine how we can expedite that list of projects back into activity.
And have you informed residents about what is happening with these projects that are going to be on pause?
Throughout the month of April and May, we've been meeting individually in person with all of the tenant association presidents and resident leaders to talk about the paused projects and answer any questions they have.
Does that include communication to NYCHA residents writ large? We understand some of the TAs don't have the capacity to contact thousands of residents around a playground.
We have not done robocalls or bill inserts, if that's what you're asking.
So if the projects are paused, under what circumstances will they be activated again and moved into the capital pipeline?
So as this new funding becomes clearer and the priorities for that funding are determined across the agency, capital will leverage whatever we get to reactivate all of these really important projects that we paused only as really a measure of last resort.
Okay. Let's see, I think we might be. What do you think? I think we're kind of. Yeah, okay. How are we on time? I think while we have a good number of additional questions still, we understand we have a hearing that is preceding this one, so we will follow up with NYCHA on all those specific questions and would like to receive certainly a response. I think, as I said in the opening, our budget is a moral document, and what the city seems to be prioritizing is clearly not public housing residents and not New York City Housing Authority. And I am deeply, deeply disturbed by the fact that our city really enjoys investing in policing and building jails for our residents and not in making sure that they have safe, secure housing that is not killing them. I want to thank the NYCHA team for being here. I know you are working very hard at your jobs. Nevertheless, what we see here is a culmination of defunding, consistent defunding of public housing at every level of government, and it is wholly unacceptable. We will continue to make sure to hold NYCHA accountable to meet its targets, to create metrics that make sense, and we will not allow the rhetoric of this is really important, but we're going to defund it anyway. Which is very much what we're seeing across city agencies right now. So I want to thank you for your time, and I'll pass it over to Chair Brannan.
Chair, your team, thank you so much. We look forward to working with you. With that, we're going to conclude this hearing, and we're going to hear from Department of Correction after a brief pause. Thank you so much. from the MD&T is half the shit they present there, they present to me the day before. So I'm like, I know. Look at this fucking guy.
How you doing, Will? I see you. Doing all right?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Gearing up for this one.
I know, right? I'm at the end of the week, so.
Yeah,
24 right now.
I know.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere else.
It is. This year was a little long, right?
DOT.
Yeah, you was on that one too. Were you on that one?
I see it.
I went into your purse.
And which one are you again?
NYCHA and then HPD and GOP. So in the hazard islands, so right up your street.
That's right. That's amazing. Sounds good. Appreciate you. Take care.
Red light's not on that way.
Yeah, I'm on hot mic. That was me.
Okay.
Mic check, mic check, mic check.
Great.
Can you hear?
Okay, good afternoon and welcome to our third and final executive budget hearing of the day, day 9 of executive budget hearings. And we're going to focus on the Department of Correction, and I'm pleased to be joined by my colleague, Councilmember Carlina Rivera, Chair of the Committee on Criminal Justice. We have been joined by Council Members Brewer, Hanif, Ariola, Palladino, Schulman, Carr, Farias is still with us, Juan is still with us, and Mercedes, the long haul since this morning. Hanks, yeah, you've been here though. Stevens, Hanks is here, everyone's here, we're all here, okay. We're all here. Oh, and Abreu. Welcome, Commissioner Molina and your team. Thank you for joining us today to answer our questions. Just to set the table, on April 26, 2023, the administration released the Executive Financial Plan for FY23 to 27 with a proposed FY24 budget total of $106.7 billion. DOC's proposed FY24 budget of $1.17 billion represents roughly 1% of the administration's proposed FY24 budget in the executive plan. This is a decrease of $30 million, or 2.5%, from the $1.2 billion originally allocated in the preliminary plan. This decrease is mostly due to insourcing contracted services, less than anticipated personal services spending, and a uniform overtime reduction. My questions today will largely focus on supervision in the facilities, the borough-based jails, and absenteeism among the uniformed officers. I now want to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Carlina Rivera, for her opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Brannon. My name is Carlina Rivera, Chair of the Committee on Criminal Justice, and this afternoon we will review fiscal 2024 executive budget for the Department of Correction. The Department of Corrections fiscal 2024 executive budget totals over $1 billion, a decrease of about $110 million from the fiscal 2023 adopted budget. We will also discuss the department's capital commitment plan totaling $9.6 billion across the plan period and 10-year capital strategy, which totals $10.6 billion. The executive budget supports 8,790 employees, approximately 3% of the city's total workforce, and there are approximately 6,000 people in the department's custody. The executive budget introduces modest new needs in fiscal 2024 and follows a familiar pattern of readjusting the inaccurate overtime budget at adoption. In addition to the program to eliminate the gap, or PEGs, in the November and preliminary plan, the executive plan includes $47 million in savings, bringing the total PEG to approximately $125 million in fiscal 2024. Of particular concern to the committee is the inclusion of a $17 million PEG as a result of insourcing programmatic contracts. The committee is profoundly concerned about DOC's inability to deliver the invaluable and critical services of trusted providers, while its delivery of its core operations remains tenuous. $17 million is just 1.5% of the department's total budget in fiscal 2024. And today I'm interested in understanding this decision and how this funding can be restored and true efficiencies found. I would like to thank my staff and committee staff for their hard work, finance analyst Casey Leisky, policy analyst Natalie Meltzer, counsel Jeremy Whiteman, my director of communications Eddie Amador, my chief of staff Katie Loeb. I'd also like to thank Commissioner Molina and his team for being here today to answer our questions, and I'll turn it over to Chair Brannan.
Thank you, Chair Rivera. Now we're going to go to Committee Counsel Mike Toomey to swear in the Commissioner and his team.
Good afternoon. If you raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, and you will honestly and faithfully answer councilmember questions? Commissioner Molina? I do. Deputy Commissioner Lyons? Deputy Commissioner Torres? General Counsel Scheckman? Thank you. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannan and Chair Rivera, and members of the Committee on Finance and Committee on Criminal Justice. I'm Louis Molina of the Department of Corrections Commissioner. I'm joined today by the Department's General Counsel, Paul Scheckman, Deputy Commissioner of Finance, Patricia Lyons, and the Deputy Commissioner of the Division of Programs and Community Partnerships, Francis Torres. We are here to discuss the Department's executive budget for fiscal year 2024 and what lays ahead for the agency in the coming fiscal year. I have spoken with you often in the past 6 months about the strides that have been made under the Adams administration to improve the quality of our city's jail facilities. Absenteeism has dramatically been reduced. Slashings and stabbings are down almost 20% fiscal year to date and almost 35% calendar year to date. New hires with broad correctional experience have given us new perspectives and are helping to initiate cultural change. The disciplinary backlog in our trials division has been tackled and reduced. Court production is now at 95%. Our intake facilities are clean and orderly, and 99.5% of new admittees are now housed in less than 24 hours. All of this is the result of the hard work of dedicated people. All of it is praiseworthy, although it is not fashionable to praise the successes that we have had at the Department of Corrections as of late. The Department's fiscal year 2024 executive budget is $1.17 billion. The vast majority of this is 84% is allocated for personal services and 16% for other than personal services. The fiscal year 2024 executive budget is $196.3 million less than this year's budget of $1.36 billion. A reduction of $30.4 million in fiscal year 24 and $30 million in fiscal year 25 due to our actual uniform headcount continuing to remain below our budgeted headcount. A reduction of $17 million annually in fiscal year 24, resulting from a discontinuation of multi-year program provider contracts. An increase of $112 million in fiscal year 23 to offset the projected overtime spending. An increase of $2.4 million annually in fiscal year 23 to fund phone calls for persons in custody. An increase of $5 million in fiscal year 23, $4.7 million in fiscal year 24, $6 million in fiscal year 25, and $7.6 million in fiscal year 26 to reflect the DC 37 collective bargaining agreement, and a uniform overtime cost avoidance of $30 million commencing in fiscal year 26. In the coming fiscal year, the department will undertake a major shift in the way that programs and services are delivered to individuals in our jails. To comply with the mayor's mandated 4% budget reduction, the department reviewed all aspects of its budget to reach the required savings of $47 million. Those savings could not be sustained from our personal services budget alone. In our other than personal services budget, the most significant funding resides in programs, facility maintenance, nutritional services, commissary, and wages for incarcerated individuals. After careful review, we determined that the required reductions could be taken only from programs that the other categories could not be cut. Our plan is for programs to reassign staff, increase the delivery of service in congregate settings, leverage technology, and expand partnerships with government entities and volunteer groups. With regards to capital funding, the fiscal year 24 executive capital budget and commitment plan totals $11.6 billion, which covers fiscal year 24 through 33. Included in this capital plan is an increase of $1.4 billion in capital appropriations for the borough-based jail facility in Brooklyn. Appropriations had to be increased to meet the proposal from the apparent winner for the design and build project. As of fiscal year 24, Executive budget, the borough-based jails programs total $9.2 billion over the 10-year plan and is allocated as follows as of today. The Brooklyn facility, $3.3 billion. Manhattan facility, $2 billion. Queens facility, $1.9 billion. Bronx facility, $1.9 billion. Queens parking garage, $17.3 million. Further included in the department's capital plan is $46.6 million for the restoration of funds for critical infrastructure projects on Rikers Island. The deterioration of Rikers infrastructure can no longer be ignored, regardless of when Rikers closes. Its core infrastructure, steam tunnels, main electrical feeders, and the powerhouse must be in a state of good working order. Rikers now houses more than 6,000 incarcerated individuals, and thousands of staff work there every day. We fail them with perhaps disastrous consequences if our facilities are in disrepair. We continue to work diligently to attract and retain civilian and uniformed staff. The department authorized headcount remains unchanged from the preliminary budget, totaling 8,790 staff members, 7,060 uniform positions, and 1,730 civilian positions. Our actual staffing levels continue to remain well below our authorized headcount. We are exploring creative advertising and marketing strategies to promote employment with the department. This, in conjunction with the elimination of the college requirement for correction officer exam, should aid with increasing the department's staffing levels. This administration is committed to reforming to the jail facilities that are safe and humane. Over the past 16 months, you have seen what our staff can do when they are properly led, trained, and mentored. The executive budget gives us the resources to continue the progress that has been made and to deliver on the promises that are long overdue. I thank you for the opportunity to testify and look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to jump right into it. The Monitor's April 3rd report noted that although the practice of assigning awarded posts had been suspended, there was still a little over 1,650 staff on awarded posts. It's nearly a quarter of the uniform workforce. Could you explain what these awarded posts are and what functions they fill and how people get them?
Thank you for your question. That number is incorrect. The actual number that are currently on awarded posts is about 1,100. Awarded posts are critical within corrections because what it allows is an opportunity for senior staff members through seniority that may have to fill critical but ancillary positions to complement the operations of our jail. Those officers are awarded those posts. Sometimes that's in our clinic areas. Sometimes that's in our mailroom operations. There are a number of awarded posts that are critical to the functioning of a facility. That being said, in our review of awarding posts, I think historically the department has has designated posts as awarded posts that probably should have never been awarded posts. An example of that would be if you have a correction officer working in the investigations division. That is a specialized assignment and should not be considered an awarded post. So what we are doing is evaluating all of the posts that have had designation of being considered awarded posts and determining if those posts should continue to be eligible for an awarded status.
So that's part of the review that you're doing?
That's correct.
Okay. When do we expect the review to be completed?
I can get back to you on that, but I would say it's in the near future, within the next month or so. It's not going to take much longer.
The executive budget has a budgeted headcount of 703 captains with only 567 filled as of the plan's release. Is that right?
That sounds about right, yes.
So does this headcount allow the department to achieve its optimal ratio of line supervisors to officers?
We think that it will, given how much correctional officers we have lost over the last 3 years. We did promote about 25, 26 captains. We had not had a promotional class of captains in about 5 years, so that rank stayed sort of like...
What's the ratio that you like to have?
Well, optimally, I would say about 1 to 6, 1 to 8 would be optimal for us. When you look at other uniform law enforcement agencies, that first line supervisor to officer ratios within the 1 to 6, 1 to 8 range, which allows for better span of control of the management of officers.
Now that the PBA contract has been ratified, can you give the committee an update on when you expect DOC's uniform collective bargaining agreements to appear in the budget?
That I couldn't give you right now because those negotiations are led by the Office of Labor Relations. Happy to update you when we get closer to thinking when that might happen.
And the PBA contract included a pilot program for extended tours. Do you think that's something that might work for DOC?
So you're speaking of the 12-hour tour chart?
Yep.
So we have been doing, as you know, we have been a largely a paper-based agency. And one of the things we have been doing as we're evaluating not only post assignments is thinking, is there a cadre of scheduling of tours that may allow for more workforce optimization? So we're going through that analysis now to determine that. And obviously, if there's any pilot incentive in the collective bargaining agreement, then we would work to sort of work that out and evaluate it.
And could you zoom in a little bit and give the committee an update with the timeline for transitioning to borough-based jails? I know back in March, you told the council that you had to defer to DDC. Have you received any updates from them regarding the timeline?
The only update I have is what I think you may have, sir, which is that the first facility of the borough-based jails, which is Brooklyn, will not be open any earlier than 2029. And that signals to me that the other facilities would either be open on or about or later than that date, which obviously passes the 2027 deadline of when Rikers needs to be closed or operations need to cease there.
Okay, I have one last question. I want to give it to Chair Rivera. Absentee rates, I know you mentioned it in your testimony. Has the absentee rate increased or decreased since the preliminary hearing?
Since the preliminary hearing,
just at the prelim, you mentioned it was at all-time high over the last several years.
No, I think I mentioned it might have been at an all-time low. So absenteeism has decreased 70% since January of 2022. So I can just give you an example of that. In January of 2022, on any given day, we had 2,600 individuals calling out sick collectively, between people calling out new sick and people that may have been sick 30 days or more, which is a long-term sick. Today, collectively, that number as of yesterday was 474. But I think what's really impressive is in January 2022, I believe persons calling in sick 1 or 2 days amounted to about 1,500 unique persons calling in for an average sick issue. And yesterday, that number was 62.
62 what's the full head count?
5,706 correction officers.
And what's your vacancy rate right now, even percentage-wise?
Percentage-wise, I know we have about 500 correction officer vacancies approximately.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to turn to Chair Rivera.
Thank you. Let me just follow up on that and before I get into programming. What is the number 62 again?
So 62 was the number of individual officers that called in sick yesterday. That number in January of 2022 was near 1,500.
The Nunez Federal Monitor reported in October that DOC identified 1,029 officers as chronically absent. What progress has been made with those officers?
So we've done a lot of movement in there. As you know, we have initiated, when called for, either medical separation or medical incompetency, which is the disciplinary process to address issues where we think that there might be abuse of sick leave. So we might have individuals that have that chronic designation, but are now coming to work and going through a disciplinary process. What I can tell you from a medical incompetency number is that we have initiated, give me a moment. Restrictive housing.
And do you know how many have returned to work consistently and are actually working with incarcerated people? And
We have, I mean, the number has gone up significantly because as I said earlier, 70% of people out sick have returned back to work. Now, someone could have a designation of being chronic, because of their absences, but that doesn't mean that they're not working today. It just means that we can possibly pursue discipline if we think that's the correct course of action. If they're in an awarded post, it would make them eligible to possibly lose that awarded post. And people could be chronic for a number of issues.
Understood, and I get the 70%. You mentioned since January 2022. I gave you a number of over 1,000 that was reported in October. So my question was, how many are actually back to work with incarcerated people, and how many have been terminated? And how many are still on the payroll while exhibiting chronic absenteeism?
So chronic absenteeism is a designation that doesn't necessarily prevent an individual from working. It just means that you have shown you have been out sick. I believe the number is more than 12 days in a 12-month period. So you could be chronic and we not pursue medical incompetency, because medical incompetency would not be triggered until you've been out sick for 40 days or more in a 12-month period.
But that's why I specifically asked you how many are actually working with incarcerated people, because from what I understand, some people do return to work, but are not working directly with people that are incarcerated.
Some of those, so those persons like that would be designated medically monitored restricted level 3.
Correct.
And I believe approximately the number of individuals in that category is around, I want to say 400.
Will the department be able to generate additional savings by addressing absenteeism?
Well, we've been
Why or why
addressing
not?
absenteeism.
It's a chronic problem, absenteeism, and I commend you for the reduction that has happened, but it's still an issue. So I've asked for specific numbers in terms of the 1,029 officers that were identified in October. If you can get back to me how many have been terminated, how many have returned to work and are actually working with incarcerated people, I would appreciate that number. I want to get to the programming though, because that is really a really big concern of mine. So I'm going to go to that because I know I have a lot of colleagues here who want to ask questions. So this week, DOC informed 6 nonprofits, Fortune, Osborne, FedCap, Green Hope, SCO, and the Hort, that their contracts to provide reentry, job training, and therapeutic programming in the city jails will all end completely on June 30th, 2023. Per the providers, these programs currently serve approximately 1,500 people every weekday, 90 to 150 minutes of programming per day in each of over 192 housing areas in 7 different jails. Participants are also able to continue programming in the community after their release. Per the mayor's April 2023 PEG, ending these contracts will save DOC $17 million. DOC claims the DOC staff will provide the programming instead. How was the decision made to insource these services in order to meet the PEG target? Were you directed by OMB to find efficiencies in these contracts, or was this determined by the department?
Thank you for your question. And just before I answer that, I just found a number. So in 2022 alone, we initiated 357 medical incompetency cases and 99 medical separation cases. Through 2023, we initiated 650 medical incompetency cases and 180 medical separation cases, to your earlier question regarding chronic. And before I turn it over to my colleague, Deputy Commissioner Francis Torres, on your question regarding programming, although the department valued the partnerships and services afforded by the contract providers, the members of the Department of the Division of Programs have displayed an extraordinary tenacity at times when needed for services was the greatest. An example of this was the height of the COVID pandemic, when facilities in many other jurisdictions went on 24-hour lockdown. Our program staff continued to service individuals, including those in COVID-positive units. So we are confident of our ability to be able to assume these additional responsibilities previously carried out by contracted providers, because during that COVID pandemic, the majority of these contract providers were not performing these services. So I hand it over to DC Torres to give you some nuanced answers to your question.
Do you still have the number of programming staff steady from being 233 people?
Yes, we do, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Chair Rivera. My name is Francis Torres. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for the Division of Programs and Community Partnerships. In response to our mandate to reduce the budget by 4%, as you are well versed, there was an exam or analysis of the OTPS of 5 of the largest OTPS budgets in our department: programs, nutritional services, commissary, facility maintenance, and the wages that are paid to our persons in custody. In looking closely as to how to meet this task, programs was ultimately the one selected for a reduction of its budget. Targeted approach, jail-based services provided by 5 of the 6 providers that you have mentioned, actually contract the providers to provide 90-minute group or individual counseling in housing areas. The groups vary according to what is designed by the providers and what the needs of our population are. It is important for me to share with you this afternoon a couple of things regarding programming on Rikers Island as well as services.
I just want to, may I call you Ms. Torres?
Absolutely.
Ms. Torres, I appreciate that. I did read that in the, I heard that in the commissioner's testimony, and I just want to know, how was the decision made? Were you directed by OMB to find these efficiencies? Did the department explore any other contract efficiencies other than these programs to meet the department's PEG target? I mean, I have to ask and bring up vacancies, for example.
Sure. So when it came to us, we looked at the OTPS. When it came to our largest of programs, these are the providers with the largest of financial demands on our division budget. It is a total of $17 million. And in looking at the footprint and also the services that are afforded, we were able to determine that our own divisional staff, very specific civil service titles, would actually be able to do that job. It's not ideal, it's not what we have been doing for the last few years, but it is a job indeed. It was a responsibility that between 2016 and 2019 was handled by our own staff, meaning the associate correctional counselors, the associate correctional counselors level 1, level 2, and also program counselors. When it comes to the targeted approach that we are talking about, I need to emphasize that there is a section of the population that our partners have been servicing. Those are the adult population. When it comes to emergent adults, as well as those who are in enhanced supervision housing, those services are already insourced, meaning our program counselors, as well as other civil service titles, are the ones already providing the services. In fact, in enhanced supervision, we provide 5 days of programming for nearly 8 hours a day. When it came to looking at insourcing, we paid close attention to the number of facilitators encompassed by our partnering providers, as well as the staff levels that we had. And so presently, 64 out of the Schedule 89 providers are the ones doing the group facilitation in the housing areas. Unlike them, through our counseling services unit, we have 69 active staff members out of 84 counselors. So when we look at the footprint that our providers have, targeting this adult population, our counseling staff members are able to take on that responsibility, which they had done in the past prior to the targeted approach.
So you have your plan, you've thought this through, and you think, I really need to know what is DOC's plan to replace these programs as of July 1 while ensuring that you meet the mandatory requirement of 5 hours of programming per day? And has anyone been appointed by the department leadership to oversee and manage this transition? Are any, right now the nonprofit contract providers have about 120 staff lines allocated to run these programs. And they do so from a very, very culturally humble place with people who have been impacted, who have lived experiences, and they have been doing this work for a very, very long time. So if you can get into, as concisely as possible, the plan for July 1 to take over these services, when we've had some really amazing nonprofits and community-based organizations with institutional knowledge, with a legacy inside of Rikers Island in terms of discharge planning, educational programming, therapeutic programming. Just again, concisely, what is the plan and the transition, and has the department assigned leadership to oversee it?
When it comes to the transition plan, we're working internally. It is an effort being led by our division with direct communication with the commissioner and other deputy commissioners inside the department. When it comes to us, we are mapping out a draft that we will be more than happy to share with you in the future. There are a couple of things that we need to do. Number one, we are currently engaged in conversations with our labor relations, because in order for our counselors to embark in what they used to do back in 2016 and 2019, we need to modify their task and standards. We'll be able to discuss that at a later time. We have also engaged in the posting as well as the filling of our vacancies, which we currently have 52. The job postings are already out. They're disseminated. We have very specific numbers of staff members that are being onboarded, meaning internally we know it as on the pipeline between HR and OMB approval, and it is our goal that we're able to bring those in the next couple of months. In doing this transition, we are also going to be looking at how best to maximize programming within congregate settings, how best to rely on our technological advances, such as the distribution of tablets. And also, we're going to expand our partners or partnerships with other entities, including faith-based and volunteer groups. Oh, Madam Chair, if I may.
Of course.
I know you want me to be concise and brief, but I need to share something with you. We do value what our partners bring to the table. But if you give me 1 minute, I would like to share with you the value that we have internally. And it is the value of dedicated staff members assigned to our division. In a very informal pool that we did of volunteers, we actually interviewed 190 staff members from our division. Those members are between counselors as well as recreation supervisors and directors. And I need to share with you that out of those...
Let me just ask,
Sure.
because we don't have a lot of time.
Okay.
So the staff that will take on these programmatic roles, they currently already have full-time responsibilities, correct?
That's correct.
So how will current DOC programming staff be able to take on the work of 100+ people when presumably they already have full-time responsibilities?
Because in order for us to do that, we are redistributing their task assignments.
So right now, the executive budget reflects a reduction of 244 vacant civilian staff positions. And if you could explain how, with such a high civilian vacancy rate, the DOC plans to continuously provide these services and programs while simultaneously not being able to recruit employees to fill the vacant positions that already exist?
That's a great question. And our department continues to go through that exercise. As it relates to our division, we have already completed the exercise. And the number of vacancies that we have right now are vacancies that, as I shared with you before, we have already done job postings or we have people on the pipeline. Know that the vacancies that existed in our division were more as a result of low salaries. And we are currently engaged with labor relations as well as our Division of Human Resources on how best to address that.
I hear you, but if you've ever tried to get a job with the city, it takes a little longer than about a month and a half to actually get a job with the city, but I appreciate the job postings comment. All right, my last two questions before I turn it over to my colleagues, and I do have more questions. So how can you ensure that the existing DOC programming staff have the training and expertise to fully provide the services that have been cut? And will there be an interruption in programming in any of the jails between July 1 and whenever sufficient DOC staff can be trained and deployed to provide these services?
Our staff has been trained and undergoing training sessions through every single year. We have trained our staff on evidence-based to include DBT, CBT, trauma-informed care, anger management, and many other different curricula. The curricula that we have trained our staff speaks to their assignments to very specific populations.
I just feel like, I wonder how much it would save to eliminate the 52 vacancies, but does it make more sense to eliminate vacancies than cut funding that costs jobs with trusted partners?
We're not disputing the trust that we have in our partners. What we are doing is meeting the demand or the request to reduce our budget by 4%.
Again, what my point is to explore other avenues and cut 17 million with trusted providers that are providing invaluable programming. But with that, I'm going to turn it over because I know my colleagues have many, many questions. So, Mike?
Thank you, Chair Rivera. We've been joined by council members Aviles, Williams, Osei, Caban, Marte, and Ressler. And now we'll start with questions from Juan, followed by Schulman.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannon and Chair Carolina Rivera. I am extremely concerned, as you heard from both chairs, on the external contract cutting. And as you see right here, in my district, in Long Island City, we have Fortune Society that has serviced more than 500 people in just a few months of this year. So can you help me understand, your justification was that they had not serviced enough people. So what are your benchmarks on how many people you expect them to serve and how you justify your decisions on moving these contracts away?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I need to provide clarity here. The determination to actually reduce or eliminate those contracts had nothing to do with performance of our partners. It had to do with a budget decision. And I need to emphasize on that.
So can you help me understand how many people within your organization currently, because Commissioner Molina has repeatedly said over and over again how important it is for providers to have the same lived experience of being formerly incarcerated, and that's what Fortune Society provides. Those are the people that are going to lose jobs because you're cutting about $5 million from Fortune Society. So can you help me understand, within DOC, who are now going to do this work in-house, how many people have been formerly incarcerated that's on your staff that's going to be working on this now?
Actually, if you want us to provide you with that response, I would ask that you give us time to actually go into our human resources records to pull that information. But what I do need to share with you is that over the years, and as a division, as well as a department, we have employed and we have on staff individuals with lived experiences, people that indeed have been part of either the juvenile criminal justice system or the criminal system itself. They are individuals that have also been impacted or have been through the foster care, who have also been through the challenges of substance abuse, and they are the ones who actually are leading in our counseling within our division. We're not disputing the wealth of knowledge and the experience that our providers bring and have afforded to us. What we are sharing is that in order for us to meet the programmatic needs that our population will continue to have, we will need to rely on our staff. Thank you.
So could you expand on that? How will you ensure that eliminating these external programs that are relied on heavily by our communities will not lead to increased violence, which of course will threaten staff and incarcerated people alike? And how many hours of programming are you currently providing daily by DOC programming staff so that we can compare of the hours of programming that is provided by our contractors versus how many you currently provide and how many you will be expected to provide to fill in this gap?
We will be more than happy to send you that, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Schulman, followed by Brewer.
Thank you, Chair Brannan and Chair Rivera. The Department of Corrections proposed cuts to eliminate contracts for discharge planning, which helps those leaving Rikers Island, is more likely to impede public safety than enhancing it. My late life partner, Adelaide Knorton, worked at the Fortune Society, which is one of the organizations targeted by the proposed $17 million cuts. And these organizations have helped so many to rebuild their lives. And I know this on a personal level because I have formerly incarcerated people coming up to me periodically who find out who I am and tell me that my partner saved their lives. Public safety investments like this should not be undermined by budget cuts. With that, I have two questions. How many DOC non-uniform staff have the title of counselor, case manager, or group facilitator? And how does that compare to the number of community providers who come in under the targeted approach to cover 179 housing units serving 1,500 people?
So before DC Torres answers the numbers question, I'll let you know that as far as reentry and mental health services, they're not receiving program cuts. MOCJ oversees discharge planning, and it's my understanding that those discharge planning contracts are still ongoing by MOCJ because they took discharge planning away from the Department of Corrections prior to this administration.
Nonetheless, the cuts are going to affect the services that they provide. But go ahead. So answer that question.
So in terms, give me a minute, ma'am, I'm looking for my specific notes. When it comes to our counseling staff members, we have 69 active staff members out of 84 in the title of ACC1s. We have 10 active members out of 15 in the title of Associate Correctional Counselors number 2. We have 28 program counselors active out of 36 when fully staffed. I can also provide you with additional numbers that include intervention specialists that we use, as well as social workers. Currently, we have 4 social workers, and we're onboarding 7 more. We have 9 intervention specialists.
Okay, well, please send us the information and the breakdown and how that compares with the targeted approach that the community providers give now. My second question, because I'm running out of time, will the Department of Correction be taking a budget line from the Risk Management Accountability System and putting that towards this initiative?
So the Risk Management Accountability System was replaced with the Enhanced Supervisionary Housing because our restrictive housing model had to be approved by the federal monitor. He's approved our current enhanced supervisionary housing, so we've transitioned the responsibilities of what would have been in those positions to the enhanced supervisionary housing, and that's how we're able to provide, I think DC Torres correctly pointed out, was 8 hours of direct service to those that are in restrictive housing by our program staff.
Okay, thank you very much.
We have Brewer, followed by Ariola.
Thank you very much. I want to second what my colleagues have stating about Fortune Society and everywhere else. I mean, it's just nobody can do it better. So I don't want to add to the discussion, but just to second and third that. This transportation, I want to thank you for working with the oversight and investigation staff, because we're all trying to figure out, I think we all want to figure out how to go from custody to court and back in a timely fashion. So I just had a few other questions about this. I wanted to know the monthly data from January 2018 to present, the number of persons in your custody produced to all court appearances, if you have that number, and the number of court appearances scheduled for people in your custody, and then just the success of when this is done correctly, of persons in custody, you know, figuring out the first two questions, does it work? Is it successful?
Thank you for your question. So what I can share with you is that fiscal year to date, our court production success rate citywide has been hovering about 90%.
Okay.
Over the last few months, we've increased it to about 95%.
Okay.
So we're having greater success, as maybe your team was able to observe when they went on their tour, of even getting those that were historically refusing to go to court and go through their adjudicating court process. Happy to follow up with you with specific numbers of how many people were scheduled on X day and how many were produced.
Okay.
Happy to share that with you in follow-up because I don't have that type of detail off the top of my head. But we are at about 95% right now, court production success in transportation.
All right.
And I know we're scheduling
I hear
you
you
to see
come.
other facilities as well.
Right, all right, thank you. And the other, just in terms of food, maybe you've said this in the past, but what is the cost? I know it's all catered. What is the cost of per meal? What is the general, and how much do you spend per year on food? Or some statistic that would be relevant?
You're good.
Good afternoon. The department's annual budget for nutritional services is $22 million.
Okay.
I don't have the cost per meal on me, but we could certainly get that for you.
Okay, and so it's 22 million, that's for the entire year?
Correct.
And has that gone up or down, do you know? Obviously, maybe up because of the cost of food, I assume?
Correct. So this budget's been pretty stable in terms of what's been funded each fiscal year, but the costs have risen. So we creatively figure out ways in our own budget to absorb those costs, but we may not be able to continue to do that moving forward.
So you might have more people, higher prices of food, but you're still managing to stay within the budget.
Correct.
Which scares me because that might mean that either you have less food or,
well,
I don't know if you can have worse food, I'm sorry.
Well, I think what it'll come to is new needs requests as it relates to pricing.
All right.
And all of our food, ma'am, meets the nutritional services
I know, but
requirement
nutrition
by the
doesn't mean it's any good. I'm just saying. All right, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, we have Ariola, followed by Hanif.
Thank you, chairs. Thank you so much, Commissioner, and all the deputy commissioners that are here today to testify. Congratulations on, I heard you had a new class graduate today. How many members were in that class?
Approximately 85.
And what are some of the things you're doing to increase recruitment and improve training?
Sure. So one of the things that we've done to improve training is, as you know, we are having our own correctional academy built. But until that new academy is built, we've entered into partnership with the NYPD to use their state-of-the-art training facility, which was significant for our staff to be able to train in the latest infrastructure available to train them how to be correctional officers. And we had that graduation today. In addition to that, we are looking forward to having another class in mid-July. And what we have done is we've eliminated the minimum college requirements to be hired as a correctional officer. It's a vocational job, so whether you have a PhD or a high school diploma, you still have to go to an intensive academy to be certified as a correctional officer. And we have hundreds of individuals that for maybe economic reasons couldn't attend college, but are looking forward to joining our ranks, and we're looking forward to vetting them.
Thank you. As a commissioner, what have you done to combat drugs and contraband entering the facilities?
So we've done a number of things. We have trained our canine dogs to be imprinted to be able to detect fentanyl. In prior occasions, you could detect fentanyl only if it was mixed with another drug like cocaine or marijuana or tobacco possibly. But fentanyl also comes in letters, in books, and articles of clothing. So we have 8 canine dogs with our partners with the feds that were trained to imprint on fentanyl. So we've had an increase of 26% last year in the interdiction of drugs coming in through the mail, and significant increases fiscal year to date. In addition to that, we've instituted body scanning at one facility. We plan on expanding on that, as well as randomized vehicle checkpoints for drugs that may be coming into the facility. And we've mitigated a lot against these drugs coming in. And I'm happy to report that this year alone, we have had no overdose deaths, and that's huge for our department.
That is, thank you. You also mentioned that your population is increasing and could reach 7,000 by the end of next year. They also seem to be a more challenging to manage kind of population, given the article yesterday about an officer being stabbed in the face with a pen. What does that population look like, and how do you intend to manage them?
Yeah, so our population has a higher concentration of persons that have a high propensity to commit violence. One of the things that many things that we've done is, one, we've increased tactical search operations, and we're more effective in our facility operation searches to remove contraband weapons from the facility. Over the last 16 months, we removed over 5,000 contraband weapons and over 1,300 contraband narcotics or narcotics paraphernalia. In addition to that, we have a more effective restrictive housing. So if someone commits an act of violence against another incarcerated person or a staff member, we can put them in restrictive housing. And we have been working with the Bronx DA's office to rearrest those that commit violent crime while incarcerated. And we've increased the rearrest of those committing violence in 2022 by over 80%.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
We have Hanif, followed by Farias.
Thank you, chairs, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here. Diving right in, I was deeply concerned to hear that the admin is considering using OBCC as housing for asylum seekers. As chair of the Immigration Committee, I want to explicitly state that I'm firmly opposed to using any facility on Rikers Island for this purpose. We want to work creatively to meet the needs of asylum seekers, but jail facilities as housing must be off the table. Can you speak to the status of this proposal? And as Commissioner, do you believe that OBCC is suitable for housing asylum seekers?
Thank you for your question. So what the administration has asked, and it's an all-hands-on-deck crisis, as we have, I believe, over 65,000 asylum seekers in our city, and no telling when the number of asylum seekers may come to lessening. That being said, I think the responsible thing to do as an administration to govern the city was to just assess all of the city's assets that could possibly be used in an emergency basis for emergency sheltering of those that are seeking asylum and choosing to come to New York City while they go through their asylum process. No decision has been made to house any asylum seekers on Rikers Island or in any of our jail facilities, but every city asset is being assessed. And if you have other recommendations of where a person should be housed, the mayor's office will be happy to hear from you.
We, as a council, are doing our part in sharing those recommendations, but just to clarify, in your response, you agree that OBCC should be used to house asylum seekers if need be.
What I'm telling you is that our facilities went through an assessment, like every other department in this city, as to how we would operationalize that if this decision had to be made due to the emergency crisis that the city is in, seeking shelter for these asylum seekers.
And then moving on, the monitor suggested in their April 3rd report that, quote, reducing the overall jail population is necessary to support the overall reform efforts, and in particular because it would reduce the number of people exposed to the dangerous conditions in the facilities. Given the imminent risk of harm to those incarcerated in New York City's jails, all stakeholders must continue to maximize every possible avenue to reduce the population by reducing the number of people sent to jail, expeditiously processing court cases, or via release to the community, end quote. But a portion of the jail population over which you have the most control, the number of people serving city sentences is up more than 200% since you became commissioner. What is your process for reviewing and selecting people for possible early release under 6A?
Yeah, so I committed a long time to this council when I first became commissioner to use 6A a lot more than it had been used. And I would tell you that as commissioner, I have released more individuals under the 6A program than any commissioner in history, with the exception of maybe the COVID releases, which were done because of the global pandemic that was taking place at that time. We evaluate individuals on a regular basis that are eligible to be released early, and we've done that. I believe we've released somewhere about mid-60, 62.
62 this year?
No, 62 since I've been commissioner.
Since commissioner.
And we've had a 90% success rate, I'm happy to say, with those individuals that we have released early. So we are not.
Could you share the numbers of release this year?
Stand by, do we have that?
No.
Oh, I can get it back to you, how many we released.
That breakdown would be important, and seeing a comparison to the previous years, especially the previous commissioners and to really understand your tenure as well. And definitely want to push for your administration to expand this process given the increases, because we have an obligation as a city to reduce the jail population in order to close Rikers by 2027. And this is a very important tool in your discretion, in your control, to get us to this goal safely.
Yeah, I just want to point out that we only have approximately our average sentence population has been about 400. So it's not, the majority of the population that really needs to move through its adjudication process is the pretrial detainee process. So we're working with the Office of Court Administration. Like I shared earlier, we have increased significantly our ability to produce individuals to court so that they can go through their adjudication process. It is the pretrial detainee population that needs to move forward.
Now we have Farias, followed by Narcisse.
Thank you, chairs. Hello, Commissioner, Team DOC. A lot of my questions were already asked by most of my colleagues around the elimination of outside contracts, but I just wanted some clarification on some of the things that were already stated. Are your estimates on providing services based off of the current staffing that you have or the projections to be fully staffed?
I think both, right, Ms. Torres?
So I'm very glad that you asked the question, if I may address you, as well as Council Member Shulman, because I was able to find the numbers while other questions were being posed. When we take a look at three very specific civil service titles that we have presently, between ACC2s, which are Associate Correctional Counselors, levels 1 and 2, as well as our program counselors, we have 69 members active out of 84, which we can compare to the 64 members active out of 89 of the providers. This is just three very specific civil service titles under our counseling services area.
Okay, so just so I can hear correctly, because I'm not a mathematician and throwing numbers at me is sometimes I want to make sure I have it right. So you're saying right now, out of 84 potential positions that we have 69 filled and active.
That's correct.
And that is in direct comparison to what the providers, our outside contract providers had of 64 people out of the 89 they could have had.
That's correct.
So for me, what that sounds like is technically 69 plus 64, we had 130 people potentially working within these contracts to help folks on Rikers or within Department of Corrections, within our facilities. Are we planning to bump up, because these were working, simultaneously with one another, right? 69 that we have in our agency and then 64 on our outside contracts. Now we're eliminating 64 titles, because that was one of my questions. And we only have the capability to get up to 84. Is there a goal to bump that number up to 100, 120 folks to be working within corrections to answer for the contracts that we're losing?
So we are currently onboarding. Remember how I mentioned that we still have 52 vacancies?
Yeah,
and
so
we're
is that
still hiring?
Are those vacancies going to be disseminated between the different programs and the different titles that need to be filled to meet the
Exactly.
missing
That will be
number?
part of the additional staff that will go under the counseling
Okay.
unit.
Is there a way that you folks can break down what titled positions were within those contracts that we are now eliminating, where we are with those positions, and how we plan to offset with just the 52 that we're planning on bringing in? Because I feel like the number is going to be larger than 52.
So I'm sorry to interject. I know that we've been told that we're pressed for time. We do have that information. We'll be more than happy to send it to you, rather than I taking the time to go provider by provider, line by line.
That
But
makes
we do
total
have
sense.
that information.
Happy to look at it after the hearing. And the only, my only other question was, why wasn't there an approach to maybe take a transitional contract, like elimination of contract period over time, being that we're still trying to fill vacancy, versus just an outright couple weeks away elimination of outside contracts where we still might need to fill the gap?
Good afternoon. Thank you. I can answer that for you. So the provider contracts spanned 3-year fiscal year terms. So from July 1 to March 31st would have been the last term of their contract. It was mid-year. So that's why we chose the June 30th termination date, because then we'd be entering the new fiscal year and essentially like the last term of each contract.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chairs.
Narcisse, followed by Abreu.
Thank you, Chairs, and thank you, Commissioner, and all staff that's here. A missed medical appointment for those housed at Rikers. In May 2022, last year, a state judge ruled out that New York City's Correctional Department failed the detainees the timely medical care. On that note, as we requested in the preliminary hearing in February, people in custody completed 9,774 phone calls to a correctional health services hotline. In the same month, individuals in custody refused to attend medical appointments 8,952 times. Is there an update you can provide with regards to the number of individuals in your custody that have missed their medical appointment and why?
Yeah, so as I've shared before with the council, we have done significant improvement in a person possibly missing a scheduled medical appointment because we didn't have a staff member available to escort them. We've done a number of things. In certain facilities, we allow an incarcerated individual to go on their own unescorted to a clinic appointment to make sure that they can go to their appointment. We've allowed staff to be available. We have significant increased staff available to escort individuals to appointments. We have over 50,000 scheduled appointments a month. And I want to say, we can confirm these with you later, but I think those that are missing appointments specifically because they could not be escorted at that time is around 1% or less than 1%.
Less than 1%?
The majority of missed appointments, the majority of that is refusal from the patient for whatever reason, not wanting to go. And we can give you that breakdown.
Okay. How many staff have received suicide prevention refresher training this fiscal year?
So we conduct suicide refresher training every year. Let me see if I have the number of the missions.
While you're checking this, I have another question for you. Per Correctional Health Services, there are about 1,150 people with serious mental health in the jails. Only about half in some type of specialized mental health unit. Okay? CHS believes it is necessary to open more PACE units for people with serious mental illness. However, to date, DOC has not been unable to allocate the needed staff. Do you plan to increase the number of PACE units in 2024? And when and how many ones do you plan to bring online?
Got it. So just to provide some clarity, one is 80% of our staff has gone through suicide prevention training.
Thank you.
It's an ongoing thing that happens every year. We have 4 different types of mental health housing within Rikers Island, and 794 persons are housed in those units to provide those services. So we're constantly evaluating housing units to see if we can open up additional housing to support those suffering from mental illness. And we have done that for addiction. So at the request of Correctional Health Services, we did open up what's called GATE housing, which is groups for addictions and treatment enhancement. And we have placed patients there, as well as we're supporting a STEP program, which is a support for transitional engagement program at the request of CHS.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we have Osei, followed by Caban.
Thank you, chairs, and good afternoon, Commissioner. I just wanted to follow up on an answer that you provided in regards to taking a stand against some of the opioid problem that we've seen at Rikers. You said that you have K-9 units that are sniffing mail for drugs. What else are they sniffing?
Well, if people mail packages, they also inspect packages to make sure that there's not contraband narcotics in packages. We also have dogs that have the ability to pick up the scent of electronics in case there could be contraband electronics in the facilities as well.
And are these dogs inspecting some of your officers, some of your correction officers?
So we do have access control points in all of our facilities. Our canine units are deployed inside our facilities. We do conduct random vehicle checkpoints, and they do check vehicles. And there could be a possibility that a dog, because a person is there, whether a staff member or a visitor that happens to be in the vicinity of an area, could alert on a person. And if that happens, we would take action.
And what does that action look like?
Well, depending if we were to discover something of a contraband nature, depending on the individual, that may mean arrest. That may mean, if it's an employee, it could be arrest or it could be suspension. It could be a number of things like that.
Okay. And how many instances of that has happened under your leadership?
Instances like what?
In terms of contraband being found on correction officers, especially when it comes to
So we have open investigations. So I can't speak about open investigations that we may have against staff. But on occasion, when staff members are discovered with contraband, of course, either we or we work with our partners in DOI, and a person is placed under arrest when that happens and prosecuted.
I also want to highlight that the council recently introduced Intro 1035, sponsored by my colleague, Councilmember Hanif, which would bring Narcan to Rikers and train COs to dispense the medication. Narcan, as we all know, is the difference between life or death when there is an overdose. Is there any Narcan currently on Rikers, and what is the current protocol on handling an overdose at
Thank you for your question. So we've actually expanded the placement of Narcan within our facilities. So it used to be that Narcan was only in our A stations, which are also known as bubbles, and they're available for staff members or anyone that wants to use it if they think that someone may be suffering from an overdose. We have trained over 4,800 correction officers on the use and deployment of Narcan. We've done that. We are going through the process of procuring equipment and additional Narcan so that officers can actually carry Narcan on their person. And we've also placed Narcan in our court pens as well as within our transportation units as well.
All right, thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, chairs.
Now we have Caban on Zoom, followed by Wrestler.
Starting time.
Thank you. One moment. Just trying to get my technology working here. Okay. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I want to kind of go back to a line of questioning that many members have touched thus far to the cancellation of the contract with outside providers and dig a bit deeper there. To begin, I want to ask specifically if any of the current programming staff is out long-term sick, medically restricted, or otherwise unavailable to work directly with incarcerated people at the moment.
Thank you for the question. When I gave the numbers that I provided the other council members, as I referred to that 69 members who are active out of 84, it basically is responding to who is active right now out of the total numbers that we have currently employed on those titles.
Okay, so moving away from long-term sick, medically restricted, what's the average number of program staff who call out sick each day?
That is a response that I can get back to you with.
Okay, I look forward to that. And, you know, I think this was asked before, but I don't actually think it was answered in much detail at all, so I'm going to ask it again. Will there be an interruption in programming in any of the jails between July 1st and whenever sufficient DOC staff can be trained and deployed to provide the services? And to be clear, I don't think that these contracts should have been canceled, but under the plan that y'all are moving forth with or proposing, what are we looking at in terms of an interruption in programming?
What we are doing internally is making sure that we are finished with the communication with labor relations in order for us to modify the task and standards of our counseling staff in order for us to be able to avoid any gaps or lacks in services.
But you do anticipate some sort of a gap or lack in services for a period of time, correct?
At this moment, we are not anticipating it.
So you're saying that there will be less staff, internal staff, than was provided by these outside providers, that you are going to have to staff up or hire to be able to fulfill the obligations under programming, but there's not going to be any interruption in programming or any gap?
What we are saying is that we're developing a transitional plan to ensure that the comparable staff members that we have, meaning the 69 counselors, comparing them to the 64 of the providers, are actually in place to assume the new responsibilities.
And can you share that transitional plan with us, the logistics of it, the timeline, the ramp up?
Time expired.
We'll be more than happy to share it with you and the rest of the City Council once we've finalized it.
Okay, and Chairs, may I ask one more question?
Yes.
I just want some basic numbers from the folks who have been served by these outside providers, those contracts, in this past fiscal year. So can you tell us, under those contracts with, as we're saying, all those groups, how many people with serious mental illness have been served, how many young adults have been served by those contracts, and how many women have been served by those contracts?
We will be more than happy. We have the information with us, but we'll be more than happy to turn around and send them to the council.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, now we have Wrestler, followed by Aviles.
Thank you so much. Always good to see you, Commissioner Molina. I know I give you a hard time, but
because you care, so
I care, and we've worked together for a long time,
Yes.
and I appreciate you. But I'm, somebody got ahead of me on the butt. Gail did. Thank you, Gail. But I am deeply concerned about this $17 million cut. I think there's one thing that everybody in this room agrees on, that New York City has the best reentry providers in the country. And reentry has to begin at day one. And the work that Fortune and Osborne and others have been doing in our jails to help prepare people for post-Rikers is absolutely pivotal to the safety of our communities. I think, unfortunately, too many people leave Rikers in worse shape than when they entered. That's going to get dramatically worse if this cut that you all have proposed is executed. And it's hard for me to understand, and I appreciate Councilmembers Caban and Schulman and Farias and others, certainly Chairs Rivera and Brannon for their leadership, have asked on these questions, but it's tough for me to follow. Just 45 days before the start of a new fiscal year, we're talking about nonprofits that have allocated 120 staff positions that are engaging 1,500 detainees per week, getting immediately eliminated with no real plan to replace them. Just yes or no, does DOC expect that 100+ officers are going to be working to do this work, to step up beyond their 100+ full-time dedicated personnel are going to be working to engage people starting July 1?
So correctional officers provide ancillary support to our program services, but as DC Torres has pointed out, I believe the number was 69 correctional non-uniform professionals in those positions will be able to provide that service. And I agree with you, reentry is critical, and the reentry discharge planning contracts that lie within MOCJ are not going to be interrupted.
$17 million is about 60 DOC staff, just as you said. It's really hard for me to wrap my head around this, though, considering DOC has over 1,000 chronically absent officers. Over 1,000. That's the equivalent of $276 million a year that we are wasting away on officers that aren't showing up to do their job, and yet we're cutting $17 million from the absolutely essential work that community-based organizations are doing to support reentry work. Why would we not cut the funding and eliminate the staff lines from our chronically absent workforce?
So I have taken significant steps with the support of the Interagency Task Force that the mayor created and working with our Trials Division as well as our Investigations Division. And as you all know, I have, and I'll just remind the council, have adjudicated over 3,000 disciplinary cases where unfortunately in almost 300 of those cases, we've had to forcibly separate staff. We've decreased staff absenteeism by 70%. Like I said earlier, only 62 people called out sick yesterday when that number used to be almost 1,500 people in January of 2022. We've made significant improvement, and while we do have staff members that may have a chronic designation, you get that designation after calling out sick 12 days in a 12-month period, which allows us to monitor your progress to ensure that you're a productive member of the department.
Commissioner Molina, I would recognize that there are some areas of improvement. I'm not sure that I would accept each of the numbers that you just cited, but I would recognize some areas of improvement and that you are trying to get staff to show up and do their jobs. What I'm struggling with, though, is that rather than cutting from a bloated workforce where we have the highest ratio of corrections officers to detainees of any correctional system in the country, more officers than detainees, whereas around the country you see a 4-to-1 ratio. Here we see a ratio of more 4.5 officers to 4 detainees. So we're struggling. We are paying enormous sums of money to people who are not showing up and doing their jobs. We are overstaffed in our correctional system. Rather than cutting a modest number of positions there, we're cutting from the providers that are doing the most transformative work in our jail system.
But I'll just correct and say this. There have been significant cuts to what was a significant sizable workforce. Over the last 3 years, we lost over 3,000 correctional officers to attrition, and a majority of those lines were eliminated.
What's the number of, how many DOC employees do you have today?
In all uniform ranks, 6,409.
How many DOC detainees do you have today?
6,040.
So we have over a 1-to-1 ratio of officers to detainees.
No, we have less than a 1-to-1 ratio.
We have a 1-to-1 ratio of officers to detainees, and unlike any other correctional system in the country.
And I'll tell you why that exists.
In
because
Chicago,
the
not in
majority
Los
of every
Angeles,
other
not in any
correctional
state
system in the
correctional
country practices warehousing, and we do not practice that here. Detainees are out of their cells on an average of 14 hours a day.
But if it's really hard for me to listen to you say you're not practicing warehousing when we're removing the transformative work the community-based organizations are doing in the jails, providing therapeutic care, reentry services, and mental health supports that are essential to the future of our detainees.
Mental health supports not being cut.
The supports that Fortune provides, that Osborne provides, this therapeutic care that they provide to support the detainees is transformative, and it gives them a chance of success post-stay at Rikers. Instead, we have the highest ratio of officers to detainees in the country. I think we're cutting from the wrong places. I hope that these changes can, I will certainly do everything in my power to push on the council side for these changes to be reversed. I hope that you all can see there is very strong support for these organizations and the work they do in our jails, and I hope that you'll reverse course as well, because I believe the decision you've made is wrong. Thank you.
Councilmember Aviles, followed by Stevens.
Thank you, chairs. I guess following along the lines of my colleague, I'd like to understand better that even with 6,000 correctional officer employees, how do you explain the department's inability to provide the minimum standard of care for people in your custody?
We provide the minimum standards of care that are due to the persons in custody, and we have 5,706 correctional officers.
So can you explain why the mayor is still issuing executive orders to suspend minimum standards?
The mayor has issued that emergency executive order to ensure that as we go through the action plan, just to remind this council, this department was on the brink of collapse in January of 2022. Violence was rampant. There was no control in the department. We had a significant staffing crisis. and to ensure that there's no interruption in all of the strategies that this administration has put in place to ensure that we keep evolving and reforming so that these reforms can be sustainable. That is the purpose of that executive order, to deal with that issue.
We are definitely well aware of the problems of this agency, including the highest record of deaths under your custody. Can you tell me why video calls have been limited to Friday now?
Well, video televisits are on Friday because what we have done is expanded in-person visitation. For a long time, we did not have in-person visitation. We reactivated that, and we've recently expanded in connection with Mother's Day holiday so that loved ones and family members can visit their loved ones on the weekends in case that they don't have to take off from work to do visitation. Just last week, I think we had about 1,200 persons do visitation and a few hundred that visited just on Mother's Day alone.
So, Commissioner Molina, I wasn't sure if I heard correctly around the rationale behind making the choice of not cutting vacant positions versus cutting these essential services that these providers offer.
We did both.
I'm sorry, you fully cut $17 million in contracts of the providers.
We did both.
And yet
We
you
also
still
cut
have
vacant positions.
an incredible number of vacant positions. Why not reduce the vacant positions when you already have a decent one-to-one ratio and you provide the services?
We reduced the number of vacant positions that would not affect our operations. And though we may have about a one-to-one ratio as the population stands right now, because it is at a low number of 6,040, that population is increasing. And like I said earlier, most jurisdictions, jails and prisons, practice warehousing where individuals are locked in their cells for the majority of their day. And in this state, we allow for 12 to 14 hours of persons to be out of cell, which requires staff to do that.
Are you aware of any other correctional agency where, how many, where are we, 19? 21 people have died in custody?
Yeah, there are actually other jurisdictions that have had many more deaths than that. Compared to similar jails of our population and size, we have achieved a significant reduction in in-custody deaths per 1,000 persons in custody.
One death
in fact,
is too much.
I agree with you, one death
One
is
death
too much.
is too
but
much,
many
sir.
people come with pre-existing health conditions that affect their health. And we have not had one overdose death, thank God, this calendar year. And the death that we had at the beginning of the year was due to natural causes.
I stand with my colleague in making the statement that we absolutely reject the $17 million in cuts of the contracts of these providers, not only in the impact of detainees, but probably on staff and in outside communities. 120 positions, it's completely disturbing decision. When you have vacant positions, you could have cut.
Councilmember Stevens, followed by Palladino.
Good afternoon. I don't know if necessarily I have a question. I just feel like I do, because I feel a little confused about some things. So I just want to get some clarity. One, I just want to say, the commissioner, you talked about even in your opening how, slashings are down and been working to really change the culture in there. And part of that changing of the culture, didn't the CBOs who were doing the work with you guys help change that culture? So aren't you afraid that removing them will set you back? Because they're part of the culture there. And so I need help understanding what this plan is. And I'm a little uncomfortable that we're cutting programs now and you're saying you're working on a transition plan that's supposed to take place July 1 and we hear it's May. So I'm really uncomfortable around that, like a transition plan. When you made the decision, you should already had a transition plan or had one or two. So I don't think a transition can happen, but I'm just confused about how are we gonna ensure that we are having consistent program? And then also too, you said you have 69 counselors? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so we have 6,000 folks in custody. What is their caseload going to look like? What is this really going to look like in actualizing? Because I feel really confused about what this plan looks like, and I need a little bit more detail around like your transition plan. I know you're working on it, but if you're working on it, you should at least have something to present to us today to give us some clarity around the steps that you're taking, because I don't feel like I have any at this point.
Okay, we're happy to share it with you when it's completed.
I would love to hear if you have anything or some of the steps that you're already taking. I know you're working on it, and obviously a transition plan will be continuous, but I think that it's a little disrespectful that you guys will come here and not have more clarity around that transition plan.
So the Deputy Commissioner Torres did share some of that clarity. We are updating individuals and working with the labor unions to update tasks and standards. We have reposted for positions within the programs unit to make sure that we fill the additional 52 vacancies that are there. We have an interagency task force that was created by the mayor to make sure that all of our hires are accelerated through not only the hiring process on our end, but through the OMB process and support of DCAS if we need that as well.
And even when you're working on in hiring, are you working with some of the community-based organizations there to see if some of their staff can transition over to the roles that you guys have open?
A number of our programmatic staff have come from community-based organizations.
No, but I'm saying currently, if we know that these organizations aren't going to be there, are the staff that's already working there to try to keep some consistency? Have you guys intentionally been working with them to bring them in?
I would welcome that if community-based organizations want to refer staff applicants to us. We would certainly vet them and see if they're suitable for hire.
Yeah, I think that should have been the start, right? And I think that should have been part of the transition plan, because even now when I'm looking at some transition plans in nonprofits that's closing down, that's part of it. They're working with those CBOs to ensure the consistency of jobs. So that's why I'm a little bit uncomfortable, right? Like those things should be part of that plan, because the other thing is, right, we know consistency is partly needed for our folks in custody. And so this change is also going to be abrupt. And so just thinking like this is going to set back a lot of the work that you've laid the foundation for, because it's so much change in so short of a time. But just really quickly, I think one of my colleagues already asked a little bit, but what was the rationale? Why didn't we think about like phasing out the program in increments instead of having something so abrupt? Because I think that's the other thing that is kind of disturbing, of thinking about how do we not look at like maybe reducing the size this year and then doing something and phasing it out and looking at other places that we could save money, because there's always money to be saved, because we all know, we all work on these budgets. So why didn't we think about that and using that as the first step instead of like saying like, all right, we'll figure this out on in-house? Because I just, honestly, we don't have confidence in some of this stuff, right? Especially on the program side. I worked in nonprofit for 20 years, and I always feel disrespected that people just think that they can just do this job because it's just that easy. And so that's what it sounds like, and I know that's probably not your intention, but that's what it sounds like when it's like, well, nah, we'll just do it in-house. Because if you could do it in-house, you wouldn't have had them there in the first place.
Palladino, followed by Williams.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. You mentioned, this is for you.
Yes.
Yeah, you mentioned that Rikers was one of the most violent facilities before you became Commissioner, and now it seems to be one of the least problematic facilities. What was the process in making this a reality?
Yeah, so thank you for your question. I think it was a number of initiatives that we undertook. One is we went back to basics of making sure that we're doing the rudimentary responsibilities of safety and security by doing tactical search operations, mitigating against drugs and weapon contraband from coming into the facilities. We aligned with the faith-based community, who in the hundreds, many volunteer on a regular basis daily to engage with the population. Some of those in that faith community have lived experiences. We have a program staff that's led by DC Torres and her team of associate and assistant commissioners that are highly credentialed and very effective in doing this work. And I think all of that in totality is what has helped us reduce slashings and stabbings fiscal year to date by 20% and almost 35% calendar year to date, and including to the lowering of use of force incidences in 2022 versus 2021 by 14%.
Well, I think those are pretty damn good statistics. Once again, I'm listening to you get questioned, and interrogated. I want to come out on the side of you guys now. Are you still working triple shifts, double and triple shifts?
No, we've significantly eliminated triple shifts. We may have a few that happen from time to time, but that has virtually been eliminated. Like I said, we've reduced staff absenteeism by 70%. We've put an organizational health strategy in place to support staff. And I just reminder again, 62 people called out sick yesterday. That number in January 2022 used to be almost 1,500. That is remarkable.
Right, it certainly is, and I want to commend you on that. Also, I want to know about the staff. So are they able to take meal breaks and any other kind of breaks during the course of the day?
Sure. So meal breaks are included in the scheduling of staff. On occasion, of course, there might be incidents or situations that come up where a staff member might be late or may miss a meal, but we try to do everything we can to mitigate against that happening.
Good. And another thing, what is being done last year when I sat here? You know, everybody forgets that Rikers Island houses probably the most dangerous criminals there are in the city of New York. You're down to 6,000, or you're up a little bit from last year. But we got to keep in mind what's in Rikers right now. And the actual tone of this room kind of upsets me a little bit because everybody thinks that there's a simple solution for this when there is not. One other thing about the sexual, if I'm allowed, how are we monitoring the sexual assaults that have been done in the past to the correctional?
Sure. So working with the Bronx District Attorney's Office, when we do have a person that is sexually assaulted, and we've had a number of correctional officer, female officers that have been sexually assaulted, what we've been doing is immediately working with the Bronx DA to rearrest those individuals. So we've made 18 arrests in calendar year 19 for those that have committed sexual assault, and we've arrested 9 people this year, and they move expeditiously to the court.
I guess my time is up because I did want to ask, you only had 85 people graduate today.
Yeah.
How many people actually have left this job?
Well, over the course of three years, over a little over 3,000 officers.
Okay, so all we got is 85 people stepping up
Yeah.
to be part of New York's boldest.
Yeah.
That's pretty sad, and you guys need help. So thank you very much, and I appreciate your steadfast, the work that you do. Thank you.
Councilmember Williams.
Hello. I probably am going to sound like a broken record as well, but I just had a quick question about the programs and the current DOC staff that you're going to have now conducting the programs. Can you share what the current DOC staff are doing now? Like, what are their current roles?
When it comes to our ACC ones, they focus specifically on social services, and they also support the needs as it relates to mandated services. The ACC2, of course, are supervisors. So when we talk about their task and standards and a review of the task and standards, what we speak of is going back to task and standards that were used with them in 2016 through 2019.
You mean the tasks and standards that they are supposed to be carrying out in their current roles?
That's correct.
Okay.
Versus what they would become. So if you want me to go through very specific tasks and standards, I could do that the same way that we could send them with the package that has already been asked of us.
You can go into detail.
Sure. So when it comes to a associate correctional counselor level 2, there are very specific tasks and standards. Currently, for the current task and standards, that title has 6 tasks. Task number 1, responsible for the supervision of staff and interns. Task number 2, oversee case management services, which includes social services that are provided to individuals in custody by staff, and provide services as assigned. Task 3, manages the records of services completed by staff and submit reports of these services. 4, liaises with internal and external stakeholders to effectively support individuals in custody. Task 5, oversee the development and implementation of group provided by staff when applicable. 6, attend required meetings, conferences, trainings, and workshops.
And before you go on, so what will their new tasks and standards be?
If you allow me to, we're currently in discussions with Labor Relations. We'll be more than happy to share those with you once those conversations have been finalized.
Okay, and as you negotiate with Labor Relations around amending the task and standards, are you able to share with us who will then be doing their existing work now that they'll be doing new work, or are you going to just add additional tasks to their portfolio?
No, we will be more than happy to share with you once the negotiations are over.
Okay, so you cannot provide any details on how you will shift their roles?
We are currently in negotiations with Labor Relations. It will be unfair of me to actually discuss that without having brought in their unions.
Okay, no problem. Do you at least have a timeline as to when the negotiations will conclude?
I cannot give you a timeline, but I know that we have asked Labor Relations to schedule the meetings in the next 2 weeks.
Okay, so your goal is to conclude negotiations with Labor Relations, provide new tasks and standards. Is there going to be a training for these workers and their new tasks and standards, or how do you foresee next steps once you conclude the negotiations with Labor Relations?
Sure. The advantage that we have is that the tasks and standards that are being proposed to Labor Relations are tasks and standards that we've used in the past. Our counseling staff is well-versed. As we continue the conversations with Labor Relations, there is always the need for us to also engage the membership, and we will do that. Training of our members has been ongoing. They are well-versed and familiarized with what would be required as they transition into the provision of groups and one-on-one. Thank you.
I just have one more question about any state of good repairs in the capital plan. So when we did a tour, there were obviously things that needed to be repaired immediately. And I know prior to this administration, there was a lack of investment in some of the state of good repairs. So is there any allocations to current state of good repairs?
Good afternoon. Thank you for that important question. So in terms of state of good repairs that were capitally eligible for the specific facilities, they were defunded and no longer capitally eligible due to the Rikers timeline and the when the contracts would have been registered and the work would have been completed. But the success we had with this executive budget was at least restoring the infrastructure work that will aid in a better quality of life within the facilities in terms of ensuring we have repaired and operable steam tunnels, electrical feeders to the island, water treatment for a powerhouse, upgraded sewer mains, things that are important to the island infrastructure. In tandem, last fiscal year, as part of the adopted budget, I believe, we received almost $11 million annually to support the maintenance division within the department that are now tasked with doing a great deal of the work in the facilities. Additionally, we've recently registered several contracts called job order contracting systems, which apply to plumbing, mechanical and electrical, general contractor. And in those contracts, which will be funded through the expense budget, we'll be tackling things such as air conditioning installations and repairs, roof repairs, concrete work, other ADA compliance, so other work that is required within the facilities, and fire safety as well.
So how much in this budget for state of good repairs? Do you know?
What was restored back from what was restored from fiscal year 28 to the front window was a total of $46 million in the capital plan.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Rivera.
Hi there. All right, I just want to follow up on that because I know doors had to be fixed. They have to be replaced. They currently weren't locking and putting people in danger, from what I understood. Safety precaution, according to the department. Is that right?
That's correct, and we've repaired 900 doors at RNDC already, and so that project was completed.
So let me ask about that because the department indicated a plan to reopen OBCC and close AMKC. So what date does the department plan to reopen OBCC, and how many people does DOC plan to transfer there when reopened? And from what I understand, OBCC was being rehabilitated, fixed up, I should say, because of the door issue, for example, right? There were capital needs.
So let me just provide some clarity on that. So OBCC always had a good state of mechanical locking system on its cell doors. When we closed OBCC, we were still in the midst of a staffing crisis, and the jail could not properly operate at that time, so we shut it down. But it also still needed repair in other areas, like we needed to add air conditioning to OBCC. We needed to do some repairs to the dormitory areas of OBCC, and that work is ongoing right now. So the reason why we were moving to OBCC is because we had the same similar and alike problem with locking mechanisms in AMKC, and it would have taken years to fix those doors because of supply chain issues and just a bandwidth of the ability to be able to do that work in a faster time frame. So our intention is to shut down AMKC so that we can transition the majority of that population to OBCC, and that time frame, I want to say, is on target for between the middle of July and early August.
And will the closure of AMKC be permanent?
If the state of AMKC remains the same, then I would say today it is likely that that could happen. But I caution to say that if the population continues to increase, we might find ourselves in a situation where maybe sections of AMKC could be reopened, but it is not my preference. It would depend on where our census levels are when that decision would have to be made.
Well, I'm going to get to jail population reduction in a second. Will the department, let's not live in what could be. So, but if you did close AMKC, will the department be able to generate any savings from that closure?
Well, there's a possibility. I mean, there are electric costs that could go down because the facility would not be open. We would continue to use the main kitchen in AMKC because it is our production kitchen to make all the meals. And we make approximately about 25,000 meals a day somewhere in that area, so that kitchen would still be open. But all of the housing units would be closed if we close it out. So there could be some cost savings. Staff would be reallocated, obviously, to OBCC, which is not open right now. So there is a possibility of some efficiency savings there.
And I just want to be very clear as to my language, because I know I heard earlier somebody say, you know, how dangerous people are in Rikers when the majority of people there are actually just awaiting trial. So I just want to make, I know you all know this, but I just want to make sure that as a body and as the public, we understand who is actually on Rikers Island. So the numbers that I have, the number of incarcerated people diagnosed with serious mental illness has increased since Mayor Adams entered office. The number I have from Freedom Agenda is 38%. How does, and I also have a number of 52% of the people on Rikers have received a mental health diagnosis. Whether you have different numbers, I'd be interested to hear those. However, with what's been said, how does DOC plan to support those people, especially with what I think is a mistake, the potential elimination of programs by community-based organizations?
So I'll first say that mental health services programming is not being eliminated, and mental health programming is the majority provided by our correctional health service partners, CHS, which is part of Health and Hospitals Corporation. You are right, approximately 50% of the average daily population has been diagnosed with a mental illness, and 18% of the population is diagnosed with serious mental illness. which is still a large number of people. And I agree with you that the criminal justice system for too long has been used as the response mechanism for those who become justice involved because of their either mental illness or the co-occurring disorder of substance addiction. So I agree with you, and I've talked about this in front of this body before, that we need to increase the bandwidth of not only substance abuse treatment, but really get assistance from the state to increase in custody, inpatient hospital beds for those that are suffering from mental illness, because over the many decades, there's been a serious reduction in the per capita availability of inpatient hospital beds per 100,000 individuals, where today it stands at about 21 per 100,000 residents in this country. So it's a serious issue. That being said, it is the court system and judges that are placing these individuals in the custody of the Department of Corrections. We do not make that decision, but we bear the responsibility when the courts do that. And we would appreciate other diversionary methods so that those that are driven because of mental illness to be able to divert it to a public health system versus a criminal justice system. But that is not a unique situation to New York City. It is an American problem.
I agree. I do feel like right now Rikers is being treated essentially as a psychiatric center without the support. And I commend CHS for doing what they can, but we do not have enough of the people that are currently on Rikers even being produced for their appointments, and we do have that data. I know it's a goal that we're striving to get to for 100% production at every single medical visit. I understand that. Has programming or visitation been affected by a lack of staff?
No, in fact, we've expanded visitation. Now we have visitation on the weekends. We have more in-person visitation. We still have televideo visit as an option for Fridays, for those that want to utilize that as an option. So we've actually, over my tenure, expanded in-person visitation for family and loved ones.
And just just these last questions on OBCC, because I wanted to ask, what areas of OBCC do you intend to utilize? And do you intend to use restrictive housing units at OBCC?
No. And I intend on using every housing unit at OBCC.
Why was OBCC selected for renovation and reopening when so many areas will remain unused?
Well, I closed it at the beginning of my term because at that time we were still dealing with ramping of staffing to get staff returning to work. And the number of staff that they had at OBCC did not allow it to operate at an optimal level. So the right decision at that time, I believe, was to close it down, reappropriate staff from OBCC to other areas where we needed improvement, for example, like EMTC, to deal with the issue of intake and better managing intake. And today, we're at 99.5% getting persons placed into their housing within the 24-hour time period requirement. But OBCC as a facility, while it did need some work, had very good bones from an infrastructure standpoint, and more importantly, in its cell housing area, had mechanical locking mechanisms that actually functioned. So now we are in a better place today to be able to address the minor infrastructure issues as well as air conditioning within OBCC, which will allow us to faster transition to having cell doors that are more mechanically reliable than the doors that exist at AMKC.
If it's rumored that the facilities, I shouldn't say rumored, if all facilities can potentially be used for migrant families, for those seeking asylum, what would happen to the incarcerated that were intended to be transferred?
That decision hasn't been made, right? And we would never mix, if the decision is made, persons in custody with persons seeking asylum. That wouldn't happen. So what was asked of the mayor was for every agency to do an assessment of its assets, which I think is the responsible thing to do given the severity of the asylum crisis with so many vulnerable individuals coming to New York City and such a limitation on not only regular shelters, but emergency sheltering that is out there.
The last thing I'll just say, and I want to thank you for your testimony and for your time in answering our questions. I know we're going to send you a list of follow-up, and we would really appreciate as expedient a response as possible. Anticipation for upcoming hearings is that, you know, I really do think that the $17 million in cuts should be rejected, should be reconsidered. These are groups that have a very intentional, important relationship. I understand that CHS provides mental health care. That's incredibly important. But there is a difference with between the relationship between a medical health expert and a person and the care and the expertise that many of these people bring from their nonprofits. So I know you've heard from a lot of us over the past 2 hours or so, but again, we really want to underline and highlight their work and how important we think they are to the system itself. We know that reform is needed, and we feel like they are a critical part of that plan. So I just want to thank you again. I'll turn it over to Chair Brannan for anything else outstanding. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Rivera. Yes, we will follow up with you with some follow-up questions and hope we can get that information back ASAP.
You got it, sir.
Going to start to negotiate this thing. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you all for your feedback. Appreciate
Thank you. Okay, with that, day 9 of executive budget hearings is adjourned.